there, good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Hayley West and I'm very pleased to be spending the morning with you through until this afternoon, and we have got some amazing things to share with you. We've got Carolyn joining us, the lovely Emily as well. We've not seen Emily since March, so make sure you stay with us throughout the course of the morning. Now, it's been a long time obviously since we've seen these ladies, but it's the first time for me as well, so I'm making new friends in the process. So I'm looking forward to this morning, and I hope you guys are as well. And of course, I always love an early start here on Sewing Street because we've got an early bird deal. Now, this is a cracking deal, and I am pretty much in the wrong place at the wrong time to take advantage of this because this is beautiful. If you know me, you know that I love my turquoises, my teals, and this is beautiful. Now, you're looking at an incredible price for this one. You're actually going to get 3 meters of this, and as you know how we do things here at Sewing Street, you are not paying £22.74 for your 3 meters. Oh no, you are not. So the chevrons are there. You are paying just £17.74. Now bear in mind, you're actually getting 3 meters of fabric here, so there's a lot of fabric here, so perfect if you're looking at putting a backing to a quilt. This is something that I can honestly, I urge you to get hold of this because it's one of those foundation elements to have in your sewing room. Perfect if you're wanting to use it for dressmaking or quilting. Wonderful to go on the back of a quilt. Lovely one as well to break up fabrics. So we're going to be looking at some Fassett a little bit later on, and obviously they can be quite strong designs, so something like this will dilute down those designs if you so choose, but this is a popular one. Now don't forget, you can go for multiples. It's not limited to one per customer, but it is limited to the stock that we have available. So if you like the look of it and you're wanting to get hold of it, as many of you have been, then it's likely not to last the full morning. It's our way of saying thank you for joining us nice and early here at Sewing Street, and what a thank you. That is beautiful. Wish I was able to jump onto the website or get onto the phone lines and get hold of that one because it is beautiful. Really good quality, beautiful colour as you can see, and this is going to work with loads of things that I know you will have in your stash already, and maybe extend some of those items as well, because if you've only got, I don't know, a few fat quarters, having a good solid plain in amongst those fat quarters means you can really extend the usability. I mean, the quilt behind us is beautiful, and you'll notice that there's elements in there that you could quite easily work with this fabric. Where you've got the darker fabrics, maybe you could bring in that gorgeous teal, get a different feel for it, picking out some of the elements that you've got from these fabulous Fassett fabrics. So it really is a useful one to have within your stash, but you need to be quick. Now, we have got less than 30 of these available, so you need to be quick. If you're wanting to get hold of these, don't forget you're in before a lot of other people, so it's one of those situations that you've got the chance to get hold of this. They might not have that opportunity a little bit later on. Shall I open it up and show you? To be honest, I don't have enough room to open it up for you to see it completely. So this is, obviously you've got your selvage to selvage, you've got a 3 meter length with this one. Do we know the width on this one at all, Ben? So you can see, I mean, straight across there, the table, it's going right to the way down, and I can keep sliding, and I keep sliding, I keep sliding, and there's the end, and then slide back again, slide back again, slide back again, keep going, bear with me, bear with me, bear with me, bear with me, and there's the other end. So you can see this is a big piece of fabric. Width-wise, I'm looking at, and I'm thinking it's probably about 45 wide, something like that, metre or so wide. It's 44 inches. Oh, I was close. I was close. So it's a good width, good size, that one. Nice if you're wanting to do dressmaking as well. I think this one would hang really, really well. Perfect, obviously, if you are looking at using it as a backing for a quilt. But do you know what? I think it's too pretty to go on the back of your quilt. Too pretty. Now, if everybody checks out, we're going to be down to single figures of these. That's how quickly this is flying out. So if it's in your basket, you really do need to complete that purchase, because you know how it is here. We don't drop things out of your basket, but other people can come in and pinch them from you. I know it's rude, but needs must. If you've got a deal like this, you don't want to miss out on it, do you? So if you fancy getting hold of that one, then please do. We're down to single figures now. You're checking your baskets out. Well done. You are getting that deal, and I am a little bit envious of you because you have got a fabulous fabric there. So if you've got your early bird and you're checking it out, you know it's a good day to start with. But what else can we tempt with you here at Sewing Street? We've got a fabulous day ahead of us, so have a little look. We've got Fassett fabrics coming up. You've also got, well, we've got several hours with Carolyn, bless her. We're making her earn her pennies today. So she's going to be joining us at 9, 11 and 12 o'clock, and we're talking all sorts of areas of crafting, quilting, as well as books and tools. And then, of course, slotted in the middle there, we've got the lovely Emily Roberts, recently married. We'll have news about that wedding as well, so make sure you join us for that. And it's my first time of working with these two lovely ladies, and I am very much looking forward to it, so I hope you can stick with us during the course of the day. And if you fancy messaging into the studio, why not? We're amongst friends. Let's have a little chat and see what you're up to as well. And you'll have that opportunity to either email us, or of course you can use the message system on the website as well. Couldn't be simpler, studio@sewingstreet.com. So, what have we got on the website? Well, we've got all sorts of sneaky peeks in there. So we've got loads of fabulous deals, but obviously concentrating on this hour, we have got some amazing quilt kits for you. Now these are beautiful, talking of explosions of colour, bright happy colours, things that are going to be beautiful for you to bring together. We've also got some amazing prices that we're going to be bringing to you during the course of the morning. So if you like the look of any of those gorgeous quilt kits, then make sure you do stay tuned. And don't forget, here at, I nearly said the other place then, here at Sewing Street, because I'm into a bit of cardboard as well. I think that's what John calls it, doesn't he? So yeah, if you know how it works here, you pay the lowest price along with everybody else. So even if you get these into your basket and you check your baskets out, you will obviously have your order kind of batched up at the end of the day. Midnight, I think, which means you only pay 1 P&P as well. Oh, I like the look of those tools. Some of these are brand new as well that Emily's bringing to us. So yeah, looking forward to seeing those in action. And of course, Carolyn, you know you love her kits. You know you love her books as well, and the templates and patterns. So yeah, all sorts of lovely things to see later on. I know you're into your hand-stitched quilts as well. That was a very popular book at launch. So what can I tempt you with? Well, these are beautiful. Now, of course, we were talking about 3 meters of fabric with your early bird deal. Well, we're looking at extra wide fabrics. Now, these are all on different item numbers. They are. So which one should we start with first? Oh, now I get to choose. Oh, I love it. Well, I'm going to choose this one. Now, I'm not familiar with all of the different prints that we see from Kaffe and his collective, shall we call it. But this is beautiful. Now, this one is called Shaggy Magenta. I love it. What an extravagant name. Now, have a look at these. You've got these beautiful bold flowers, which of course you could fussy cut if you wanted to, but I just think they look gorgeous as they are. Can I just bring in something that we saw earlier? You know, our early bird. Have we got any of these left? It's just this minute gone. So I'm still going to bring it in, because if you have got it, then do consider these extra wide fabrics, because you can see that they work beautifully alongside it. Picking out that teal backdrop, this is almost like a must-have to have the two together. And look at the price. You're only paying, where am I, half a metre, and you're going to get $14.99. That is brilliant value. It's extra wide, so let's open it up so you can see exactly what that means as well. So you're looking at 274 centimetres wide. So that is a really good width. Hold on, bear with. There you go. So again, my arms, not long enough to do that full length, but if I hold it up and I move it along and I move it along and I move it along again, you can see just how much you are getting. Let's fold it in half, because that's probably an easy way to show you. And this is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now, a lot of people will use it in quilting. Looks amazing in quilting, but I'm making not a very good job of this. There we go. That's what you're getting, double. Gosh, beautiful. But might be using snippets of it. Maybe you're going to be cutting it into strips. Maybe you're going to be using it alongside your early bird, or another colour that you've chosen from here, because don't forget we've got loads of solids on the website you could choose from. And then you can be breaking it up, extending the usability of that piece that you've purchased. But my jacket, made up of strips. Now this isn't one that I've made, although I have done some similar, and you can see there you could actually put strips in alongside maybe denims, navies, I mean alongside black. You can see how those colours really do pop when you work with them. So it really is a fabric that you might think, oh, it's half a metre. what am I going to be able to do with 1/2 metre? But it's what you do with it when you add in those other fabrics that I know you will potentially have in your stash. So I will leave that one with you for the time being, and we will move on to another. Early bird's gone, but I might sneak it back in a little while. What about dots? Now I love dots, and these are lovely because with these they're almost like little pebbles. And this is lovely. Now we don't have much of this left because you had a little sneaky peek on the website and you've been pre-ordering, and I don't blame you because this has got a lovely modern feel to it. Again, where's the end? Again, oh, it's tucked in. It's tucked in somewhere. There we go. I got it. So again, you've got that full width. So was it 274 we were saying? So it's 2 3/4 metres wide, isn't it? That's a lot of fabric. Beautiful, as you can see, because you kind of got that almost like an ombre colour change going through these as well. And you've got these fabulous kind of strips here with these pebbles. Reminds me a little bit like crazy paving or something like that. You've got a lovely royal blue backdrop, so that's another one that you might want to choose as your kind of your blender to kind of break it up. But you've got oranges, you've got some gorgeous kind of terracotta tones in here, cerise pinks in here, lovely purples as well. Really nice selection, that one. I like that one a lot. And I think it's one of those ones that if you're chopping into it and using it for your piecing, a little really is going to go a long way with the strength of that pattern. You could utilise it for borders. If you wanted to go across, you could be using it that way if you wanted to. Or if you're going selvage to selvage, you are getting all of the different colours introduced. It's not a huge repeat, so that means if you are looking at doing binding with it, then you're not going to lose that pattern in there as well. So it's another way that maybe you're using a solid and you just want to add that little bit of something extra. Maybe you're making something like a bag and it's plain on the outside and you want that excitement when you actually open the bag up, then this would make a fabulous lining as well. So really nice one. And again, I'm going to leave that one with you, but we do not have very many of those left now. It is extremely limited in stock. So we've got one last extra wide to share with you, and this one is beautiful. It's almost got a vintage feel to it, but it's a vintage one that's kind of got that modern twist. So this one is, what was it called, sorry? Brocade peony. I love peonies. Look at these, they're huge, the flowers that you've got on here. So, I mean, fussy cutting, absolutely perfect. You've got lots of open space between the different flower blooms. You're getting a lot of those flower blooms as well. Again, 274 centimetres wide, so heading for 2 3/4. They're absolutely beautiful. Now with these, you've kind of got that almost like it reminds me of like a Victorian garden book, you know, when you kind of go to those encyclopedias for, does anybody use books nowadays? Because everything's online, isn't it? But you know, those gorgeous books that you can literally sit and look at and admire the artwork. Well, these are beautiful. You could be utilising that maybe on a plain fabric. So it could be that you're making a skirt or a jacket and you're utilising that to actually create almost a pliques on projects. But beautiful, and a whole myriad of different colours that you can draw on from these. You've got that softer kind of duck egg blue in the background. You've got your kind of white off-white there breaking that up. You've also got these beautiful pinks, everything from the lightest pink right the way through to the deepest berry pinks in there, and then these gorgeous reds. Aren't they beautiful? You've also got that little injection of yellow as well, so that's a nice one potentially to use as your plain, because it will make the centre of those flowers really pop out. But literally you could pick up any of these accent colours that you've got here and get a different look when you're mixing those up as well. So absolutely beautiful. I don't know which one I'd go for. I don't know, which one would you go for? Oh, I've got a message. Hello, incoming message. Oh, what a lovely surprise to see you on Sewing Street. It's a lovely surprise to see you here as well, Barbs. And the Isle of Sheppey. Well, good morning and thank you. Yes, I have joined the team over here, and from time to time I'm popping in. I think it's John Scott still sunning himself. So you've got me, I know, rude. I think he might be back tomorrow as well. So if you are missing him, then do pop back and see us. Oh, social media as well. Thank you. I'm not used to this. This is all kind of massive learning curve as well. I haven't got my eyeballs. So Michael, could you pass me my eyeballs? Thank you very much. eyeballs. I'm okay, I can see now. Maria, good morning. I love your jacket. Thank you very much. I'll message you and let you know. I've had it years, so it's one that I must admit I did buy, but as I always say, I could have made it. But to be honest, it was in the sale, so it made sense. Carol as well. Quick question. Are you going to be bringing Handmade by Hayley to Sewing Street? Well, Carol, I will indeed. I've actually got a show due in the schedule the 28th of September. So I will be, apparently they were saying, we've put it in the contract that they've got to work with me here. You will be more than welcome. So that's the 28th of September. I've got 2 shows with you. I've no idea what time they are. But yeah, Handmade by Hayley will be back with some new things as well. So looking forward to that. So thank you for asking, Carol, as well. So yeah, all good fun. I've got obviously the tablet here. So if you do want to keep in touch via social media, Facebook Live, you can watch us and you can also send your messages through. So there you go. If you fancy messaging us, then please do so. And I will keep one eye on the tablet and one eye on the fabrics because we've got some beautiful fabrics to share with you. So before we get into kits, can I just have a selfish moment? Look at this. Oh my goodness, this is a proper indulgence. Now I'm going to lay out some of these so you can see the beauty of these. They are gorgeous. You are getting a lot of fabric in here. You're getting fabrics that are kind of in the same kind of grouping. So I'm going to try and put those together because obviously they're always useful to see because these were ones that you might use together in a project. Obviously you've got a good variety of different colours and it's one of those patterns that looks incredibly different when you change the different colours out. So brilliant collections that we've got here, all sorts of gorgeous colours. I think those are all of the ones that we've got from that particular one. So you're going to get all of these, and when I'm looking at these, the connective between them is the pattern itself. Sometimes we make those connectives because of the colour or it's entirely up to your personal choice, but sometimes an easy way of getting fabrics to work together is when they are the same print but in different colours. And that's what we've got here. So if you like something that's bright and vibrant, it might be that you're choosing those. Might be that you're mixing out those because you want something a little kind of more muted down. Or you can go right to the other extreme where you could use these almost as the backdrop as your project. So you've got a lovely selection all from that same print. And I love that one. And can you imagine that with your cool greys or a pop of charcoal or black? Absolutely beautiful. So you've got those coming from that same kind of pattern, which is lovely. You're getting all of these, incidentally. Going across to something that we love from Kaffe as well. This one, is this on the millefeuille? I can never say that word, but I recognise it when I see it. And this is one that I have used on a jacket at home in a similar vein to the top that I've got on at the moment. I think those are the only 2 that we've got from in there, but again, beautiful. When you open these up, obviously you see those fabulous fabrics. It always reminds me of rock, this one, you know, like Blackpool rock, and other seaside towns are available. You know, when it's sliced and you see all those fabulous patterns that come up within it. So I love it. However, it doesn't say Blackpool. That is very true. That is very true. Well spotted. Now, that is a beautiful fabric. I've used that one myself regularly. And also as well, oh, there we go. Oh, no, that's a different one. This is another one that I have used. So this particular colour with this bright pink in there, I've used that one. What's that one called? I don't know all the different names. I just kind of know I like it and I want it. So these are all from the same. So don't worry, Ben, it's okay, don't worry. So you've got these almost like little kind of repeats. So you know when I was talking about sashing and binding, needing a small repeat, then these are going to be perfect. Love this one because it's almost like looking under the microscope, isn't it, at something. Be interesting to know what that is under a microscope. But you've kind of got a variation of polka dots. So if you like your polka dots, then that might be a nice one. But colour palette wise, you can mix these up and you can see that if you like your pinks, even though those are 2 different prints, the same palette of colours have been used. So that's another connective with these. You've got some absolutely amazing fabrics. Look at this here with the beautiful feathers, absolutely gorgeous. So that's a very tropical feel, that particular one, isn't it? So I like that one a lot. So yeah, we're only not even halfway through, I don't think. So let's have a little look at message. I've just found you on TV. If you order 2 half-metre pieces, does it come as 2 pieces or a continuous 1 metre length? Well, it does vary, but the majority, they come as 1 length, do they? So if we sell meters by the fabric by the half metre, they will come cut off the bolt. So if somebody orders 2, they'll get a full metre. There you go. And that's with things like the extra wide fabrics. With these, because it's a bundle, they're cut by half metres because they're almost packaged up ready to go. So if you're buying one particular fabric and there's one item number, then usually the case is it will be a continual run. But because these are lots of fabrics, things like fat quarters that you would imagine, they're already pre-cut. So that's what we've got with these as well. So I could be here all morning going through these because we have got some absolutely beautiful fabrics. Fabrics for all occasions, again, showing how you could actually use a plique with these as well. Beautiful. So you've almost got fabrics for all seasons, a year's worth of Kaffe maybe, all in one bundle. Now, I'm not suggesting that you would use these all together in one project. You could do if you wanted to. There's nothing stopping you. It's your fabric. You can do exactly what you like with it. But personally, I would be picking out key fabrics, maybe teaming them up together, maybe bringing in other colours alongside them and just getting some really nice combinations. So that is the beauty. With a selection like this, you are going to find things that work together very, very easily. Brilliant value bundle. Obviously it is a considered purchase, but you're getting a lot of fabric. You're actually getting 12.5 metres of fabric within here. You're saving £25. We're talking Kaffe as well. So if you are into his books, and I'm sure you will see some of these fabrics appearing within there, and you've got split pay as well, so we're not expecting you to pay that all in one go. So you've got 3 split pays of £61.25, which means that will be your investment today, along with your post and packing, unless you've already gone for something today. It might be that you bagged that early bird. Talking of which, look at that, how good does that one go alongside that early bird? So yeah, if you've already got your early bird, then you've got your post and packing covered, and of course this will be coming to you for the price on your screen, and if you want to split those payments, then you can do. So there you go, nice bundle. It's almost like a very self-indulgent bundle, that one, isn't it? But that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, is it, from time to time? Now, something Kaffe brings to us is a fabulous range of books, and we've got some lovely ones to share with you, including his brand new book, but we'll come to that one in just a few moments. So we will look at the timeless themes to start with. Hardback book as well, so nice solid book. 23 quilts, classic patterns featuring in here, and some amazing photography to take you through it. So obviously Kaffe's books, he takes his quilts to the most unusual places to take them for the photography, and just perfect. I mean, look at the colours there, absolutely beautiful. Now some of the quilts that we've got featuring in here, we have actually got in the studio as well. So you'll learn a little bit about Kaffe here and what his inspiration was, his love for colour, where that's come from, where he takes inspiration from in everyday things that he sees round and about, and then you will see some amazing quilts that he's put together. So it kind of gets you to know how he works, his style, maybe influencing you to give things a go, because if you see things around your home or when you're out and about, like a zebra's bottom, then it could be that is inspiration for you to create fabulous projects and quilts as well. So absolutely beautiful. When you work your way through the book, you will also have some patterns in here as well, and we have got obviously fabrics that you could utilise, but you could substitute the fabrics with fabrics of your own. Some of these projects, like the flowery vases, oh no, it's not flowery vases, is it? This is one of it's the jars I'm thinking of, the little jars, that's in the next book. But some of these are available as kits. So if you fancy making the dippled pink a quilt, then you can potentially find the quilt kit for it. Do check out on our website, because we may well have some of those available for you, but I know we have got some, which I'll be showing you in a few moments. Absolutely beautiful. It's a book you could just literally sit and look through, really, isn't it? I love it. Now, the price on this one, at $19.99, that is discounted price. So it's actually, you'd normally be paying $24.99 for this. So a brilliant book. And we've got one, have we got one of the quilts in the studio? Is it the one behind me? I can't remember which one it was. Oh, the front cover one with all the big circles on. Oh, Ben thinks it's called what? Lorna Doone. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. We might see if we can find that in a little while later. Michael's in the corner with all the quilts. But it'll be around somewhere. So there you go. Those are your timeless themes, all featuring in that fabulous book, brilliant book. And as you can see, it's quality. It's got that hard cover on it, and it's got just loads of inspiration. So again, a nice treat to yourself. So if you've got some Kaffe fabrics and you're not quite sure what to do with them, then this is not a bad place to start with, to be fair, because you've got some of his quilts, different styles as well. So there's loads that you're going to be able to do. And obviously the cover quilt and the ones that we've got on the back, you'll find those kind of detailed with inside as well. So 23 new quilts, all inspired by classic patterns. I like that one. Nice book. But we're just going to move that one over because Kaffe has recently launched, I think it was launched at Festival of Quilts, which is like early this month, wasn't it? And he has launched a brand new book called Quilts by the Sea. Now, I've got two versions of this because you can have your signed version if you want, or you can have unsigned. So there you go. It's entirely up to you. Now, we've got different item numbers for each of these. So let's bring in the signed one to start with. Obviously, the content between the covers is exactly the same, whichever you choose to go for. But with this one, you have got Kaffe's signature on the inside of the cover. This one is £29.99 if you're wanting to go for the signed version, but the unsigned version is available as well. So if you're wanting to get hold of the unsigned, we're just going to swap the details around. So that is this one, which is £24.99, and all it is that you haven't got the signature on this one. So if you're wanting to go for one with the signature, you can do, but if you don't, then it will be this particular one. Now, what you're going to find in here, well, you can see Kaffe's celebrating 25 years of patchwork and quilting, or the series that he's been bringing to us as well. You've got some fabulous photography, again, taking those quilts to fabulous places. Incidentally, this one here, little jars, we have actually got the kit available for that one. So some of these projects, and we'll go through these later on, are available, so do check out on the website. So if you've already got the book and you've had a chance to have a thumb through it, because I know it was popular when it was launched, then do have a look at those quilts that are appearing in there, because some of these we may well have the kits available. Vintage stars, I think we've got vintage stars as well, so we might have a little look at those. Yeah, we have. I've got it over there. I can see it over there. So we've got all sorts beautiful quilts featuring in here, and of course lots of the quilts will feature towards the back, including things like your templates. So when it comes to your templates, obviously trace these off. Don't cut them out of the book. Trace them off and use them. And obviously that's for your own use. Then you've got all sorts of different styles of quilts in here. You've actually got your shopping list as well. So again, when it comes to choosing the fabrics that actually go into the quilts that you're referring to, it's very easy for you to find those different fabrics. So you'll see many of these names will appear over and over in lots of different colourways. So things like the lotus leaf, the spot that we've got here as well, paperweight. These are ones that we regularly see here. In fact, some of them we've seen this morning. So it could be that you'll have those in your stash, and you can almost do that kind of I Spy thing and, oh yes, I've got that one, I could make that quilt to utilise that. Again, if you got that early bird, what a brilliant one. All those gorgeous teals. I know I keep going. I'm not bitter that I didn't get it. Not bitter. I won't keep harping on about it. I so will. So you can see, and it's lovely as well because it shows you how to construct your quilt as well. So starting off with that centre block, bringing in all of those fabulous borders that you will have created, creating the absolutely amazing look. I mean, look at that. That is beautiful. Dusky ribbons. Have we got that one? We have. We've got that one as a kit as well. Oh, now. Oh, I'm personal shopping again. That's my wages going straight back into the till. So if you fancy getting hold of this book, then obviously we have got the unsigned version, the details of which are on the screen, or you can go for the signed version as well. Instead of. It's entirely up to you. Absolutely brilliant. So love it. It's just a riot of colour, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Even showing you, just doing kind of like your pinwheels and your half square triangles, when you're using those fabrics with a strong fabric alongside maybe a more toned down fabric, you get some lovely results. I mean, things like this, you would look at those two fabrics and think there's no way that actually you've got 5 fabrics there, I think. You would look at that and you think to yourself, there's no way that they would go together. But when you see them, it works. Absolutely beautiful. And there's a vintage theme to that one as well. Lorna Doone, that's the one that I was looking at earlier on. So there we go. Some fabulous things for you to consider. So if you fancy getting hold of any of those books, then you can do. And the kits we're going to be sharing with you, some of these are in the book, and you will get the instructions within the book. So what have we got first? Thank you, Michael. So now this is the one that was featuring on the front of the Timeless Themes, was it? Ah, okay. So this one is called Blue what, sorry? Blue Susanne. Gosh, it sounds like a hymn that we used to sing at Sunday school. So I love this one. Beautiful. If you like your blues, then this is a perfect one. Again, beautiful. I'm just going to disappear for a moment. I'll be back. Look at this. How amazing is this? Now, as you can see, the details are up on your screen, so if you're wanting to get hold of this as a kit, you can do. It's beautiful. You've got all those gorgeous solid colours in there, broken down, as you can see, with your dots or your circles in there. Really, I love the way that those circles are framed as well. You'll learn how to do all of that. And I will explain to you how, because this is going to be in that book. So if you are going for the kit, then bear in mind, I think with this one you don't get the instructions. The instructions are in the book. So you've got your beautiful quilt, you've got all your fabrics in there, and on this occasion you have got 11 fabrics totaling 11.5 metres. Which is brilliant. And the way that the kits work as well is it's a case of that you kind of get enough fabric that you need. You're not having to buy a full ½ metre if you're only needing 1/8 of a metre, if that makes sense. But we just need to address that price. It's not what you're paying. So the price is dropping down. So this is going to have all the fabrics for you to create your quilt top. It's absolutely beautiful. It's one of those timeless classics that's never going to go out of fashion. You can see at 189.99p if you're going for this one. And this is beautiful. It's featuring on the front of the book. So if you want your instructions, do make sure you're going for that book as well, because it will detail everything in there. But the book alongside the quilt kit, add in your own wadding, which you know we can help you with here at Sewing Street. Add in your backing fabric. Can I just say, I know I'm not harping on about it, but if you got that early bird earlier on, that would be brilliant to actually utilise with this as well. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of this quilt kit, then it is details on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of this one. Now, I'm not going to open them all up because we will be here for quite some time. So I'm just going to roll that back a little bit so as we don't get confused by... Come back. So let's have a look at the box, because this is what it's all about, isn't it? The box arrives and it's like, after you finish stroking it, for a while, you might read a little bit of the information. So it's giving you the details, 100% cotton naturally. You've got 11 fabrics in here, totaling 11.5 metres of fabric. The reference is there to the book as well. So if you don't go for the book straight away, which you might want to separate them up, that's okay, then you know where you can find the information from. Now, this is a quilt. The finished quilt size on this one is 183 centimetres. So it's a really good size quilt, as you saw. But this is that box experience. So all comes in the fabulous box, and it's almost like, I love this because you've got the contrast of almost like the plain of the box, but when you actually open it up and you see those fabrics, it's like, whoa, if you can get into the box. So there you go. So you ready for this? Wow, the first thing that you're going to get is your reference guide, and this will tell you exactly what you're getting within these fabrics. So you can see they're all detailed, so if you do want to go and get more of these, you know exactly what the fabric is called, you know the colour, you know the code. So again, if you want to replicate this as time goes on, that is almost like your shopping list, so you're going to have that in there. You can also use that as your tick list. When it comes to you, it will be beautifully packaged in tissue paper and some ribbon, but it looks like somebody's got to it before me and they have unpacked this one, but I will let them have that. But have a look at this. So you are going to get all of your gorgeous fabrics in here. Now this is a perfect way for you to get everything that you need in one go. So you know how tricky it is. You've got a lovely pattern, or you've seen a project and you think, right, I'm going to do that, but where do I start choosing the fabrics? Well, kits are the perfect way to do so, and you will get the right quantity for the particular area of the quilt that you need. So it's not like you're going to have over, I mean, look at that. How close is that if you got that early bird. I know we keep going back to it, I'm sorry. I need to let things go. I need to be like that lady in that film and just let it go. These are beautiful. So all of these fabrics coming to you, I mean, look at that. How beautiful is that collection of fabrics? Now, of course, you don't have to use them in the quilt that we've been chatting about. I'll bring the quilt back in just so as you can see that. You can use them in whatever way you like. I'm about to disappear again, but have a look at that. That is the quilt. That is the quilt if you choose to make it as a quilt. And all of those gorgeous fabrics that I've just shown you. It's a lovely one. I think this is a brilliant one for somebody who likes contemporary designs, maybe a younger member of the family or something along those lines, because you've kind of got those circles. I love circles in projects. I don't know what it is about them. It's perfect. Absolutely. You're going to learn loads of different techniques with these as well, because you've got the piecing, where you're going to be piecing all your fabrics together. You're going to be learning about the stripes. I think are brilliant, because the fabric is actually stripes anyway. So rather than actually cutting strips and putting them together, that's done for you. Again, it's the use of that stripy fabric to go around pieces. So maybe you're going to be learning how to sew on curves. That's going to be a thing that you're going to be learning as well. But absolutely beautiful throughout. I love that one. Absolutely gorgeous. But of course, it's about the fabrics. I'm just going to let that one go. It's gone. And those are the beautiful fabrics. So again, it's all part of a kit. So within the kit, you are going to get everything that you possibly need. We've got lots of you shopping for these. Can I urge you to check your baskets out though? Because as you can imagine, we don't have bountiful supplies of these. So if you're wanting to get hold of it, then you need to make sure you are checking that basket out, and you will be able to create the most amazing quilt. Absolutely beautiful. I love that one. Blue Susanne. It's got a lovely name to it as well, hasn't it? So absolutely beautiful. Fabulous gift for somebody as well, maybe. But just a really nice project. So yeah, I don't mind that having that as a gift from somebody. In fact, I'm going to leave that because lovely Michael will be able to sort that out for me. Now, been asking about the quilt behind us. So this one is called Flowers in Sunshine Red. Let me move out the way so you can have a proper good look at this one. You don't want to look at me, you want to look at the quilt. This is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got some fabulous colours featuring you within this one. In fact, let me come the other side because I'm hidden behind the details there. That's better. That's a bit better, isn't it? Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. Lots of the flower the patterns that we saw actually in the bundle are featuring here. I think we've got this one as a kit, haven't we? This is a Flowers in Sunshine Red, and we have got a kit which I'll share with you just a few moments. So absolutely beautiful. Love that. Now, of course, the price on your screen is not the price that you're going to be paying on this one. I'm just going to bring the kit in as well so you can have a little look at this. So if you like the look of this quilt, and you're going to be learning all sorts of different techniques with this one if you are following the pattern for this. Half square triangles I can see featuring in here. Some clever techniques. Sometimes when you look at a quilt like this, you might think, oh gosh, I'm only just getting started. There's no way I can complete something like this. But when you actually break it down, you've got 9 feature blocks. You've got 12. You've got 3 across and 4 down. And these are repetitive. So once you've learnt how to create one of these, the others are going to be exactly the same, just different colourways. Now, the price on this one, wow, you are in for a treat. So you've got 27 fabrics in here. You've got 7.5 metres, and it comes with your instructions. So you don't need to get the book for this one. It comes with your free instructions in there as well. But look at that price. It's dropping. Wow, $169.99. That is brilliant. Now, this is a kit, so you've got everything in there to create your quilt top. The quilt backing and also the wadding or the batting, whichever you choose to call it, that is very much a personal choice. So often kits don't have that in there. Now this is beautiful. We've got a whole host of different wadding, so you can shop for that at the same time if you're wanting to. Now with this particular quilt, you have loved this one so much so that we are down to single figures on this one. But we're not going to open it because we might have to send this to somebody because we haven't got very many of them. So it's 157 centimetres by 201. So it's roughly 1.5 metres by 2 metres. So as you could see there on the screen, it's absolutely beautiful. Very kind of repetitive. So learn one block and you just repeat it another 11 times with different fabrics. But that is a nice block to learn with other fabrics that you'll have within your stash as well. Beautiful, beautiful quilt. And I'm sure when you look at that quilt, you will realise just how incredible it is going to look. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. Good novice quilt, that one as well. So if you're not overly confident, then you're going to learn lots of different techniques. Half square triangles, quarter square triangles coming in here as well, showing you how you can put those together in different ways. You've got the hexagon in the centre here, which isn't necessarily a hexagon when you know how to add those corner pieces in to kind of chop it off. So a very, very achievable. But we've got a bit of a situation. And that is that we've got more in baskets than we have stock available. So that means that some people aren't going to get hold of it, and hopefully that's not going to be you. If you're checking your basket out speedily, then yeah, you'll get that order confirmed. You'll know it will be on its way to you. You can split the pay on this one if you're wanting to as well, or go for it all in one go, which just means for £56.56, you will get this sent on its way to you. If you've not shopped with us this morning already, then obviously your post and packing will be added on to that, but that will mean that you're good for the whole day for anything else that you choose to go for. So that is a lovely one. I will give you updates on that as the time goes. Time is flying this morning, and I've had a lovely time as well. I've gone into another day. It's all right. I thought, oh, well, I'll refresh the screen to see if we've got any messages that have come through. And I've suddenly got a picture. Oh, no, we're all right. It's fine. I've got it now. I'm back. I suddenly got Rebecca, and I thought, I'm not Rebecca. Now, where are we going next? Flower boxes. Flower boxes. Now, if you like those strong colours that we've just been looking at, that this is a brilliant one as well. So we only have 2 of these left for you as well. And we've got more than 2 people shopping for them. So very, very quickly, you probably got it in your basket waiting to see what's going to happen with the price. Well, we're going to put you out of your misery. On this one, you're looking at 13 fabrics, 12.5 metres of fabric in total. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, the project that we're looking at here, the flower boxes, is in the Quilts by the Sea book. So if you're looking for the instructions, that's where you will find them. And of course, you've got your 2 versions of the book, the signed and the unsigned. But make sure you're getting hold of the book if you wanted to make the quilt that we're looking at here. If you're looking at you choosing it in a different way, then obviously you don't need the pattern. Now, you have got a price of, look at that, £199.99. It is a big quilt, this particular one. And you've got your split pay. 5 of them. So that means on this one, you're going to be making a quilt, a square quilt, 236 centimetres square, so over 2 metres square. It's a big quilt, beautiful king size quilt, this one. And it looks amazing. And you've got the geometrics of that one. I love that, almost like checkerboard design. I love it, absolutely beautiful. Those split pays, 0 interest. So it's a nice way for you to actually spread the cost. So for just £39.99 being your initial payment, along with your post and packing, this will be sent on its way to you. If you want to create the quilt as it is, make sure you are going for the book as well. But if you don't want to and you just want to use those fabrics, maybe with a pattern that you've already got, then you can do. But that is one of the most affordable ways for you to get involved with a Kaffe Fassett quilt. It is beautiful. It's almost got a feeling of a tartan, with the separation that you've got there, with the kind of the reds and the purples and the greens. Absolutely beautiful. We're down to single figures. This is going to look incredible. You don't win a prize for doing it speedily, so take your time, enjoy it. Nice winter project, this one as well, and those longer evenings are going to be drawing in sooner than we think. So get yourself ready, get everything that you need, organise your wadding or your batting, organise your backing fabrics, and you have got everything there. So the winter month will be taken care of. Like that. Good luck. That one is going to go today. It's just a case of who's going to get it and who's going to miss out. So yeah. So what should we look at next? Surprise aqua, surprise blue, surprise yellow, surprise aqua. I've got surprise blue. That's looking like surprise blue, which I've got here. Yeah, I've got it. I have got it. Now this is brilliant. This one again has been a popular one. We don't have huge quantities of this one as well. This is a good size, over 2 meters square. It does come with instructions as well, so it's all in there. You just need to add in your wadding and your backing. Beautiful look. If you like those blue fabrics, then this is a perfect one for you. 229.99, so yeah, just shy of £230. Split pay on this one, 3 split pays on this one if you're wanting to. Not sure if we've got this one in this studio to share with you, but you've got 25 fabrics in here. Wow. You've got, wait for this, 6.5 meters, sorry, 16.5 meters. Makes a difference, doesn't it, that extra, the 10. 16.5 meters, my goodness. We don't have huge quantities. It comes with the instructions, so you don't have to invest in the book in addition to it. But what a beautiful quilt. I mean, that's a timeless look, isn't it? Now, this is one of the ones, again, we've been talking a lot about the different fabrics. I don't think I've mentioned from the Free Spirit range. Absolutely beautiful range. It's a range that I regularly dip into because there's so many beautiful fabrics in there. And this is beautiful. It's using some of those large peonies that we saw earlier on. So, yeah. Lovely fabrics, gorgeous colour palette, and it's one that I think you are going to love. But yeah, we've got to say goodbye to that one because we haven't got a lot of time left. So Vintage Stars, that one's over here. So Vintage Stars, now this is a beautiful one as well. So this one, you have got 23 different fabrics in here, over 9 meters of fabric. Features in the Quilts by the Sea book. So if you are wanting to make it up, then do make sure you're investing in the book as well, because all of the instructions are in there as well. But should we delve into the box? I mean, it looks beautiful already. This quilt has got those fabulous kind of, you've got almost like an Ohio star in there. So there, Ohio. So the beautiful one, let me just pop that just to the side there. So absolutely beautiful. You've got those gorgeous circles going around the edge of this one as well. So again, opening the box up, has anybody been, oh, nobody's been into this one previously. Ooh, so let's do this carefully then. So this is beautiful. Now, the price on your screen, dare I say, I can't believe that I'm saying this, you're not paying that price. You've got 5 split pays on this one as well. And this is going to make it, again, incredibly affordable. Oh my word, £159.99. Wow. That is phenomenal. Now have a look at your split pay. I thought we were going low with the previous split pay, to be fair. So yeah, oh, we have found the quilt, so wonderful. We'll have a little look at that in a few moments. So you've got obviously your satin ribbon that I spoke of here. Just very quickly, just kind of unravel that. You have got all the fabric, and this is what the thing is I love about a quilt. You're not going to need huge quantities of this particular fabric. So you've got exactly what you need. You haven't had to go and buy half a metre. Same with this one here. Obviously some of the fabrics you're going to need larger pieces, and they are featuring in here as well, but you have got them all. Now it could take me quite a while to get through all of those fabrics, so to save you the time and trouble, I'm going to pop them back in there and I'm going to show you the quilt. This is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And this could be the quilt kit that you look at and you think, you know what, I've been looking at these lovely quilts that I see on Sewing Street, and I've been umming and ahhing, and it's finding the right one, finding the affordability as well, let's face it, at the moment. But this is beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's going to be close to being a favourite, I think, this hour. Isn't it beautiful? And I love this because, again, this is where it shows how Kaffe's fabrics work so well. Because individually, put them side by side when you're looking at your half metres or fat quarters or whatever piece it is that you've got. You might look at it and you might think to yourself, they don't go. How am I going to work those? Spots and stripes are alongside each other. Some people, they will say that's a big no-no, but not when you are talking about Kaffe's quilts. It's beautiful. It's like pineapple on a pizza. That's a good call, Ben. It doesn't feel as if it should be right, but it is so right. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. So this one is one of the most affordable quilt kits that we've got for you. So if it's the first quilt that you've gone for, first quilt kit, again, I'm going to break it down for you to break it down to make it nice and easy. So you've got repetitive blocks. So let's have a little look at this block that we've got in front of us here. So they're all repeats of the same block. So you've got fundamentally, let's have a little look. You've got, where am I? It's 4 across, 5 blocks down. So you're looking at 20 blocks, 20 repeats of the same block. So once you've honed the first one, which you can go in and do with your fabrics or do a test piece if you're wanting to. But fundamentally what you're looking at is a centerpiece here. So this is for anybody out there that's a complete novice to quilting, because this might be the quilt that you think, do you know what, I'm going to give it a go because there's everything in there that I need. So you're going to have your center block. So you can see where we've got the stripes on the corners there. Those are very, very easily put in place to make this diamond shape in the center. So that is the center of your block. Then you've got these pieces that have been added on the sides. So then you're going to learn techniques working with things like your quarter square triangles and your half square triangles, putting them together in clever combinations that give you this very complex look, but not necessarily in a complex way. So that will be a little rectangle patch that you're creating to go on the side of that piece that you've created there. You'll mirror that on the opposite side. You'll do it on the top and the bottom. There you go. You've actually got one piece there that you're creating and a second piece there. And you're just repeating those. So that's two different styles. Then you've got squares going in the corner. How complicated is that? It's not complicated at all. So this is a very achievable quilt. Not as somebody who has been quilting for many years, you could obviously create this, and it might be a nice one to kind of as a breakaway quilt if you've got something where you're doing a lot of foundation piecing, where you're really having to concentrate. Sometimes it's nice to have a breakaway project where you haven't maybe got to concentrate as much. And this is a perfect one for that. But equally so, if it's the first time that you've actually made a quilt, maybe you've done cushions in the past, maybe you've done, I don't know, bags in the past. This is a brilliant one for you to go for. And with that first initial payment of your split pay on this one of just £31.99, for you to get, I've forgotten how much fabric was in this one. Let's have a quick look. So you've got over 9 meters of fabric. And it's not complete pieces that you can have bits left over from. You have got the exact right quantity of fabrics for you to create your quilt. 23 fabrics there, it's 100% cotton. The project itself is in the Quilts by the Sea book. So if you are new to quilting, then you will need, well, not new to quilting, anybody that's wanting to create this is going to need to go for the Quilts by the Sea book, because the pattern and the instructions are detailed in here as well. Really easy. You'll just go to the index, you'll find it, and there, get to the page, and then away you go and you create it. So you've got loads of different lovely projects in there as well. So absolutely beautiful. Like that one. 5 minutes. Is that all that we've got left? Oh, I'm going to have to let that one go. Bye. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. So little jars. Little jars. So I'm going to do this much quicker now, so we're going to speed things up. So little jars, this is another one featuring in Quilts by the Sea that we've just been looking at, that book. This one you've got 19 fabrics, 9.5 meters of fabrics in total as well. 169.99. You've got 5 split pays on this one again, making it a very affordable project. You've got that lovely kind of, it's almost like little jars in a box frame or something like that on the wall, isn't it? But they're not little jars. They're not little jars at all. If I bring the quilt in, you will see that they are good sizes. Very quick look at this one. So again, good size quilt. What size is this one? Oh, okay, rectangle. So it's a little over 2 meters by 1 3/4 meters, there or thereabouts, the odd centimetre in it. But again, a really good size quilt, featuring, as we saw within the book a few moments ago. So let's just do, there we go. This is where I could do with being 6 foot tall. Split pay on this one means you're only paying £33.99. You'll have 4 subsequent payments to go out. And again, if you've already shopped with us today, that post and packing is taken care of. So that's a lovely one. That one is called Little Jars. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, then please do so. Where are we going next? Lorna Doone. Now this is a pretty one. This is really pretty, and I love this one because you've kind of got the teal look, and with this one you've got a very vintage feel with it as well, which I think is lovely. You've got 10 fabrics on this one, so not over complex with regards to your different fabrics. You've got 10.5 meters of fabric, so substantial amounts of each one of those fabrics, and a lovely look to it, as you can see. Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. Like this one a lot. So if you like your vintage look, it reminds me of another designer as well, that kind of English country garden look. I'm sure you'll know who I'm talking about when I mention that. So beautiful. Oh, Auntie Kaffe. I'm trying to be, I don't even know. Well, I don't want to reference because obviously it's Kaffe's design. But there you go. That's it. You've got the name. So this is beautiful. It's a modern look, but with that vintage feel to it, which I think is a very clever combination. So again, with this one, you're looking at 3 split pays on this one. You can see those large blooms being used as features within those centre blocks. And again, a nice, easy one if you are a novice quilter. Now, the price on your screen, £189.99 can be split, meaning that your payments, your 3 payments are £63.33p. And that is beautiful. Nice summer feel to that one as well with the lighter tones. So maybe with pale decor, that would look absolutely beautiful. So that is a gorgeous one. I think you are going to love that one. But that one is another one. With that one, you do need to get the Quilts by the Sea book for the instructions on that one. So, dusty ribbons. Oh, this features some of the polka dots, which I love. This is a really pretty quilt. Very much got a geometric feel to it, this one. Now, you've got 19 fabrics in this one. And you've got 13 metres, so you know it's going to be a big quilt to start with. So this one, very clever. It's just over 2 metres. And you've almost got that 3D look. Almost kind of plays tricks on your eyes. What's it the French call it? Trompe d'oeil. Is that a trompe d'oeil? Something like that. I'm not very good. Trompe d'oeil. Trick of the eye, isn't it? Or something like that. Yeah, French with a Brummie accent. It hasn't quite got the right ring to it, has it? But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Now this one is featuring in the Quilts by the Sea. Oh, Michael, we've got the quilt for this one as well. Oh, you're going to love it. So this one, a lovely one as well. So when we look at the quilt, he has, thank you, my darling, that's lovely. So this is brilliant because you can see you've got your centre area and then you've kind of got your almost like your mill pool effect coming out with those ripples. Beautiful. So the kit obviously has got everything that you need in there. You will need the Quilts by the Sea book for the pattern, but this is brilliant. It's almost like your tumbling blocks, this one. Excuse me. But this is lovely. Beautiful. Have a look at this. This is a huge quilt, but I'm just going to try and pull it up part way because you've got that centre block and then those fabulous kind of zigzags. These are put together very, very easily as well. So again, it's another one. You're looking at strips. So you're looking at your diamond, so that's almost like a diamond, that's almost like a diamond coming together, and then you've got your little connectives there, and then you're putting your strips together. Beautiful. You've got that gorgeous panel in the centre there with that large flower. This has been free motioned as well, which is a lovely touch to it. Really good size, that one. And I just love that it looks like it's 3-dimensional. It looks like you could literally walk up those steps, don't they? Those blocks. Beautiful. You like that one. Got 2 more to share in a minute. Let's see. Pastel Fiesta. Fiesta. Or Fiesta. So this one is beautiful. Again, bright, vibrant colours. Again, featuring in the Quilts by the Sea. And again, the price that's first come up is not the price that you're going to be paying on this one. Price coming down to £249.99. Good size quilt. Again, rectangle quilt, just over 2 metres by just shy of 2 metres. And again, you've got all the fabrics in there. 31 fabrics in here, my goodness. And you've got 15 metres of fabric, so you're getting a lot for your money in this one. That is obviously the underside, which can be whatever fabric you choose. Oh my. Kaffe, can you make some little quilts? Look at this. That is beautiful. Those strips coming together. The fabric does the work for you, doesn't it, on this one? Absolutely beautiful. But make sure if you're going for the kit that you add in the book if you're wanting to create that one. So just to show you, because I couldn't hold it up properly, but it's a beautiful quilt there with all those gorgeous strips of fabric coming together. One more to share with you. So this one is Surprise Yellow. Surprise Yellow. There we go. Because we saw the Surprise Blue earlier on, didn't we? And again, 23 fabrics, 16.5 metres of fabric. This one comes with instructions, so you don't have to buy the book to learn how to create this one, and you certainly won't be paying £349.99. The chevrons are there. Oh, that's a good price. £229.99, so just shy of £230. Again, good size quilt, that particular one. So you're looking at a square quilt, 2 metres 16 squares, so really good size, beautiful. And I think we've pretty much covered everything. Boom! Boom. Now, if you've got anything in your basket, now is a jolly good time for you to be checking your baskets out, mainly because we don't have huge quantities of these kits. As you've seen, they are investments of anybody's money, so we don't keep huge quantities of those. Flowers and Sunshine Red, the one that's behind me, that has proved to be one of the favourites during this out, and that one is incredibly limited as well. Flower boxes as well, which was a similar sort of idea. We only have one of these left now, so these are the ones that are most vulnerable. So if these are ones that you're wanting to get hold of, please take opportunity of the break to complete your purchases. And we will see you in a little while. We've got Carolyn Forster coming up after the break. She's spending a lot of the morning with me. I'm looking forward to it. I'll see you in a wee while. Bye for now.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Forster, and I started stitching when I was a child. I started making quilts when I was in my late teens, and I've stitched and crafted for like all that time. I'm very fortunate in that I'm able to make quilts and share them with other people, and the ideas about making them. I like to think that I can make the learning to make a quilt accessible. I think everyone really has a quilt in them, and it's just finding the right way or the right method to construct that quilt. I enjoy sharing how to do that, so I think my biggest joy of thing I like the most is teaching. An extension of that is being able to write the books, and hence people who can't get to my classes can read how to make quilts. So I hope there might be something that I talk about or something that you read in one of my books that might inspire you to make a quilt.
heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to Sewing Street, because that's what it says on the screen. My name is Hayley West and I'm here to spend the next hour with you. But I have company in this hour, which is brilliant. And I've got a new friend. Lovely Carolyn is joining us for this hour. Hello, my lovely.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. Thank you.
First time that we've worked together. And I am very much looking forward to working with you, because I know that you're very respected in the sewing world. You bring us some amazing books and also some amazing projects and templates, including the gorgeous cut that we've got behind you. But
thank you.
I don't know if they've warned you, I'm incredibly nosy. So how did you get into sewing? How did you get into this area of life?
Of life, I'd always stitched when I was a kid, like made dollies' clothes and knitted and crocheted and embroideried, and it was just one of those other crafts that, like, oh look, now there's patchwork, and basically, it was just one of the ones that I started, and then it just stuck with me.
Kind of evolves, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I noticed we've got a lovely little video that we've been putting out, and you kind of made your first quilt in your teens.
Oh my God. Yeah, the video thing, I think I spend a lot of time in that going, and not knowing where to look.
Yeah,
here we go. In my teens, and then actually turned out it was part of my Duke of Edinburgh Award scheme when we had to have an interest.
Yes.
And that sort of, in a way, sort of cemented it at that level, that I went to the Claverton Manor in Bath and saw the quilt and made a quilt, and just took it from there. Bitten
by that sewy bug.
Yeah.
As many of us are. Now, I am very much looking forward to this hour, because we had a little meeting before we got started, saw all the fabulous things, including the ability to create that quilt that you've seen behind Carolyn as well. And we've got a couple of ways that you can actually get involved with regard to that one. So the first way is with the fabulous instructions and a template. And I mean, look at that for a gorgeous image on there. That is absolutely beautiful. Now, I'm going to open this up so you know exactly what you are getting within here, because Carolyn is very clever in the way that she actually puts her patterns together, because she doesn't leave you kind of high and dry with those fabrics that you've got to cut, because obviously you can see you're going to need quite a few different pieces with regards to this. But you include templates that will enable you to cut the fabrics.
Yep, with the rotary cutter as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
They're
Okay.
rotary cutting templates.
Oh, I didn't realise that. Oh, sorry, these. Sorry, I thought you meant a rotary cutter as well.
No.
I was going to say, why would you put that in a kit?
Yeah, we're putting everything in.
So you've got your different templates, and obviously these are templates that you're going to go on and use over and over again. Love these. You can see obviously the pattern. Now I'm not going to open the pattern up, because if you want to know how to do it, you've got to buy the pattern. I'm not going to give you those sneaky peeks, but you can see how beautiful it is. You can see the gorgeous kind of enlarged element there. This is an absolutely beautiful quilt. I love this. It's got very much a vintage feel to it, Carolyn.
It has. It was because the first one of this type, the Kaliedoscope Hexagon, that I'd ever seen, it was a 1930s style quilt.
Okay.
And because I think I was saying to you earlier, I'd wanted to buy one from one of the auction sites, a vintage one, and I didn't get it. I wasn't the one. And I was a bit upset, and I was like, oh, really?
Naturally, it's beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then I thought, yeah, but I could make my own, bit of a light bulb moment there. And so, but I figured there aren't that many pieces. There's two pieces for the patchwork and one piece for the applique, but they're not conventional shapes.
Yes,
and I couldn't envisage then having to cut them all out individually or having to draw them all out with a pencil around a piece of template plastic.
Yes, yeah.
And so basically I got the shapes made in the same material a rotary cutter
Perfect,
is.
yes.
And because I didn't know if I wanted to hand or machine piece them, they've also had holes bored, so you can see the seam allowances if you want to hand piece.
Oh, so you could hand piece this one or do it on your machine?
You can hand piece or machine
Nice
piece
idea.
it. It's really versatile, or you can swap between the two.
I love it. And of course you're going to get those templates, those acrylic templates. They may look a little bit kind of cloudy, or they may look white. That's because you've got your protective layer on there. Just peel that off and then they'll be crystal clear, so you can actually see the positioning of these. Now we've had some questions come through because people are loving the look of this quilt. What sort of skill level would you suggest with regards to this particular one?
It is actually anyone who's a beginner onwards, a confident
Wow.
beginner,
Okay.
because all the seams for the sewing of the patchwork are straight lines.
Perfect.
There isn't anything difficult in that. In fact, so everything you do to make the hexagon itself is a straight line. And then the applique for the circle in the middle, you can do that with, it covers a couple of methods in the
Yes,
book.
yeah.
The method that if we have a chance, I'll show you today, is just with freezer paper.
Okay.
So it's a really sort of hand-holding method for applique, and there are like little hints and tips to help you always get your circles in the middle.
Sometimes we hear the word hexagons and all of a sudden it's closely followed by Y seams, isn't it? And that's like oh no.
Well, there will be
there.
Y seams. There will be Y seams, but it's not for a long time after you've made a lot. And also, to be honest, it is only a straight seam where you sew round the corner.
Oh, fair enough.
But equally,
Nothing to be frightened of.
I've made the actual hexagons on the machine before now, and then because I've wanted some hand sewing, I've then put the rows together for the dreaded Y seam by hand, which is actually easier for a lot of people than on the machine. So you can really chop and change.
Oh, I like that
But
idea.
also the other thing, when I was prepping for this with these nice fabrics that I had for that, you can actually do this in a quilt as you go method.
Ooh,
which is
nice.
when I was thinking about that, a lot of people's ears pick up with that, because it means you don't have to be on the machine for that, and you haven't got any Y seams.
Absolutely. So there you go. We've got messages coming through. So we've got a message. Here's this one from Barbara. Hello, Barbara. Hi, Hayley and Carolyn. Hand piecing my first quilt thanks to you.
Thank you.
Getting people on that road. It's one of those roads that you won't ever come off, Barbara. I can warn you of that one. What type of wadding would you recommend? Barbara's asking.
For the quilts that I quilt, I usually use an 80-20
Very popular,
combination,
yeah.
Especially if you haven't done too many or you want something that needles really nicely. And then purely because I do like the cotton waddings, I would then other quilts, because I also quite like a flat wadding.
Okay.
And then when you wash the quilt, it all scrunches up
Yes.
like old quilts.
It gets that
little
vintage
tiny
feel
pucker.
straight away, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I do use often 100% organic as well.
Lovely.
But it's really, I start off with the 80-20, and then it's whatever is comfortable for you when you're quilting.
Yes,
because it's all about the feel of it and what's comfortable.
Absolutely.
It shouldn't be hard work.
That's why I think it's important that when we see kits, it's not kind of like a thing that's included, because it is very much personal preference. Now we've got details up on the screen, so variety of different waddings that are available to you. Now the price that you can see on your screen is for the ½ metre price, but you might think to yourself, well, hang on a minute, my quilt's going to be a lot bigger than that. Don't worry, if you go for multiples, it will be sent to you as a continual length. So all you need to do is increase the quantities in accordance to the amount that you need. So it could be 2, it could be 5, whichever, but each of those numbers, it's a ½ metre that's coming through to you. So that's the beauty of this one. Now, we were talking about beautiful fabrics. Well, if you want to have your fabrics included, I'm going to pop your templates just onto the pattern like so, because we now have another way that you can get hold of this one. And this is limited in stock already. Now, you are going to get 2 Moda design rolls with all of those beautiful fabrics. And these are the ones that we've got featuring behind you, I believe.
They're the ones I use for the samples that I've got to show.
Oh, so the ones that you're working with.
Yeah, the ones that
I do
I work with
apologise
for the show.
Okay. So we will see these in action. So yeah, if you like the look of these are beautiful. They're both the same. So if I rotate them around, hopefully we'll find, actually I need to turn it that way, don't I? You will see the point. So they're two identical strip rolls, as you can see there, or jelly rolls. Beautiful. And to think that you are getting both of those in there, as well as the templates and the pattern there. So that's like a project all in one go, isn't it? You've got everything there.
It's an amazing start because the more fabrics that you can put in that quilt, the more fun it is, the more there is to take your eye round. And I must admit, when I had the fabrics that you've got there to play with, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, these look fine. And I actually opened them up and it's like, oh my goodness, these are so sweet.
And they've got some lovely little patterns on them. You'll see them when Carolyn's working with them. So if you're wanting the strip rolls and you are wanting the quilt itself and the templates, or should I say the quilt pattern, then yeah, the details are up on your screen. £132.88. You've got 2 split pays on this one. We're down to single figures with this one. The actual quilt, it says, try again, the quilt itself, Carolyn, do you know the size of the quilt off the top of your head?
Do you know off the top of my head?
Yes.
No.
Okay, I will have a little look. It'll be in here somewhere. It will be in here
I
somewhere.
didn't check that out.
And I'm moving this out the way because I don't want you having a sneaky peek in here, because it's obviously got a lot of information in here. I've got it. I've put my eyeballs in, I can see.
Thank you.
So if you want your imperial, it's 68 inches by 78, so a nice size. And then if you want your metric, 173 centimetres by just shy of 2 metres at 198. And you've got 123 blocks in here as well, so a nice one. Block by block it builds together, which is beautiful. But before we get into the stitching, the only thing that you need to add into this, I wonder, Ben, could we quickly mention the other fabrics that make up the quilt before we go into the strip rolls? Because, is this in the kit as well? Oh, right, okay. I was trying to figure that out. So, sorry, that's my bag. So, right, I must admit, I looked at the price and I thought, okay, right, but I didn't really question it because I'm the new girl on the block. So, going back the steps, so we've got the details on the screen for the kit, so it's not including the pattern, the templates and the jelly rolls, 2 of which. You're also going to get your white fabric, which is obviously the separation between your pieces, and you've also got that beautiful blush pink in there. Now your white, you're going to get 3.5 meters of that one, and you're going to get 1.5 meters of your blush. Now if you've been shopping on the website, you'll know all of that. It's only you guys that were maybe shopping on the phone lines, but yeah, you are going to get all of that coming together, so it's no wonder that is proven to be a popular bundle. If you're looking to shop for these individually, stay tuned, I'm going to tell you a little bit about those, but these fabrics are not available other than within the bundle that I've just told you about. So if you're wanting it as a kit ready to go, the details are on your screen. Now turning our attentions to other ways you can get your strip rolls, the 2 that we've just mentioned very briefly, you can get these individually as well. So if you're wanting to shop for these, we've got the ability to get hold of this beautiful one that we've just looked at. Details popping up on your screen, as you can see. So it might be that you've gone for the kit, but then you want to make extras, or I suppose the kind of the modular system, you could make the quilt even bigger if you wanted to.
I think the nice thing about this is that you can make it as big or as small as you like. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people they like their quilts over their bed down to the floor. They like something big to snuggle up underneath.
Good point.
So yeah, you can just keep going with this. And also, I must admit, when I first made the quilt, you were mentioning there how many blocks there were in it.
Yes.
I actually went completely over the top on that number because I was like, oh, these are fun. I'm liking doing this. And actually, yeah, when it came down to it, so when I did my original quilt, I had quite a few left over.
Oh, I see.
Because they're just really fun to make.
Yes,
just nice to sort the fabrics and nice pieces of work.
Especially if you're hand stitching, it's something that you can kind of take with you, can't you? Yeah. Now, £59.99 is not the price that you are paying for this strip roll. Oh no, the chevrons are there. Oh my goodness, look at that price, £44.99. That is brilliant value for money. Looking at Moda, you've got 40 strips in there, as you can see. A couple of repeats in some of those as you work your way through, but an absolutely beautiful collection with those ones. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, you can do. But we've got alternatives, so don't forget, it might be that you're wanting a more antique look or a vintage look. Well, we've got different variations of strip rolls for you as well. So this particular one, I don't know if it's called Marianne actually. Let's have a quick look. Can I see a name on here? I can see Mary. Yes, Mary Ann. It is Mary Ann. So if you're wanting the Mary Ann one, vintage tones in this one. Some lovely, almost like little paisley designs in there, little stripes in there. Lovely range of different colours, as you can see in there. Again, you could utilise this as a different variation of the hexagon quilt.
I think it just opens itself up, the design, to any of your favourite combinations, and I think because it's quite a scrappy looking quilt, if you're buying the pre-cut rolls, then actually it's going to complement your stash, or you're just going to be like, right, I just love all this particular range. It can all be shown off in this quilt.
Beautiful. Obviously, if you want to go for solids, do check out the website to complement those. In the same way as we've put a kit together, you can shop for different components. So if you fancy that one, then please do. And very quickly, the last one that we're going to share with you is I'm not sure what it's called because I can only see Change of the Seasons. I'll get to know all of these different ranges. So this one is a beautiful one. Again, more blues in this one. You kind of got chocolate browns in there as well, but again, the price is coming down. So rather than £59.99, you are paying £44.99. 40 of your strips in there as well, and again, another beautiful combination. Absolutely beautiful. I'm just having a selfish moment. You have to excuse me. So if you fancy getting hold of any of those, do check them out. And don't forget, if you're liking the look of what we're going to see Carolyn demonstrating with, we have got that available as a kit as well. So yeah, definitely worth having a look at. I'm going to wander over. I'm going to bring the tablet with me, so if you do want to send any messages through, you can do it via social media on Facebook. Of course, you can email the studio as well. So if there's any questions, if there's anything that I don't ask of Carolyn that you would like me to ask, then do get in touch, but I will do my best. And I'm very much looking forward to this. So what do we need to know to get started?
Okay, well, you've talked about the templates. We've talked about the fact they've got a covering on the back, and that's just through the manufacturing process, and that will peel off. It also means, because they're transparent, if you wanted then to do fussy cutting, you could.
That's a good point.
So
yeah.
that's always a fun addition. It means that you can cut lots of pieces. So you can see I have like stacks, so I cut loads, and the way you can go about cutting them from your jelly roll strip, design roll strip, is I keep the fabric double, and this is where we find out I can't pretend I'm cutting something up on TV. And
okay.
Your little tumbler,
Yeah.
which is the one that comes from the print fabric in this particular combination, just sits
perfect.
across the width. You can rotary cut that, then you can swivel, cut and cut.
Brilliant.
Then you're ready for your next one. And your next
clever.
one. I mean, I've got this double, but you can have, usually if you've got a sharp rotary cutter blade, sort of perhaps 6 layers to cut through. So that's how you end up with so many.
And it's nice to almost have a
pieces.
little bit of a cutting session, because these, I mean, think about utilising all of the scraps that you've got in your stash as well.
Absolutely.
You're not going to need big pieces, are you?
You don't. They're not very big at all. If then you were going to hand piece and you wanted to mark your seam allowance, you've got your little dots drilled in, so just a little pencil hole. If you feel the need to have a line, then you can join your dots up with the straight side of the template. But otherwise, if you're machine piecing, you've got all your seam allowance included there.
Lovely.
The other thing when you're cutting is if you've got a rotary turntable cutting mat.
I think we've got some of those on the show, actually.
Then
on
that
a tool show
is
later
quite
on.
a nice treat, because you can just twiddle things round.
Good point,
So when you're cutting, I call this kite shape for your filling in here. These ones here.
Lovely.
Basically, and it's in the instructions, you're going to cut a thicker strips. This is wider than your 2.5 inches. And again, you can go through and you're cutting at an angle. You're flipping it, cutting at an angle, and then I'll go through and basically, cut the tops off of them. So it's a nice quick process, and again, lots of layers.
So much quicker because you've got the template in there.
It is. I mean, that was the whole thing that I was just in, like, if I'm going to make one of these, I just can't spend my whole life drawing around something and cutting it with scissors. So this was great. And then the other thing is you've got your circles, which, a circle, and that's for the centre of your block. So that's going to go here. Beautiful. Your circle template, as with a lot of applique, it has no seam allowance. It's your actual size. So I cut that out of freezer paper.
Oh, right.
I use
okay,
freezer
yes,
paper.
yeah.
And if you want to cut a lot of those all at once, I concertina my sheets of freezer paper
That's
up.
a good tip.
Which I'm obviously obsessed with, not drawing around stuff endlessly.
You want to get in and do the fun bit, the sewing bit.
So I will concertina it up so it's in layers. Then I draw one circle on everything that's on the top layer, and then I put a staple through them to keep them together.
Okay.
When I cut it out, I've probably got about half a dozen there, and you can just take the staple
I'll
out.
pinch that idea.
And it means nothing's moved. So
a
that's
brilliant idea.
Yeah. So that's that. And then these are ready to stick. You'll iron the shiny side.
Okay.
You know, one side's shiny.
Lovely.
The other side's matte. The shiny side goes onto the back of, but it's plain, so you can't really tell the difference, of your fabric,
Right.
the pink. And then you cut it out with a bigger seam allowance, and then I hand baste that in.
And because you're folding it over, it doesn't matter if it's not spot on as a circle. does it?
Absolutely.
You won't see that
Yeah,
anyway.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But by having the freezer paper, it means that when you come to appliquing it on here, you're basically appliquing over a hole.
Yes.
So
yeah.
if you're going to be like, oh, I needle turn, well, yeah, I do needle turn.
Yes.
But it's hard to do that over a hole.
Yes, yeah.
So with this method, once you've sewn all these, we seem to have skipped that, haven't
Yeah,
I? Yeah, we've
that's
assumed
okay.
we've sewn all these together. These are on the machine. The pressing's really easy. They all always go in one direction.
And personally, I think this is a really clever idea, because obviously if these were continuing right to a point, you've got a heck of a lot of bulk in the centre there, haven't you? So this, you've kind of got that lighter weight because you haven't got multiple layers in there. So clever design.
And also what we'll see as well in a minute is the way the templates are cut. There's actually 2 other quilts you can make out of them,
all
like
right.
completely different quilts.
Lovely.
So, yeah, we've got our hole. When you come to putting your freezer paper template on here.
Oh, incidentally, we have got freezer paper available for you. It's not something you can always get hold of, so something that could be popped into your basket for just £7.49 if you're shopping with us today. Brilliant price. You're getting a lot of that on there as well, 12 metres.
Oh, plenty of
only little
circles.
yes,
Plenty of circles. When you've done that, just fold these into quarters and just finger press. You've got a little crease.
Yeah.
And fold it the other way, so you've got your quarter.
Lovely.
And this is so that you know you're going to cover your circle and your and you've got seam allowance everywhere. So if you line up those creases with the seam, you see how they're lining up.
Oh, I see.
How they balance up. It means, I don't know what the maths is behind that, but it means it has to be in the centre.
Yes, yeah.
It can't not be in the centre.
It's kind of just like your reference points, isn't it?
Yeah. So then you can pin at those points, and then you'll see on the back. Put your pins in at your quarter points. You can have more pins if you like as well. Make doubly sure just at those points. But if you look on the back, you can see that you've pinned, and your pins, this is where my pin's gone in, so I've got loads of seam allowance,
Yes,
so it's not going to miss. And then you can slip stitch round there to keep your middle on.
Lovely.
Take your basting out, remove the papers. I'll just pop out of the hole at the back.
Lovely. Which obviously you can reuse then, can't you?
Yeah. Demonstration of papers ready to reuse.
Previously loved.
Yeah, previously loved. So that's your unit. So it's up to you whether you want to hand piece these, whether you want to machine.
I think it's a lovely project to hand piece. When I'm on holiday, I will often take something to hand piece and we'll sit on the balcony with a glass of wine, watching the world go by and doing a little bit of hand stitching. It's the only time I do hand stitching when I'm away, but this is almost like it would almost be an accolade to holidays then, wouldn't it?
It's a bit of a holiday tree, isn't it? A bit of your holiday quilt.
Yeah, but at home I just machine everything, which you could do as well.
But I was going to say, you could stitch them all on holiday and keep them individual.
That's a good point,
get home and whiz them up on the machine.
Love it.
Whizzing them up on the machine, and these Y seams that you mentioned earlier, I've got a little you're going to stitch them initially together in rows, in long columns.
Yeah.
So when you look at your pattern, you'll see that that's the process we've used for the
now
quilt.
The pattern, just mentioned, we've got the kit on the screen. I've just noticed a little message come up on social media, so I'm going to put this out to Ben. Michelle's asking, has the Kaleidoscope sold out for the book with the templates? So I don't know whether there's any issues on the website for people ordering that, but no, it's still there, Michelle. So yeah, maybe just refresh your screen and try. We have got more in baskets than we've got available. So we've probably got at least 15 people that have got them in baskets that are not going to get them. So if they're in your basket, don't wait till the end of the demo, check your basket out. So, but no, it's still in stock, Michelle, at the moment. Sorry, you can.
No, not at all. All the important things. Y seams, we are sewing these together in columns. When you look on the back of here, when we've sewn these two together, I haven't sewn all the way to the end of the seam.
So that's like a little 1/4 inch allowance.
Absolutely.
There, is it? Right.
And again, if you need that marked, you've got those little holes in here to help guide you through that. And then this is if you're putting it together on the sewing machine. When you come to stitching it on the machine, you'll find that when you put them right sides together, and I'll just actually reiterate about the pressing, because every block you've made, you've pressed it in the same direction.
Yes, yeah.
So I think these are going anti-clockwise. It wouldn't matter if they were clockwise.
As long as they're all the same.
All have to be the same direction. And it means that when you put these two right sides together, your seams are always going to knit perfectly.
Perfect. That's what you want, isn't it? That little lock-in, yeah.
So you're going to do that, and if you're machining it, you're going to machine from 1/4 inch in up to the middle of that open seam, and then you're going to needle in, lift the foot, and you pivot the whole thing round.
Easier. There's nothing to be frightened of at all.
There isn't. Obviously, I was frightened of doing it on TV, so that's why I haven't.
That's all right.
But I've taught plenty of classes where we all sit there and do it, and it works. The other thing is, obviously, if you're hand stitching, one of the principles is that you don't sew through the seam allowances anyway.
Yes, that's a good point.
So you're going to just be sitting there hand piecing these together. You know, right, here's my corner, here's another straight line.
And that's the thing, when you're doing
There's nothing
when
to
you're
worry
putting
about.
your tumblers together, that's the thing that you just need to remember, isn't it, when you kind of working with these, that obviously stitching to the ends, but like you say, if you are doing those Y seams, you just need to stop at that point when you're doing your construction, so
and that
to speak.
seam's pressed open as well, whereas all our other seams, because it's sometimes you think, it's a bit of a faff pressing it open, but when there's a reason and it's really going to help, then it's worth that. So if you're going to make a whole quilt, as you said, we'd make 100 odd, because you read that up for me. If you just wanted to start off and make a little table centre,
look at that,
or use a special fabric for Christmas, or I don't know, anything really, summer,
once
whatever.
You know how.
You can see here we've just got 7 hexagons, so it's sort of like your grandmother's flower garden classic setting. And on the back of this as well, you can see that we've got our columns.
Okay, yes. Oh, yes.
With our set in.
Yeah.
So you sort of zigzag. But you'll be pleased to know those seams you don't have to press open. Because once they've done their job here, you can press these and you just press them in alternate directions.
And that's all detailed within the instructions?
All in the instructions,
I like
all
that.
in the patterns.
Not left on your own at all?
Not at all. So that is a little table centre.
I think it's
if
beautiful.
you think, right, that's warmed me up, and you can quilt that and bind it. If you really wanted to do that, and perhaps just do one. I just think these are so cute.
That's beautiful.
It's just like a little candle, little coaster, enough room for your biscuit and your coffee.
Or something like that.
There's me going down the coffee and biscuit route. There's you in the plant.
And you can have a very small cup of coffee and lots of biscuits.
There you go. So you can see here how we've quilted it. I've quilted round, I've done big stitch quilting.
I like that.
We've used the 12 weight thread for that. It's just got a line of stitching here.
That's nice. I like
that. You see it better on the back. There you go. And then little binding.
That is really pretty.
Again, binding, you can use your 2.5 inch wide strips out of your roll.
And as you were showing us the pieces that you've been working with, obviously we've got the mix of fabrics, which is brilliant because it gives it that lovely kind of vintage look. But I was thinking to myself, if you were to use that, maybe, I don't know, a dark brown in the centre and yellow alternate, it almost looks like a sunflower, or it could be that you could turn it almost like a daisy look.
Absolutely. You can make so many sort of little images. I mean, I've done these for Halloween, I've done them for Christmas.
Nice.
Just really cute.
I think it's going to become a firm favourite of people because it just so effective when
nice
it comes
to stitch.
together.
Now, I bind these, but sometimes it's like, oh, that's a real faff trying to get your binding it together on that one side. So I have also what I call self-bound them before.
Yes, yeah.
So I haven't got any extra binding here. It's just the backing fabric, my hexagon and my circle. And the way to do that, because I'm a bit slow, given that I think a lot of people might know that I've done books about quilt as you go. So making things in small units that you can then put together. If you make coasters, or like this, you can sew them all together to make them into a quilt, and I'll show you the stitch for that. So you could make the entire hexagon quilt as a quilt as you go quilt.
So that's all, and I love that because it's time saving, isn't it? Such a clever
It's
technique.
accessible. You don't have a big quilt to baste out.
Absolutely.
It's all swings and roundabouts.
It can be a struggle. And I do apologise. I was getting lots of updates in my ear from lovely Ben in the gallery with regards to the pattern and the templates. It has now sold out. So sorry I didn't give you those updates as we go, but I'd like to listen to what Carolyn had to say, and I didn't want to interrupt. So kit-wise, though, we have got the kits available. So the kits are utilising the fabrics that we've seen Carolyn talking through here as well. So you're going to get your 2 strip rolls. You're also going to get your 3 metres of the white, which obviously you use for your separation, and you're also going to get that gorgeous blush pink in there as well, which is 3.5 metres of the white, I do apologise, and 1.5 of the pink. So you're getting a lot within there, but we don't have many left. So the next couple of people that get them into their baskets and check their baskets out will be able to get hold of those. Everybody's loving what you've brought to us.
That's really exciting, thank you.
Oh.
Well, I better quickly tell them what else they could be doing with it now they're buying it. If you want to self-bind these, you're going to make your hexagon, but don't put the circle in the middle.
Okay.
Okay. And we're going to layer that up with a piece of batting. You've got the wadding here.
Right.
The backing fabric.
Okay.
For that, right side up.
So you've got a rectangle, then you've literally put the piece on top and stitched around.
Yeah, and this is great for using up scraps of wadding.
Okay.
Because you can see this isn't a whole quilt's worth.
It's kind of too big to throw away, but quite small to know what to do with it.
Yeah, or join together to make that Frankenstein wadding.
Yes, that's true.
So if you're going to do this, what I've done, you can probably see here, I'm not 100% sure, but you're going to be turning it through the hole in the centre.
Okay, right.
And I've done this sometimes and sometimes I don't have time. But if you just do a little line of machine stitching round that top seam, if people are worried about it coming undone when they turn through, it won't.
Yes, because I can be, quite...
You know, be a bit vicious.
When I manhandle my fabrics, they can get twisted and turned and all that. So that's kind of almost like a stay stitch to keep it where you need
exactly.
it. Okay.
So I don't always do it, but it seemed like a good idea. And machine all the way round all the sides of your hexagon. That's just your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Lovely.
And then basically you're going to trim off your wadding and your backing fabric. And I haven't got any... I'm not that prepped for this one. So, and you're going to pull it through. You can see, I haven't trimmed it, but you can see it's going to come through.
Yes, yeah.
Once it's come through, then you can applique a circle on top.
Oh, so you just cover that centre again?
Exactly. So you haven't got any holes in the side.
Yes,
So you haven't got to, I've got to even that up or straighten it out.
That's the bit, isn't it? If you've got that little gap, which you always leave too short, well, I do personally, too small a turn-in, because it's the hand stitch. I'm thinking, I don't really done a hand stitch, so you leave the tiniest amount. But that,
and you
don't
won't have to, because you're going to have to applique a circle on anyway.
That is clever.
So if you make lots of those, or as many as you want.
Oh, now, excuse me for interrupting again, Carolyn. You can carry on, you can get your bits and pieces together, but you guys at home, I need to let you know, has the kit gone now? So the kits have all sold out, but good news, the jelly roll or the strip roll is still available. So if you like the look of the fabrics that we are working with, obviously the white and the blush pink, those have gone now, but we may have others that are on the website that you could kind of substitute. But the actual strip rolls that's adding that power of colour throughout each of these pieces, that is still available, as are other alternatives as well. So if you're wanting to do more vintage feel potentially, then you could be doing that as well. That's good news. Everybody's loving it.
That's exciting. Lots of Kaleidoscope Hexagon Quilts to be made.
Now, if these are all being made, can people share their images with you? I mean, can we find you on social media?
Yeah, no, of course you can. Yeah, I'm on. I use Instagram a lot.
Okay.
I do Facebook a little bit, but
Yeah, no, that's
Instagram
fair
mainly.
enough.
And I've got 2 accounts, but one that is the one that I use the most is Quilting on the Go.
Quilting on the go. There you go. You heard
yeah,
it here.
you can tag me in that, or whatever.
Lovely.
We think
Thank
of a
you. It's
hashtag
nice
for
to
the
keep in
quilt.
touch.
Oh no, I love seeing what everyone makes.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's just so exciting. So this sample that we've got out now is actually, you can see it's the self-bound hexagons.
So the technique you just taught us.
Absolutely, but they've got a little stitch holding them flat and together. And I do this by hand.
Okay, yeah.
And it's actually based on, if people are familiar with the Japanese quilt as you go techniques, they use a little stitch in that perfectly keeps things together. And
Lovely.
I use it a lot on a lot of projects. So the way that I would sew these together by hand is...
So you put them back to back?
Back to back, so you've got the right sides facing you, so wrong sides together. You can actually use your little craft clips to hold the end together, or you can just keep it together in your hand. And you start at one corner and you go into the centre and out, into the centre.
And you're going through the lining as well as the top?
We're going through all the layers.
Okay, yeah.
And we're just, the stitch is probably about 1/8 of an inch in. It's not too big. The further into the top the stitch goes, the bigger the stitch will be. So you could make it a real feature and use a contrast. I've used a white here, and again this is the 12 weight thread that I quilt the blocks with. And this stitch, it always goes into the centre.
I don't think I've seen this stitch done before, but I like it.
It's quite cool. I use it when if I hand join wadding for a couple of the Quilt As You Go techniques that I wrote my first books on. But it works really well for joining self-bound stuff.
And one of the things that I like about it is you're not having to worry about, because sometimes when we're doing hand sewing, we're literally just kind of catching a few strands almost of the fabric because you don't want to see it. You want to make it invisible. But with this, it is a feature of it as well.
And what you get, if you then put it flat,
that's sitting beautifully.
It will sit flat, and also it'll look identical on the back.
Good point, yes.
As it does on the front. So that's I'm never quite sure what to call this stitch. I still call it a suture stitch.
Oh, right,
It's got a bit of a sort of medical connotations.
I always think of that being a medical term.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but I have in my, because I like a bit of research, I've seen it called baseball stitch.
Oh, right,
Think of leather and cricket baseballs.
I suppose it's the way, because they've got seams, haven't they, the way the leather comes together.
And it's like that.
Okay.
And then if you look in really old books, it's called German stitch.
Okay.
And I have no idea what it's called that.
So this is some of the things that I love about sewing. There's so much
All
kind
these
of
nerdy bits.
No, but so many stories. It's not like it just suddenly popped up on the scene and it's the latest trend. It's like with the
really
quilt
old,
blocks, there's so many different phrases that kind of tell the story of the actual block. So I love it.
So that's the...
So if that makes us nerdy, I'm happy.
Yeah,
I'm happy to be a nerd. We don't
Get our
mind.
nerdy glasses on.
I don't mind.
So that's the little stitch. So
That's lovely.
And then that, you can see that would go together, and I could have my 6 and I wouldn't have to bind it because it's already bound.
And it's nice because, as you said earlier on, if you don't have the means to actually put a quilt of this size together, if your sewing machine isn't going to allow you to do that because of the size of it, or maybe physically it's going to be something that's a bit tricky for you, something like this, it's almost like you're snuggling under your quilt as you're making it, really.
Well, exactly.
Isn't it?
And it's already got bound edges, so if you decide one month, it's finished, and then next month you think you want it bigger, you can just sit there and keep going with it.
And also as well, I like this because it's so modular. I think as a group project or a family project, maybe you've got mother and daughter, or it could be across the miles that you're all stitching. You've all got the same strip roll, you've got all the fabrics, and you're making all your pieces, and then you get together and kind of construct the quilt, and it's kind of like a bit of a story piece, isn't it? But
it is. So
fabulous technique. I love it.
So with that, and I said earlier, with these little templates you've got, you can actually make other things.
Oh, okay, what can we do?
The obvious, well, not obvious, but the one that I didn't do a sample because I think it's a bit obvious, is that if you've got applique circles and you like applique, then you've got a nice little circle template.
Nice.
And you can have a play with that. But this kite and this tumbler template, if you just make loads and loads of tumblers.
Oh, look at this.
This is just a little baked, hardly a mini quilt really, but have a play about with the colours, because you could have the white alternating. I've got 2 prints the same, matching up, so they look like they're stretched hexagons. But you can, like I say, this came about initially because I cut so many pieces because I was so excited. It's like, oh, this is so easy to cut. But yeah, to just make a little tumbler quilt and playing with the colours for that. You can see
and that's almost making your own fabric that you could then go on and make, I don't know, makeup bag or a tote bag.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I like these. I call these something out of nothing, because it's literally getting into your scraps and you're making something out of nothing, which my partner says I do all the time, but there we go, that's another story. But that is beautiful.
So it is just like completely different quilt to the one that the pattern pieces were for, but equally, really nice little one-patch block.
Useful template.
Little fun playing with the fabrics that you've got
now
there.
The template that we're referring to, sadly we no longer have available. This is why you have to get in early when Carolyn is here, because things sell out so quickly. But if you did manage to get hold of the quilt kit or the pattern and the template bundle coming together, then you'll know how to create that. So I like that you've given us that idea. We've had loads of things coming through on social media as well. Margaret, good morning Margaret. Any chance the alternative strip rolls could be open to see the colours? Oh, I don't know. Am I allowed to do that? I'm a new girl here. Are you all right holding the fort just for a second?
Hold the fort, yeah, for the last idea of what you can do.
Will you start telling us about that and I'll nip and get those strip rolls?
Oh, scary talking with one standing next to me.
I wouldn't do it if I didn't think you were able to do so. So what we got going on here?
Final little project, fluff on there, that you could do with the spare with your templates is this little kite template. It's basically the basis for your Dresden plate block or a fan block.
Okay.
And so I've just used these. I've sewn them all together. I've got 12 there, and I've stitched them together, but I've stopped at that little point there, 1/4 inch from the top. I've pressed all my seams open, I've put it on my background square, and then I've pinned it on and then turned the edges under as I sew it round onto the block.
That is beautifully neat.
A nice little, for me, it's a nice little bit of practice for the needle turn applique, because it's not my strong point.
And it's lovely as well, because you might like this look, but you might not know how to get the right angles and where you need to chop off the shapes and things like that. So this, all the maths has been done. You've taken care of it using that little template, which
exactly. And when I've placed it on the square, you can probably still see, I think my square's 10.5 inches.
Okay.
You could put it on a bigger square if you want something with more space around it. But I've actually pressed my square into quarters before I started, opened it out, and then the seams, the vertical and then the horizontal line-ups, you know it's in the right place.
That is beautiful. So I love that. Very effective, and another alternative use of those templates. Was there anything more that you wanted to show us with regards to that?
No, I think I'm done.
That's okay. I didn't want to cut you short. That was all.
No, I'm done. I've got all my samples.
Should we do what Margaret's asked to do? Tell you what.
We're going to open
one.
one.
Do you fancy opening one up? So which one have I got here? I have got... Oh, which one have I got? I have got the Change of Seasons.
This is where you find out I have no nails to do this and had to use a pin.
I can't do it neatly, so these are just literally not going to go back in the packaging at all. So, Change of Seasons. I've got Change of Seasons. So, should we have a little look at this one first? Then we'll have a little look. What have you got here?
Yeah, I've got Mary Ann. Crikey's got Mary Ann's Gift, 1850 to 1880.
Oh, they sound like nice vintage fabrics,
short and snappy.
Right, so let's have a little look at this one to start with. Now, don't forget, these we could be utilising with the templates. If you missed out on the fabric, or maybe it wasn't your choice of fabric. I mean, these are lovely. I like these. What do you think of these?
I do like that blue and that tanny, the chocolatey.
That's nice, isn't it? Yeah.
I love that sort of vaguely Japanese. I know it isn't, but vaguely,
It's got that feel, hasn't it? The essence of. And I love this. Typical sewer. I'm over here and you're like streaks ahead. Because we do that. So we almost like scan it, don't we? scan it speedily.
Yeah.
But these are lovely, like you say, very, very Japanese. And I do like those ones that we're coming to. Nice as well, because you've almost got your lighter tones that we saw with the separation in the projects that you were doing. But
and
these
you can sneak
are
that in,
lovely.
because although I've used the all white, even in that the little roll that's gone, there were some that were a colour on white.
Okay.
And just sneaking those in at odd points just really like perk
Oh, I like
things
this,
up.
like your sugar strands that goes on your ice cream. That one, love that one, beautiful. Little wispy elements in here as well. We're going right the way through to those really chocolate browns.
I like this. I think this
That's
is my
pretty, isn't
favourite
it? Yeah.
print. I like that.
Nice one as well. Some may say more of a masculine feel potentially. So if it is a case of that you're wanting to do it in those autumnal colours, then this is something that is a lovely one. I just love blue. Blue is one of my favourite colours. Yeah, absolutely beautiful. So gorgeous fabrics. Again, coming to you at a brilliant price, £44.99. So that is a really pretty one. Was originally £59.99, but of course here at Sewing Street we bring those prices down. So you know you've got value for money. 40 strips featuring in there, and of course, as we saw with the demonstration earlier on, you could actually be using those templates on there.
Oh, it goes with your nails. Look.
It does, doesn't it?
How cool is that? See, professional.
There you go. Well, this is kind of a pre-run for my son's wedding. I've got a blue dress, so I thought, well, I'll try the nails out a month beforehand. I think it's going to be those. Anyway, we're moving on. I said we'd be having a little chat now. Let's have a look at this one, what we've got this time. Now, I love the colours in this one as well. Got a very vintage feel. They just look so beautiful, don't they, when they're actually in that strip roll. But you've got to open them up and use them. That's what they're all about. Now, Carolyn, what do you think of this one?
Well, I must admit, I can see Paisleys in there, and
Yes.
Paisleys are a bit of a can't go wrong with a Paisley.
Well, it's that non-directional look, isn't it? It's just so easy to
Actually,
work
I love
with.
the variety of colours in here.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's a good palette because you've got literally everything, almost from your buttercup yellows going right the way through to those lovely kind of... camera won't like that one, but you've got a little tiny check in there, which is a nice one. We like it here in the studio. These are pretty, these are almost like, you can almost imagine that as a tie, couldn't you? A gent's tie. I love it. Oh, these are pretty. Oh, I don't know which I like the most.
I think this one, for me, if I had this, I know there's stuff in my stash I could just add to it. So I'd get loads of variety in this, and then sneak little bits in from my stash.
I mean, look at that. That is beautiful. It's actually strip rolls that I used in one of the jackets that I made. I haven't made the one that I'm wearing, but I've made something similar, just kind of repurposing an old denim shirt. And strips like this you're going to have loads and loads of fun with. So yeah, I'm sorry, I can't make you decide other than going for both of them. Which there's nothing wrong with that. That can happen, can't it?
I think it's all, that's the problem, it's always all lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely. And of course, Moda, you know, I love that purple in there as well.
Yeah.
£44.99. Again, phenomenal value for money when you've got your 40 strips in there and a beautiful palette of colours. So if you like that kind of vintage feel, maybe those muted tones, just can't help but stroke them. The details are on your screen. And again, we've bought you a fabulous price with those as well at £44.99. So Margaret, hopefully that has helped. Let me know, or it may well have muddied the waters because now you don't know which one to go for now that you've seen both of them. So yeah, whichever way. And of course, if you have like the fabrics that Carolyn's been working with, I know I've not got the whole strip roll here, but the one that we've got available to you by itself as well is hanging on by a thread, if you excuse the pun. We literally only have one of these left now. Have these been fun to work with?
Yeah, because you were saying, there's only one left. I'm like, okay then. Yeah, it is actually, because I mean, I like loads of palettes, and that's probably part of my problem. I haven't got one particular palette that I work with all the time, but this is just so fresh. It was just so sweet. And sometimes when you're making projects, when you've made the original and you think, it's a different palette, I'm not sure I like it as much. But with this one, I kept thinking, and after the show, if I've got time, I really want to make more out of this.
That's a sign of a good palette, isn't it?
Yeah. And especially if I do it as the quilt as you go as well. So perhaps on my social media, someone can hold me to task on that. But yeah, I just thought it was a really lovely, fresh palette, and you had some really nice prints in it. So I thought it was beautiful. Great.
I love it.
Yeah, really good fun.
Carolyn, can I say I've had a lovely time working with you in this hour. And usually at this point I'd say to get, we've got another date in the calendar for you to come and join us, but we can do better than that.
Hang on a minute.
You're back again, aren't you?
Yeah.
A little bit later on.
It's a whole morning, nearly.
I love it. So we're going to see you back here at 11 o'clock.
Yes.
What's the plan at 11 o'clock? What we're going to be chatting about?
We have the other standalone pattern that I've made, and I'll talk to you about why I've done that one.
It's the lanterns.
It's the Japanese stars and lanterns.
Lovely.
So it was a traditional block, and again, I've got like little stories. It's a brilliant scrap one, and actually the fabrics that I've had for that, the William Morris.
Oh,
such nice fussy cutting for that. So, and that's not something I do a lot of, but it really inspired me. And again, some nice techniques hopefully for people to sort of get to grips with and use up scraps and buy fabric as to use with their fabric.
I love it. Now you've got a sneaky peek here as well. Look at this. Now I don't know if it's available to pre-order. Is it? Oh gosh, we're going on rocky ground there because we might not have any when we actually come live, but you can. How's your tap dancing, Carolyn?
But all my prep, I need to show people.
We will show people, don't you worry. There's a lot of work gone into it, don't you worry. We're also going to be chatting about your books as well later as well.
Yeah, we can talk about books as well, that's fine.
I love it. And lots of stories.
Yeah,
I love a
lots
good
of something.
story.
Yeah,
I like to know the reasoning behind certain things. I don't know if that's nosy.
No,
most people would say it probably is, but I think it's nice. It gives you a feel for it.
Well, let me just say, probably a lot of the reasons is I've usually bought fabric because I like fabric. And so really I need to start making the quilts, don't I?
That's true, isn't it?
Yeah, most of them, what I make, I do work from a stash, like I'd buy stuff like this and then, keep it until the elastic band
because you love it,
like
don't
rots.
you?
And then I know it's time to use, and then you worry that you couldn't get any more, so I should have used it sooner. It's just using up the nice fabrics.
You buy the fabric because you like the feel of it, and it's almost like the project finds you and the fabric at some stage. So, well, time for a cup of tea, I think, or whatever you fancy. We will be joining you a little bit after the break. Carolyn's going to be back with us at 11 o'clock, but don't go anywhere because we've got a fabulous hour coming up straight after this one. Thank you. I've had a lovely time.
I'll see you later on. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello there and welcome back. My name's Hayley West and I'm continuing to spend the morning with you. Thank you to Carolyn for the last hour. Had a lovely time and I'm looking forward to this hour as well because I've got a new friend. This is a lovely Emily and I know you will know Emily, but you might not recognise that surname because she recently got married.
Well, that's actually my maiden name.
Oh, is
actually,
it?
yeah. So Roberts is my maiden name and I've now got a whole new name. I thought best not confuse people.
That's a good point actually, because it'd be like, who's this new Emily that we've never heard of?
I've just said to my mum, I said it feels like my stage name now, Emily Roberts.
Oh, that's it. Well, style it out, girl.
Yeah.
Style it out. Now we've actually got some pictures because lots of your fabulous fans have been asking to see some of the wedding photos.
Some wedding
photos.
photos.
Look at this. That is a beautiful dress.
Yeah, I do love
gorgeous.
my choice of dress. It was very plain, but very dramatic at the back with the train.
Oh, that looks beautiful. And did you have a fabulous day?
Oh, it was just the best day ever. I wish I could relive it every day. I'm sure I'd probably get bored by that point, but it was just lovely. And it was raining, but I just didn't care.
You look as if you're having the time of your life. It's
funny because we had like a wedding coordinator at the venue.
Okay.
And she said she'd never seen anybody so calm.
Oh, wow.
I were really calm and Sammy were really calm. And she said at least one person's very like nervous. I'm like, what's there to be nervous about? Like, you know.
Oh,
we
well,
knew we wanted to get married. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and congratulations from all the viewers as well. If you're wanting to get in touch, don't forget we're on social media. You can message us via the website as well. And I have got the tablet here, so I've got messages coming up. So if you've got anything that you'd like me to pass on to Emily, then I will be only too happy to do so for you. But of course, back to business. We are here for a reason. And the reason being is, Emily, you come up with some amazing templates and tools, and we are introducing brand new ones to your range as well. Of course, a bit of a stir with some of these as they've rolled out.
Yes, I'm going to say they're quite popular. I think they're different to what's out there on the market.
Right, okay.
And they're nice and colourful, which is always a good thing as well, isn't it? So.
I love this. Now, talking about colours, we've got lots of different colour variations within these as well. So do check out. You can actually look on the website and you'll have the option to actually go for different colours, because you might want to have different colours because the different tools do different things. So you might want to separate them up because of colour, or you might want them all matching. So all you need to do is click on that little drop down, as you can see on the screen. They're beautifully demonstrated by Ben, and you can see you can choose your colours with those. So if you have a preference for either colour, then of course change the colour. The tool itself is fundamentally the same, and that's what it's all about. It's what it does, and this is the latest tool, which I know lots of people have been waiting for as well. Good size tool, this one. I like it.
Yes, that's the XL one, that one's the biggest one in the range of boxy bag tools.
We're going to see these demonstrated in a little while, so don't worry, we'll have a chat about that. But I wanted to make sure you saw everything that we'd got. The reason being is it's already flying out as well, so yes, you get in as early as you can. Most of you are going for the lilac. Now, whether that's because that's the example that we've got, I'll bring it in. This is a different tool, but that is the orange, so for you to get an idea of the different colours. So the tool does it exactly the same, but if you want the lilac, then by all means do so. But of course, if it's the most popular, it could potentially sell out sooner. So £13.99, really good price. It's a tool that's going to be in your sewing group for many, many years to come. So a wise investment of any sewer's money, like that one. But I showed you this one here, which is in the orange, but again, you can get it in the lilac. So if you've gone for the XL and you want your boxy bag tool too to be the same colour, you can do. Now, what's this one all about then?
So again, it works exactly the same as the original boxy bag and the XL, but they're all different sizes. So it's all about bag bases. So when you're making bags and you're wanting bases in the bottom of your bags, this is the tool that helps you do that, and the XL and the 2 and the original all do that, but with different sizes. So it just depends on what size bag you make, and obviously if you make a variation, then you definitely need all three.
Now we're going to see them all in action in a little while. This one is going from 3/4 of an inch through to measurements of 2.75 inches in there, and lots of different combinations. So if you like the look of this one, then the details are on your screen. £10.99 if you fancy popping that in. And again, you've got the colour options of the orange or the lilac. Just bring the lilac in again, just so as you know what lilac looks like, and that's the same with the XL. So if you're shopping for the two together, then you can actually get them both in the same colour, or you might prefer a different colour, because your peripheral vision, you can kind of grab the colour,
probably
can't you?
know by colour then, yeah.
Yes,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Like that idea. But if these are completely new to you, you won't have seen the original, which we have got available for you as well. So this one is the original boxy bag tool, so it works in a similar way, I'm guessing, Emily.
Exactly the same
it's a popular
way,
one as well.
Yes. So that was the first tool I ever designed. That's kind of where everything spiraled from that boxy bag tool, and obviously I realised that, you know, there were more sizes that I could do, but yeah, that's quite a good starting point, I'd say, because there's a nice range of sizes on that one.
There is indeed. I'm looking forward to learning more about the kind of how these evolve as well. So just bringing all three of those in, just so as you can see the variations that we've got. I think over time, or maybe even just today, you will get all three of these because they're all incredibly affordable. The original one, though, is the details on your screen, so £9.99 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. And of course, the others are available too if you fancy popping those into your basket as well. So those are all proving to be very, very popular. Lots are you going for the new ones, which makes me think we've got lots of fans of Emily's joining us, which is good. And if you are completely new, you can go for all of them, and then you're up to date. But we're turning our attention to the curved corner tool. Now, is it the XL we're starting with again? So these, now tell me about these. What are these all about?
So again, made in mind with bag making, but you can use it for a variety of sewing projects. So I kind of found that when I was wanting curves, whether it be like on the base of a bag or a bag flap, I was getting plates out of the kitchen cupboard or rummaging for a specific size and could never,
that sounds
the
familiar.
plate were too big. So the idea came there that every corner is a sort of different size, so that then you've got one tool that sort of does various different sizes. So like if you were doing oven gloves, for example, you could use that sort of for the curve of your oven gloves. Sort of any, like I said, it doesn't just have to be bags with that one, it could come in handy for quite a lot of different sewing projects.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant idea. Again, I think we've got variations on the colour of this one if you're wanting to shop for your different colours as well. So again, you can have everything coordinated. You've got lilac and the orange. So again, the orange, I know this is a different tool, but just to show you that tone of orange if you're wanting to check that out. So this is your XL curved bag tool. So is this a brand new item to us as well?
Yes, so the XL curved bag tool I didn't bring last time, it was just the original one, so there'll be a lot of people that's not seen that one.
Well, that's why it's proving to be so popular then. So that one is the XL, but we have got this one. Have we seen the original? Is this the original one?
Yes, so that's the original one,
so
yeah.
For size-wise, there you go. So you can compare the two. And as you can see, you've got different measurements on each one of those, which is brilliant. So this is taking you from 1 inch through to your 3 inches, as you can see around there. Good size again, good kind of variations.
Yeah. Sort of when I started off with the original tools, thought about what were my most used sizes. And then sort of from there on, then I sort of developed obviously the XL one for different sizes.
Love it, absolutely beautiful. So there you go. That one is the original. If you are playing catch up, as some of you may well be, then that is the one that's on your screen at the moment, $8.99. But don't forget, if you do want to open up those edges and those corners and you want to make them larger, do check out the XL, which is brand new. We're going to see everything in action though, so don't worry, we will see these working, but I just want to make sure you've got all the information, because with shows with Emily, sometimes they don't run the full hour, I believe, Emily.
It didn't last time, no, I was kicked off because they all sold out last time, so yeah, I were on one demo, and then it was John and he were like, that one's sold out, move on to a different demo, and then by the time I got halfway through that demo, that one had sold out. Well. It was the most chaotic 50 minutes I've ever had.
Oh, bless
good
you.
Fun.
Well, it is something to get the blood pumping.
Yeah,
though.
absolutely.
Now I'm interested to learn about this tool, because this is your zip pocket tool.
Yes. So when I first started bag making, I was always frightened to put zip pockets in.
Okay.
And when I learned how to do a zip pocket, I realised it's not actually as scary as it seemed.
It's the thought of it sometimes,
it was
isn't
more
it?
the measurements, I think, that put people off.
Right.
So I thought, right, I could have a tool that helps you measure out different size pockets, and then you'll sort of notice they don't look the sizes that it says on top of them. So I think the 7-inch one doesn't look 7-inch.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking just now, unless my hands are very, very big.
Half the size. So me pointing that way. So obviously everything does come with instructions as well. So if people do miss things today, everything does come with instructions inside. But I thought if I were to make it the full size, it wouldn't be like a handy tool. So if people go to like sewing classes and like to take the kit with them, it's a handy size to put in sort of your sewing bag. So
I love it. Now with this one, I don't think we have multiple colour options with this one, do we? It's pink or pink, I think, if I remember right. Oh, is there? Oh, we've got teal. Oh, okay. I do apologise. So the teal is the one that we saw earlier on. So again, if you're wanting to them to match, then you can do. So whichever colour you go for, then the tools are going to fundamentally do the same job. It's just personal preference. But the last one is a brilliant tool, and I love this idea. And we've got a variety of different colours with this one as well. So you can see you've got your pink and you've got this fabulous green, and this is your zipper jig.
Zipper jig, yeah.
I would say zipper jigger.
I think they're called by a few different names, to be fair, but the idea is that little handy tool there will help you get your zip pulls onto your zip tape when you've got separate ones.
So when we've got things like zips on a roll?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing those in action then. So yeah. So with these choices of your teal or your pink, it's up to you. It comes beautifully boxed as well, so all protected as it is transported to you, shall we say. Good solid piece. Little hole there, I'm guessing if you
can drill it onto your workspace.
So you can keep it in situ.
And the box as well has a QR code on that you can scan.
Okay, right.
And that'll take you straight to a video with how to use it, because that one's a very I couldn't quite in my head, like I'm quite a visual learner, so like a step-by-step photo instructions don't quite work with that.
No, that makes sense.
So I did a little video instead, and so that QR code links straight to that.
There. But we will see it in action here as well. So there you go. So all of those fabulous goodies are on the website for you to take advantage of. And can I suggest that if you are taking advantage of it, you do it pretty quickly, because we are very, very busy for all of them, especially the brand new tools as well. So I am going to take a little trip over to Emily. I'm going to bring everything with me. So I've got everything there should I want to refer to them, but I know Emily's got them as well. And I'm going to bring the tablet with me as well, because you've been bringing us some lovely messages through. Yvonne has been chatting about the fact that her daughter was as cool as a cucumber as well when she actually had her wedding. So that's really nice to know.
That, yeah. Like I said, I was just...
It's lovely.
I was just excited. In fact, at one point, I was laid all dressed, and it weren't quite time. And I'm like, can we just go now? Because
you were early then.
We're early getting ready. I think I'd only got maybe 20 minutes to spare. But I was red hot. It was really warm in the room that I got ready, and I just said, I'm red hot. Can we go? Can we just go now?
Just get it done.
Yeah.
It's not often you hear of a bride being early.
I wanted to rush, but they don't actually. They didn't let me out until it was 12 o'clock when we were meant to get married. and it were after because traditionally they want bride to be late apparently. So
I see.
and I'm like, come on, let's go.
Oh, it's just all those traditions, isn't it? You're talking about it raining. I mean, traditionally, it's good luck for it.
Yeah, well, I heard another superstition that said if you didn't want it to rain on your wedding day, that you bury a sausage in your back garden.
I've never heard of that one
I've
before.
not, but I'd put like, you know, what to do if it rains, because it were more the photos I were bothered about. And somebody said, oh, bury a sausage. And my mum's going, bury a sausage, do it,
I'll
do
have
it.
to do that
I
then.
didn't. And
Well,
I'm glad I didn't, because it was just a nice day regardless.
Well, my son gets married next month in September, so I might put that in the group.
Get yourself a sausage. But I couldn't decide whether it were cooked or uncooked. I didn't quite work
Do
that
both,
out.
just to be
so
honest.
that's what I were going to do both.
both.
But then I didn't want Dog to dig it up.
I was going to say they've got a dog, so it won't be down there for long. Right, now enough of our chit chat. We need to see these fabulous tools in action. So which one do you fancy kicking off with?
I think we'll do the zipper jig first.
Okay,
that's
let's
a
do
nice
it.
and easy one.
Lovely.
So I'll get all my bits and pieces.
Wonderful.
So like I said, this hole here, you can, if you've got a permanent workspace, you can drill that down and screw it into your workspace. So hopefully that'll be on overhead camera there.
Yeah,
Is that,
there you
is that good there?
That's it, perfect.
So you want to pop, so it's for size of zips, because I know this will get asked. This is a size 3 zip pull. You can fit size 5 on here. It's more meant for size 3s, but with a bit of jiggling about, you can get a size 5 zip
well, that's
on.
good to know.
So you want to slide it on so that the front of the zip is facing this flat part of the
Okay, so it's kind of like the flat part of the zip with the flat part of the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then your 2 parts of your zip tape with the coils facing inwards, obviously towards the zipper pull and towards the front. And it's basically just like having an extra pair of hands.
That is ingenious.
Like that. So I will do it again.
I was going to say, can you do that again? Because it was so quick.
It's so funny because last time I were here, I'd practised outside, because every time I'm at home it does it straight away, but obviously live TV just doesn't always go to plan.
Can I just show everybody, just before you do that, sorry darling,
Of course you can.
just in case, because you might not be able to see. So basically you've got the pulley bit on the inside.
Yeah.
And then you kind of got the...
Yes.
So everything outside of the pulley bit is on this side.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
And then your coils facing inwards.
And they kind of click together, don't they? And off you go. Look at that. And it's useful that you've got that hole there as well. So if you've got a shiny surface, I suppose it could slip.
Even, you could, I suppose, put some Velcro on and Velcro it somewhere.
Sometimes you can get like the grippy mats.
Yeah.
You could perhaps cut a piece off one.
So it just depends what. So obviously if you're taking it, so now I've had people that's bought 2 and they've had one in the sewing room and then they've had one for the kit when they're going, to the classes and things.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So that is how you use...
That is brilliant, ingenious. What a fabulous idea.
It's one of those things you didn't know you need until...
I think that is so true. And so many of us do buy those zips on a roll, don't we? Because you don't want to necessarily buy zips of a specific size, but it's always a tricky thing to actually get those ends on, so I love it. So yes, if you fancy getting hold of yours, the details are on your screen, but it's not the only tool that we are going to be sharing with you, because we've got lots more to come as well. So the next one we're looking at is the pocket tool.
So I've got some samples, here's one I did earlier, kind of
Lovely
thing. So there's different, so obviously these are the 3 different sizes that you can do. There's a 7-inch, 8-inch and 9-inch. So there's your 7-inch there. I think that one might be the 8-inch and that's the 9-inch. So obviously any kind of bags.
Yeah.
Like for example.
And we always love to put a zip in a bag,
in this bag that I've done here, I've just did a zip at the front there.
Yes.
So this is basically how you would do that, and obviously you can pop it then, especially if you're wanting to design your own bags. It's a good tool for designing your own.
Or you might have a pattern for a bag that hasn't got a pocket in, and you want to put one in,
So the instructions go through everything in terms of suggesting what you need to cut out, but in a nutshell, this piece here would sort of be, so say this is the front of the bag where I'm wanting the zip.
Okay.
And then 2 pocket pieces. So it's just absolutely up to you in terms of what size you cut out for them. But to start off with, we just need the piece where we want the zip and then one of the pockets.
Okay.
And obviously I'll not take as much time with lining everything up and making sure it's even, so we can get as
when
much
you're at
done.
home, you can do that, can't you? Yeah.
But all I want to make sure is I find the centre, so I'm going to do that with just my fingers.
Lovely. And we've had a lovely message come through from Viv talking about the zip jig, which I'll refer back to when we have another little look at it.
So I will do the 8-inch zip for this one. So all I've done is found the centre of this, and then it's up to you really how far down you want to do it. Brides say you want to at least go an inch below, if not an inch and a half. So like I was saying, that 8-inch there is actually 4 inches.
Right.
So what we're going to do is we're going to mark the top right hand corner on that little dot that I've just done, and then this is an erasable pen.
Lovely. So just easy trace round.
And then where these little notches are there, I'm going to also mark them in.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move it then to this side and line all that up again.
Lovely.
And then do the same.
Fabulous.
Mark that little notch in.
Now that looks like 8 inches.
And then you can either use a normal ruler or you can just use this. And I'm going to join those little notches up to make a line in the centre. And then just at the ends there, I'm going to do like a little V shape, which will make more sense shortly.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think I'm plugged in, am I, my sewing machine?
Have you not got any power? Have you got 50p for the meter?
I've got it, I think, here.
Have you got it? You're all right there.
I think so. There we go.
That's a confident sound, isn't it?
It is.
Springing into action. Incidentally as well, we'll share with you, just while Emily's getting herself ready, Viv's top tip with regard to the little zip jig that we saw earlier on. Suggestion of putting it onto a cutting board, which is a nice idea, little wooden cutting board. So yeah, like that idea. So thank you for that. Top tip. Thanks, Viv.
So with this that we've just drawn, this outside box is going to be a sewing line. So we're going to sew all the way around that box.
Okay.
And then this inside line and the little V that I've just done is going to be the cutting line.
Ah, okay.
So I'm just going to sew around the outer line to begin with.
Lovely. And of course the beauty is that you've got the 3 different sizes in there, so it could be a zipper pocket that's 7 inches, 8 inches or 9 inches. I suppose you could almost do combinations of those if you wanted to.
You could do the half sizes as well, so
true.
so you've technically got 6 sizes on there.
That's a good point. It's been a very popular tool. It's a very affordable price, I'm sure you'll agree with that, for less than a tenner. It's a tool that you can go on and use over and over again.
Yeah, because they're very sturdy quality.
Absolutely. So yeah, lots of you shopping for these. So yeah, if you fancy getting hold of yours, the details are up on your screen. It's only $9.99. Before you do complete your purchase though, do check out some of the others, but I will warn you that if you're looking for the teal version, then yes, that one is proving to be the most popular of the options, but there's not a lot in it. So whichever you're going for, really, don't kind of dilly-dally, because you could miss out on those. So you've done the rectangle.
Yep, done the outer rectangle. And then I'm just going to half this again, just so I can get a cut in the middle on that centre line.
Just to get you started.
And then just using some little scissors.
Scissors that are sharp to the point. It's amazing how many pairs of scissors I've bought over the years that aren't sharp right the way to the tip.
And then when you get to that little V shape that I did, we're going to then
a little snip
into the corners, obviously without cutting through.
Oh yes, don't cut through the stitches,
Which I'm sure I've probably done it
I think
once
we've all done
twice,
it.
or probably more.
We've all done it at some stage, haven't we?
And obviously if you do, you just need to sew over it again, really.
There's always ways and means of fixing it.
That is the thing with sewing, isn't it?
So how did you get into your sewing then?
My grandma was a patchwork and quilter.
Oh, I see.
But I think she did dressmaking as well when my dad were younger. But yeah, she did that, and I were always mesmerised. We used to go up every Sunday. I used to be mesmerised by all these quilts she did. And then just always knew I wanted to sew, and she got me my first machine at 11, and I just never stopped really.
Oh, so thank you.
Yeah.
What's her name?
She was called Julia.
Julia.
She's not
Thank
with us
you.
anymore.
She'll be watching, don't you?
She will, and she would have absolutely loved me doing this, because I think, sure, I had something in a magazine, I think, before she died, and it was a magazine she used to buy religiously. And then I had a project in it, so like for her that was such like a big. So she'd have loved watching. She'd have been watching.
Oh,
so,
dead proud, dead proud. But as I say, still watching down.
Absolutely.
On you. So we've cut through.
Yep. So what we're going to do now with this pocket piece is we're going to post it through
like that, post
the gap.
it through.
Yeah.
Lovely. Oh, how neat is that?
Yeah, and then,
beautiful.
Obviously, you've made yourself then a little window.
Okay.
And obviously, what you'd want to do is you'd want to give this a really good press.
That's it. Make
sure
it sit nice and flat.
Yeah.
And again, that's something you take the time to do.
Yeah.
No trouble at home.
Where did I put that zip? Here we go. And then the zip that I...
Oh, the zip that you made up earlier.
So I always use zips that are a lot longer than what I need, just because it makes it a lot easier. But what we're going to do is we're going to pop that behind the little window.
You can just about see these. We're down to our last 20% of the stock, incidentally, of this one. I keep forgetting to give you updates because I'm having selfish moments learning so much that, I keep forgetting I'm here for a purpose. Make sure you're checking your baskets out. I think that's the only advice that I can give you, especially with this tool. The tool that we're looking at, you actually got 2 different colour options on these ones as well, and both are pretty much as popular as the other. So whichever colour you go for. I suppose ultimately, if we sell out of one, you can still get the other. But
that's it. I think it's just personal preference. I think they're both a nice shade of that colour, if that makes sense, aren't they? So I'm just pinning this into place.
Lovely.
One more pin in.
As well. There we go as well. Now the teal, I was about to give you an update and then the figure changed, it dropped. So literally as we were giving you the updates, the stock is going. So the teal of the tool that we're chatting about here, which you saw, the zip pocket tool, the teal is the most vulnerable. We're left down to pretty much a handful of these now. So if you are particularly wanting to go for the teal is that particular colour. You need to be quick. The pink, we just have a couple of handfuls of that one. So there's not many more, to be fair. So whichever you're going for. The teal is the one that's most vulnerable. But the pink, if that's the one that you're going to go for, then you've got a little bit more time maybe with that one. What are you up to there?
I've popped the zipper foot on my machine, and all I'm going to do is go around in that rectangle shape again to stitch the zip into the little window.
And you've got your zipper foot on there so you can get nice and close.
Nice and close. Obviously I'm using nice dark thread so you can see a bit better at home.
That's it. And I love this because this is one of those tools that if you are making things to sell, then sometimes things like zips can be the time consuming bit, but it's a very professional finish. And I think it kind of, if there's a zip pocket included within a bag that you're buying, it shows that somebody's taken the time and trouble. Because if it's just like a tote bag, then it's kind of, we know tote bags can be put together pretty quickly. But adding an extra zip pocket in there, not only for security, but also it just shows you've taken a little time with it. They're both limited in stock, incidentally, now. So the next person to actually check out their basket with the teal option will be a very happy person. The one after them won't be.
Not. Oh dear.
Yeah, so Emily's shows are always very popular. It's been quite a while since we've had her here. Hopefully,
March,
it's been quite a while. Well, hopefully, it won't be as long a gap next time.
Hopefully not, because I've not got a wedding to plan. Not got a wedding to plan.
Everything kind of goes on the back burner for a while, doesn't it? When you've got other things.
It's really strange though, because I got engaged last September, and then I remember having my show here just after that, and obviously telling people, and I told people I was getting married, and then we'd planned it, and then I'm back and I'm a married lady, so it's strange.
And if you have just joined us, we might show you the pictures a little bit later on as well, because I know that you guys love to see those. Look at that.
So obviously if I'd have pressed it, it'd be a lot neater.
No, that's fine.
So then we need this piece that we left out earlier. I will cut this
And now that the ends of that zip are secure,
yes,
yeah,
we can,
it's a good time to trim
I think
those.
that thing as well, I keep it longer because I'm less likely to...
Oh, the amount of times I've done that. But you know what, with the zipper tool...
Well, that's it, because when I
jig.
lived at home, I could never put them on myself, and it was my dad that used to do it for me, and then when I left home, I was like...
I've got to find a way of solving this.
Who's going to do that for me, yeah. So, all we're going to do now is sew. So you'd put these sort of right sides together, obviously because mine's a plain one. You can't really tell, but we're going to go all the way around the 4 sides.
Okay.
Not catching this cream material in,
yes,
but then that will create the pocket. So
I love it.
Just whiz round with that, and then that'll be that demo done then.
Now, this little update is not going to be any surprise to you guys at home, I am sure. We have sold out. What are both the colour options? Wow, they've both gone now. So yeah, well done to everybody that managed to get hold of those. We are just going to continue and kind of complete the pocket so as you can see exactly what's going to be done. Which one are we going to go on to next? Okay, we'll see what Emily wants to do. So yeah, thank you to everybody that's got involved with those. Do check out, because we have got, check out on the website, we've got brand new tools as well. The zipper jig that we've referenced as well, that has sold out as well. So if you're buying your zips by the metre, as Leslie Joy was talking about, then yes, you will need that tool. Everything is flying out. We've got brand new tools as well. So we have got the boxy bag tool, and this is the latest in the range. So if you've gone for one of the previous ones, then this is the largest of the trio, because there's actually 3 now. So that is the largest. We'll be showing you that one in a few moments. Also, you've got the orange. Both of these are available in lilac or orange. So the orange is your boxy bag 2. And then the original is the pink, which we've got available as well. So we will see these in action in a little while. And also the curved bag tool, which is a new addition. These are all on the website, but we will show you them in the flesh in a little while. How's that doing?
So that's then
all done.
Completed pocket.
Perfect.
So you could do that in any of your bag projects. It could be on the outside, you could do it in the lining. It's just...
I love it, thank you, enjoyed that. There you go.
Oh,
so
yeah,
if you've shied away from those zip pockets in the past, you don't have to anymore. But if you haven't got it already, now we're sold out. So yeah, well done to everybody that's got hold of those. Turning our attention elsewhere, because we've got lots of other new things. What are we doing next?
Now we do boxy bag tools.
Let's do this, because I'm looking forward to seeing this. There's actually 3 variations, so they all work on a similar sort of idea. Are we starting off with the XL, or which do you want to start with?
So I'll do... We'll do the boxy bag 2, because I'm just thinking people have seen the...
That's the middle one.
Yeah.
Lovely. So when you look at this, you'll be able to see that you've actually got lots and lots of detail on here, which we'll get it all explained. Going from 3/4 of an inch, which is kind of etched in, as you can see there, right the way through to 2.75, so nearly 3 inches with this one. If you want to go even larger, do check out the XL, which will take you right the way through to 4 inches.
So like I said, the boxy bag tools, they all work in the same way, so sort of the demo that I'm showing here will be transferable for each of the tools. So the idea behind this was I like to make a lot of bags, and I like them to have, you know, a good base in them. And obviously usually you'll cut your square out and you'll get your ruler out and measure it. This kind of again sort of eliminates having to measure, and you just kind of choose what size you want and you're away. So thing to remember is whatever size you choose, it's going to be double that size.
Okay.
So let's say, for example, let's go for the 1.75. I've got to be a mathematician now. So double that, 3.5 into that.
Oh, we're both on the same page. That's good.
I think
you didn't make that easy for yourself, Emily. I'm not going to.
I'm going to say, well, I was looking, and to be fair though, they're all the boxy bag tools is all, so it's 1.25.
Oh, yeah, part of an inch.
So you've got 0.75 your smallest and 2.75 your biggest on that one.
Okay.
So imagine these are like the front and back of a bag.
Okay.
So what you do on the front and back, you would also replicate into the lining as well.
Fair point.
And if you've got wadding, foam stabiliser, anything like that, you would replicate it on that as well.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm just going to show you on the front and back. So I'm going to line up the 1.75 side so that I've got that square in the bottom corner there, and then just using my erasable pen, Some people do go straight in with the rotary cutter there. You just sometimes, depending on how big your rotary cutter is, you might then have to still get your scissors then. But again, just personal preference. And then we're going to do the same. Yeah, so you're always going to know that you're going to get the accurate size every time.
Perfect.
So, and then we're going to do the same on the bottom corners of this one.
What sort of feedback have you had from your customers when they've been using your tools?
Really good. A lot of people do say that I didn't know I needed it until I got it.
I think that's a really good phrase.
And I think because it's something that people have not seen before.
Yes.
I know myself, nobody really has a lot of time for the sewing anymore, do they? Or people are so busy.
You've got to take advantage of it. Yeah, no, I totally agree.
And I just sort of thought, how can I make... I've always kind of had the motto and the sort of tagline, I suppose, of making sewing simple.
Yes.
And I've always thought, how can I simplify sewing? Because it can be complicated. I've done things that I've got frustrated with and then left, and then I don't pick them back up again.
Yes.
And I've still got things now that I've probably not touched again. But so this kind of just came about where I thought, how can I make that?
Nice bit of easy sewing.
Yes.
Like it.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut these squares out. So again, you could rotary cut, scissors.
Lovely.
Obviously, you could save them scraps
Scissor
for you.
envy. These are fabulous. I love these scissors.
I think they need a bit of sharpening, to be fair. I've had them for quite a while.
I was a bit distracted by the handles of that gorgeous rose gold.
Yeah, nice and shiny, aren't they? Love the colour of rose gold.
Lovely. So just trim away those corners, and like you say, if you have just joined, just replicate the front and the back.
Yeah, and then same if you'd got obviously your two lining pieces, and if you were using wadding, you'd do the same as well, just on your bottom corners for a tote bag. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop these right sides together. So again, all this is explained in instructions as well, but obviously we'll be able to watch it back as well.
They will indeed, that's true, yeah.
The power of technology.
I love it, yeah, because this is the thing, you can go back and watch on Rewind all the kind of shows that we've got.
So the best way for me to describe this now is these two are going to be as side seams. This is the bottom seam, and then this bit here is going to form together to be a base.
Okay.
So I'm going to sew the two side seams first and the bottom seam, and I'm going to make sure I reverse stitch on each end.
Lovely, okie dokie.
So I'll whiz and do that.
This is nice because obviously the tool's helping you with the corners, which will in turn help with the size of the base of your bag.
Yeah.
But ultimately the bag can be as wide as you like, really.
See, I've done it before where I've used a ruler or something and I've not quite measured it the same on both sides.
Yes.
And, even if sometimes you're a fraction out, it then causes problems when you're sewing it up.
That's a fair point.
So this is you're always going to get that accuracy every time with this.
Lovely. I've just noticed I'm covered in little bits of fluff off those strip rolls. Tidy myself up while you're sewing.
I'm going to say I'm always covered in bits
I've always
of thread.
got, yeah. I'll go out to the supermarket and got thread hanging off my trousers.
Yeah, same.
I look like I don't belong to anybody. Perfect.
And then up this side.
And I love this because this kind of evolved through your own personal need, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, it was. And the sort of manufacturing side of it is that my dad had some machines that he's made all sorts of different bits and pieces with.
Okay.
And I started to think, what could I make on that?
Yeah.
So a lot of them are manufactured back in Barnsley in South Yorkshire.
Oh, that's lovely.
But this time I have had a bit more help, so I can't take full credit for making all these and manufacturing these because obviously I've had...
Well, it's very busy.
I've been very busy, so I've had a lot more help this time with manufacturing. But
that's lovely because the
they're
business
all
is
made,
growing.
at least all in the UK, so they're not
lovely.
manufactured abroad or shipped over. They're all UK made.
That's nice to know.
So
right, corners.
The base. So what we need to do is match this seam and this seam together.
Okay.
So the easiest way for me to explain that is if you put your hand inside and sort of
poke your fingers through almost, yeah.
And then you've got them matched up, and then we're going to sew across there. Personal preference if you want the seams open, or both to one side, one to one side, one to the other. I think everybody's got their own
That's true.
personal
Sometimes it can
preference
depend
with
on the
that.
actual fabric that you're working with as well.
And the bulkiness
yeah,
of it,
exactly.
definitely.
Yeah. I love it.
If I was using wadding, what I would have probably done is adhered my wadding onto the back of my outers first, or my linings, either, I suppose, and then tret it as one piece of fabric.
Sometimes it's easier, isn't it? Yeah.
And then I'm going to do the same with this side, so same again, sort of fold that.
Love the way everything lines up so perfectly.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then I'm going to sew across there.
Wonderful. Nice as well for anybody that's new to bag making, or kind of building your confidence with your sewing, I think.
Definitely.
So yeah, it's one of those situations that a tool like this is a tool that you'll have in your stash for many, many years to come. It'll be the kind of tool that people are like, oh, that's a good idea. Can I borrow that? And you're like, oh,
definitely.
well, not
Get
really,
your
because
own.
I don't want to lose it.
So
Look
if
at
I just
that.
show
That is
you,
beautifully neat.
that would sort of then create
That's lovely.
the base of a bag. So obviously that's then become the, what did we say, 3.5
I think we were, 3.5 inches, yes, it was, yes, yeah.
Those mathematicians.
I know, I'd forgotten, I was blown away with the sewing.
So obviously if you did 2 inches, you'd end up with a 4-inch base, so on and so on.
It's a good idea.
So obviously we'd do the same with your lining and then construct your bag then in obviously whichever way that then you...
And I think the bag that you've created there as well, I think this is a nice one as well. Hem the top, put a bit of string around it, and you've got like a gift bag. Or your Christmas gift bags you could be doing out of fabric, couldn't you, as well?
But then you can do the exact sort of same thing with makeup bags.
Oh, okay, right.
So if I grab the original boxy bag.
Lovely. So this is the original one. So this is slightly different colours to the one that we were looking at earlier on, I think, because the one that we've got is pink, but I think we've got the 2 different colour variations. So if you want the original boxy bag tool, pink and teal being your options for these ones. Now, Alison, right. Alison's asking via social media, by Facebook, only just turned on, what's the colour lilac and orange in the bottom right of the TV screen? Okay, now I don't know which tool it is you're specifically looking at, Alison, but the tools that lovely Emily has brought to us, we've got different colour options with these. So let's show you on the screen first of all, for anybody that's wondering what we're waffling on about. Well, the Boxy Bag 2 is this particular tool, which is kind of the growing on from the one that we're going to see in action, but they all work in exactly the same way. So you've got options of colours. So you might see orange as one of your options. You might see lilac as one of your options. So you click on the drop down and you just click on whichever colour it is that you want and then add to basket. The tools themselves do exactly the same, it's just personal preference. Some people like to have a different colour for the different tools so you can quickly and easily grab the one that you need. Some people prefer them all to match. So Alison, it's entirely up to you, but all it is the 2 different options of the way that they have actually been manufactured, your personal preference. So hopefully that's answered your question, but you know how to get in touch if you do need to know about that. Oh, thank you. So there you go. Now, if it goes red on your screen, the actual word, so it means it's limited in stock. So if you see the word lilac and it's red and you're thinking, hang on a minute, that's not lilac. It's red for a reason, because it means it's limited in stock, which means you have to get hold of that quickly. And if you do look back and there's only one option, I've got a feeling that means that the other one is sold out. But ultimately the tool does the same, which is what we're learning here.
Yes. So the Boxy Bag tool as well can be used for makeup bags.
Okay.
So for example, I've done this with the base at the bottom and also the top as well. So you can use it for that. So I'll quickly show you how you would do that.
Oh, thank you.
So we'll go with the 1.5 inch on this one. So instead of just doing it on your bottom corners, you will do it on all 4 corners.
And if you have just joined us, the measurement that you're seeing here is for 1/2 of the bag. So if you imagine the front of the bag and the back of the bag, 1.5 inches is going to equate to 3 inches.
So it should
the
be
actual
like
width.
3 on the top and then 3 on the bottom.
Lovely.
This one. So instead of just doing the bottom, you would do bottom and top.
Okay.
And I've conveniently half made one of these so I can swap to that, because obviously
time-wise, just to give you time update, I don't know where the clock is.
It's there in it.
Oh, you can see, that's all right then.
I keep spying at it just to make sure we're all right. So we will cut these out, and obviously we'd do the same on that as well, but just to kind of give you an idea of what shape you'd end up with.
Nice little bit of faux leather being used here as well, perfect for a wash bag.
It is.
And although we haven't got fabrics on the show today, you know that you can jump onto the website and have a little peruse for fabrics if you're wanting to and add them into your basket. And if you have shopped with us already today, then you will have your order in progress. But of course, as you know here, when you orders are all batched up at the end of the day, you get one payment come out of your account, and your post and packing is just the one as well. So yeah. Nice way of working.
You end up with something that looks a little bit like this, which can look a little bit confusing, but again, you would do the same on, so if this were your front, you'd do the same for the back, your lining, your wadding, but this is kind of where your zip would go, this would be the base, and then obviously this would kind of make up.
So it pinches in those corners that we saw earlier,
So, again, I've conveniently.
Oh, look at this.
So, in terms of sewing them up, I've left 2 corners left to sew because obviously this one looks a little bit different because we've got the zip involved.
Course, yes.
So obviously this corner here looks pretty much, it would sew up exactly the same.
So yeah, get your fingers in there.
Yeah, as what we've done on the other bag.
I don't know why, I always think of that joke with the wide mouth frog when you put your fingers in there and open that pocket. Lovely, and again you've attached your wadding, so it's giving that bag a little bit of form. Oh, Katie, that's lovely. Hi Emily, lovely to see you back on air, isn't it?
Oh, thank you, Katie.
Emily's been a bit busy, so maybe when we finish this demonstration we will show you why she's been a bit busy and hasn't been here.
So obviously the side where your zip will be closed will always be the easier side, so obviously I've left the trickier side to make so I can explain. So what you want to do is you want to hold your zip together best you can, and then this, where the seam is, then that's the seam that needs to go towards the zip.
Okay, so where the teeth meet.
Yeah, so there again where that seam is towards the zip. So you've got then 2 layers.
Oh yes.
And a zip sandwiched in the middle.
Okay.
And we're going to sew across again, exactly the same sort of shape then now.
Okay.
But with 2 layers of fabric.
Perfect.
Obviously taking care when you go across your zip.
Well, exactly, yeah, because that's the thing, isn't it? You've got a lot of bulk there. You've got kind of the nylon from the kind of coil that you've got on your zip as well. So yeah, just bear that in mind. Sometimes just slowing your machine down, or hand cranking as well, because
I do that quite a lot.
The needle finds its own way then, doesn't it, rather than it being forced through. So I'm getting loads of lovely messages coming through from you guys. So yeah, I just love it over here. It's a nice place to be, isn't it?
It is. I always go on feeling just right. I don't know. Because obviously I get up quite early on the morning, so on my way down I'm a bit like...
It's a fair old distance. So are you up in Barnsley?
Barnsley, yeah. So I get up at 4.
Wow.
Set off at about 4:45. Because it's about 2 hours, so I'm always here a little bit before I need to be, but accidents and all that.
You just have to accommodate it.
Yeah.
And you're not here by yourself, are you?
No, I brought my mum for the journey.
So, hello, Mum.
And she loves watching as well, and she loves coming because she's watched things like, I mean, she doesn't sew, but she often watches Hobby Maker, my mum. She's a card maker, so she loves being here because obviously she sees all the people that she watches on telly, so she's like, so she's always watched you on telly actually as well, so she'll be a bit like, oh yeah, she just loves it.
I'm just ailing. Oh, this is pretty.
So, just to give you another idea of kind of thing you can do.
Look at that.
So I just did like a plain one, put some flowers on it.
That is so pretty.
But obviously that then sort of shows you the idea of the...
See, these boxes are so useful for so many different things, aren't they?
And obviously you've got all the different sizes, so they just work in the exact same way. The only thing that is different, which I will show you next, is on the XL boxy bag, you've only got 3 sizes, but you have got a 45-degree angle, so you can make your own bias binding. And I've even got, when you buy this one, the instructions also includes the instructions of how to make your own bias binding.
There you go, I love it.
But I'll move on to curve bag, shall I? Since we've not looked at that.
I teased you earlier on, didn't I? I told you that Emily's not been with us since March. There's been a reason. She's been a bit distracted.
I have.
There's been stuff going on, like weddings. This is you and your lovely other half. Now, what was your other half's name?
It's called Sam.
Sam.
Yeah, Sam.
I thought you said Sam, but I thought I better not just say the name in case I got the wrong name, because that could be awkward.
My nana, bless her, she, so obviously when you get married, obviously side I was stood at, I had my family on front row at my
so
side.
as you're at the front there
But
on the left,
obviously,
aren't
because
they?
me and Sam were facing each other, my family could see Sam's face, not mine.
Yeah.
But I think that's really quite nice because my nan just keeps saying, I can't stop thinking about Sam's face and beaming smiley had on his face
I'm
all
not
the time.
surprised. Look who he was
Yeah, and I
marrying.
just think that's nice. And I think, well, his parents will have seen
seen
the
the
same,
same,
his
yeah.
nan and then granddad. And I just think, so although my mum and dad and my nan and granddad couldn't see my face, I think it's quite nice that you can see. So yeah, it was just a lovely day with all his family and friends.
I love
and then
it.
we had a week in Mexico.
Oh,
so
very
I
nice.
wished it were too. Well, people are probably going to be confused because last time I was here, I told everybody we're going to Greece for my honeymoon.
Kind of opposite directions.
Yes. So it was nothing to do with, obviously there's been fires and things.
There's been all
haven't there?
sorts of things going on, yes.
Nothing to do with that. But where we were going, the hotel, you know, we'd paid like a decent amount of money for this holiday, and reviews just kept getting worse and worse.
Oh no.
So we were really concerned that that were what we'd remember about as honeymoon.
You want it to be right, yeah.
So we were lucky enough that we were more than 30 days before we were going, and we swapped, and we just decided to go somewhere we'd never been before.
There you go.
And we went to Mexico and it was lovely.
There you
I'd go back again, so.
There you go, you heard it here first. Not only do we do so, we do travel reviews. Right, now moving on, because of course we've been talking about different tools that Emily brings to us, and brand new additions are the XL curved bag tool. So tell me about the curved bag tools.
So again, on here I do call it the curved bag tool, but I think on the packaging it says curved corner tool.
Oh, okay.
Because I decided, like I said earlier, it's not just bags really, any kind of sewing
Fair
where you
point,
need a
yeah.
curve. Like if you were making like an apron and you wanted the bottom
That's
curved.
true, yeah. Or table mat or anything,
even
yeah.
maybe something in dressmaking, like a collar if you're wanting to curve round a collar, or
good point, yeah.
You know, it's quite handy for that. So again, the XL and the curved bag do the exact same thing, they're just different sizes.
And also, do you know, I like a curved corner, especially if I'm quilting. And I don't know whether it's a big no-no, but I'm not a big rule follower when it comes to certain things.
Me neither.
And if you don't like doing your binding on a corner, I think a curve makes it so much easier.
I'm like that. I'm not very much a rule follower when it comes. If I read a set of instructions and I think, nah, I shook them to one side and I just wing it.
There you go.
Well, you can't go wrong then.
Absolutely.
Because I just think if you read instructions and you do it wrong, it is wrong, isn't it? Because you do it your own way then.
There you go. Take inspiration from the instructions. Now what we've got here.
So this is a little clutch bag that I've made using the curve bag tool.
Lovely.
And I've used it to curve the bottom of the bag.
Nice.
And then the flap of the bag. So obviously if you were doing a messenger bag and you wanted a curved flap on your messenger bag, or even if you're doing curved pockets on a bag, you could use it for that.
Lovely.
So how this one works is, so we can imagine this is the front and back of the bag and then the bag flap.
Okay.
So in terms of size, what I've done is I've just made the flap so it's about 1/2 inch smaller.
Right.
Just so that then when you've finished it, I mean this one will be a bit longer than this, but you know when it all fits together, it kind of not going to come over the seams or anything.
That makes sense.
So we'll use the XL one since that's a new one.
It is indeed. It's been a popular one as well. So lots of you have been adding this to your collection of tools.
So it's very similar to the boxy bag in terms of we're going to sort of line the edges up and then just
trace it round again.
Trace it round.
And you, like you say, you haven't had to go and find a tea plate or a saucer or
I
a dinner
just
plate or a
I
mug.
was doing that all the time, mugs and looking at my different mugs and cups I'd got, and then I'd think, oh, that's not quite big enough, or because normally something will say like you need a curve of this size, or it's like you're getting your tape measure out of your mug. So obviously this is just quite a little curve.
Lovely, just rounding off those corners.
But what you could also do as well, so although each one's got 4 sizes, so obviously then that would be the bottom of your bag. Yeah, so although we use the bottom, the outer edges, you could also use the inner edges as well, and that would be a different size again. And again, I did that on a purpose. Did think about these things, but yeah, I thought, oh well, that's going to be sort of a different size again. So that's on that one, and then you do the same on that one.
Lovely.
And then obviously your flap, you could do a different size again. So I'm going to do...
Kind of got a different shape to the corners then, haven't we, as well?
I'm going to do a bit more of a bigger curve. So yeah, you can mix and match.
I love it. First, I love things when I speed read things. I do chuckle to myself sometimes because Wendy sent a message through, and I'll explain the message to you in a second. And she's put something about. I read the bit that said about that they're good tools, and then I read the bit about what are they, and I was like, have you only just joined us then, Wendy? But then I've read the bit in between. So what Wendy said is, good morning, ladies. Lovely to see Emily back. Love a good tool to help with sewing. And rules, what are they?
I love that.
You're in the non-rule club.
You were in the club,
in
definitely.
the club, yes. But it kind of takes away the stress, I think, and the kind of anxiety sometimes of making things. If you kind of just think, just do it your own way.
Definitely.
So, yeah, do it your own way. Certain times you have to do kind of follow the rules, like quilting, because it wouldn't fit together, would it? But other times, just,
And if you were obviously dressmaking, you can't really chop loads of bits off, can you?
Well,
Because it's not so much going to fit.
That's true.
In terms of construction, if you know a different way to construct something, then...
Sometimes some of the best techniques come around because like accidents that people have done and things like that, where they've kind of, I don't know, trimmed off too much and they've had to join something and it's like, oh, actually, this isn't a bad technique.
So this is just the same as that one.
Lovely.
And then I'll sew them together.
Fabulous.
Like I said, not just bags, anything you sew with a curve, which I think can be quite a lot of things once you start thinking about it.
In all fairness, anytime you see a corner, it could be a curve, couldn't it? So,
yeah,
it's just a little easier way of sewing sometimes.
So obviously in a bag, all I'm going to do is follow that round, follow the line of the curve from one side to the other, leaving the top open.
Lovely. Now, Emily's here. Sadly, we've only got one show with Emily today, which is kind of good because we've sold out a lot of things, to be fair. But we will give you a little bit of a review of everything, I'm sure, before we say goodbye to you. But everything that she's brought to us is available on the website anyway. The zipper jig, that sold out earlier on. Also, lots of you taking advantage of the different kind of boxy bag tools that we've been looking at. I think some of those have become quite vulnerable as well. And of course, at the moment, we're talking about the curved corner tool, and this is perfect for your bag making. But as Emily said, anywhere where you've got a corner.
Yeah, definitely. And then I always like to remove the bulk then of that.
Okay, so just make sure again, don't go too close to those stitches.
But if you do, we've all been there.
Just re-sew it,
You're in good company if you do.
Yeah.
And then obviously when you turn it the right way out.
Beautifully neat. Look at it. I like that.
And you've not had to get your cup, your mug.
That's it.
And everything in the kitchen sink.
Do you know what? It's uniformity. They're both the same. So because if you've got, like you say, the mug or a plate, it's if you're not using it from the start
same
point,
angle,
point and end point exactly the same. Those could very easily end up odd, but because you've got the straight edges, you line up the straight edges, and the curve kind of takes care of itself. I love that idea.
So and then you do the same. Obviously, you do two flaps.
Yeah.
And then obviously do the same. And then obviously you've got that nice.
There you go. I love it. Absolute perfection. I love it. Now we've got probably about 5 minutes or so left, I think, or a couple of minutes. Should we do a little bit of a review, or what should we do? Ben, you're driving. What should we do?
You're in charge.
Well, we told him that, didn't we, at the beginning? But now we're going to give you some updates, actually. So, joking apart, so the boxy bag, I'm going to bring these in and show you these as we're chatting about them. So, this is the latest edition. So, this is the largest of the tools. Now, of course, when you're looking at the tools, there are 3 different sizes. So, if I bring them all in, so you may have the original, which is the one that we've seen previously, 2 new sizes, boxy bag tool 2, and the XL. Now, the XL, half of the stock has gone. So, this is taking you from that technique that we saw. You're going to have bags that have got a base of 6 inches through to 8 inches because of those sizes that you've got there. Now this is available in 2 colours, the lilac as well as the orange, and the lilac is now gone limited in stock. So if that's important to you, then please do make sure you're checking out your baskets as soon as you possibly can. We've also got boxy bag tool 2, which is another new one to you. Again, this is available in the orange, which we've got here, or the lilac. Oh, the lilac's gone, so the orange has gone. So again, this is a very very useful one. This is almost like your Goldilocks one, isn't it? It's in the middle.
Yeah, and there's some really tiny ones in this one, and then a really big
and
one.
I must admit, I only did look at this thinking about it. I thought, gosh, that's going to be a very small.
Yeah.
But of course, it's doubling up, so it's actually going to be an inch.
An inch and a half.
That's it, and you're actually looking at 1.5 inches that you've got. So this is taking you from 1.5 inches through to 2 3/4 inches, which of course you're doubling up those sizes. So that would be 5.5 inches.
Yes, I think so.
We're doing the maths. The last one, though, is the original. And I know lots of you have been shopping for this one as well, because for some of you, like me, it might be the first time that you've seen these tools. So if you're wanting to get the original, again, nice one potentially to start with.
I think so. I think, like I said, when I was designing that, I thought about the most used sizes. And I would say, if you've not got any, then this is a good starting point if you just wanted to get one.
But you may well find yourself collecting them all.
Yeah, that's
just
that is what people do. They get one, and then later on they think, oh, do you know, actually I need
go for the
number 2
others.
on the XL, yeah.
Now, if you're wanting that one, this one is available in the teal colour, which is this colour that we've got here as well. So obviously this is a different tool, but if you want that one, but in that colour, we're down to the last few of those. So actually it's single figures on both of them, so regardless of the colour. Again, very affordable at $9.99, a very popular item. And then of course we've just been taking a look at the curved corner tool. Again, we've got a couple of these ones. The XL, a brilliant one for those larger curves if you're wanting to. Very popular in the lilac option. It's lilac and teal in this one, isn't it? Lilac and orange. So lilac and orange. So again, if you're wanting to match other tools that you've gone for, bear in mind we've got the 2 colours with those. Again, you're loving your lilac, $10.99 for that particular tool. The original one, this is the original. It's not been launched today, this one. It's the original one. This one, again, you're going from your 1 inch curve right the way through to your 3 inch. So again, maybe a nice one to start with. Nice and portable, that one. That's very comfortable. So with that one, what colours have we got on that one? Lilac and the teal? Teal and pink this time with these. I'll get the hang of this by 11. Might be a bit late. And then the zip pocket tool, has that gone? Oh, that's gone. Well, thank you.
No, thank you very much.
I've had a fabulous time. I know you guys have. Thank you.
Flown, that, hasn't
it has. And thank you for keeping in touch via social media. It's lovely to get your questions through. Have we got a date for you to come and see us again?
Not yet, no, but hopefully it won't be as long.
Definitely.
Since I've not got as much going on now.
I love it. No, well, yeah, exactly. I'm sure we'll see you back sooner rather than later. And on behalf of everybody, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And
thank you to everybody else that's sent in your congratulations as well.
And thank you for sharing your photos. And on social media, where can we find you?
So I'm MEB Designs on Facebook. So EMI, obviously first letters of Emily, B for middle name Beth, and then Designs.
I love it. And it's on all the tools as well. So if you have shops, you won't have a problem finding it. Thank you very much. Thoroughly enjoyed myself. You guys, though, don't go anywhere. Maybe grab yourself a brew. We've got another 2 hours here at Sewing Street. And I've got Carolyn coming back for another little chat. So very much looking forward to that. Emily, thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Bye.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello there, welcome back. Welcome back to our last 2 hours of Sewing Street this morning. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I certainly have. And I've had some lovely company during the course of the morning, and our lovely Carolyn is back. So hello there, Carolyn, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm fine.
Have you had
good.
a nice cup of tea or cup of coffee or something like that?
I had a bit of a sit down. I actually was watching Emily do her her bag tool things, especially as we'd been talking about the little extra quilt things, and you said, you could make bags or pouches out of those. And then I'm looking at her tool going, and that would be really handy with little bits of patchwork to make your bags.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Very, very clever lady, yeah. And if you didn't catch the show, of course, you can go back on Rewind and watch it at a later stage. Talking about going back, before we get into the throes of this hour, we've got something available on pre-order that actually sold out in the last hour. So I'm just going to mention that very, very quickly, because if you saw Carolyn earlier on, she was with me this morning from 9 a.m. And the item that we are talking about is now available on the website for pre-order. We will be having another closer look at it in the next hour, because Carolyn's with me for the next 2 hours. And this is a fabulous hexagon quilt kind of template and pattern that we were chatting about, and it's beautiful, and it completely sold out. But obviously in the break we've had a little bit of chat, and if you did miss out on it, you can pre-order it now, but we will show you it a little bit later on. So that kind of gives you a feel for what happens when we have Carolyn's patterns and templates available. So, word to the wise, get in early while you've got the chance, because we are now looking at a beautiful quilt. Lots of you have already spied this quilt behind Carolyn, so you've already started looking for where you can get the tools to allow you to achieve that result, and that is what we have got here. I cannot believe the price on this one, £15. You are getting the template, but you are also going to get, so you're going to get your pattern, but you're also going to get your templates with this. And this quilt behind you is absolutely beautiful, Carolyn. I love it. Love it. Looks amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I was just like, oh, what are they showing? I'm trying to get to grips with all the TV screen things.
No,
Talk
you're
about
fine,
amateur.
don't you worry.
Yeah, I made it. It was one that, again, it was, I'm always really inspired by old quilts. And I wanted to do a quilt that basically used something called all the odd bits of fabric, strips and strings.
Okay,
so this was what they call a string quilt. So it used up all the scraps. And I did it as a standalone pattern so that people who were using different techniques for quilt as you go, where you have to cut off extra bits of fabric from the back of your quilt.
Yes.
Some people were saying, oh, that's a real waste, isn't it? And I was sitting there in my little patchwork bubble going, but no, because you use those for your string quilts. And people were like, well, what's a string quilt? And I said, well, it's one that uses up all the odd shaped strips and bits left over from things.
Right.
And then I thought, oh, okay, to sort of help people use up all those bits, I'll do a little pattern. So we did the pattern, and then latterly I've done the templates for it.
Yes.
So sometimes you might see that I've done the pattern, but there are no templates with it. You have to make your own. So this was sort of basically for me, it just makes it all so much easier.
They're good sized templates, and I have to say, when you're kind of doing the repetitive cutting, if you've got some like a paper template and things like that, then obviously you'll often find yourself having to do several of them because you kind of chop into them and accidentally trim bits off. But with things like these, you can use them over and over again because your rotary cutter can go down. I don't know why I'm waving them around up there. I'll put them down here so you can have a look at them. So these, you can see how these lovely shapes are taking form within the pattern here. But we've already got so many of you popping these into your baskets, probably more than we have available to you. You've got etching in these as well. Obviously they've got that protective layer on there. I know you'll be familiar with that. That's purely to make sure that when they come to you, they're in pristine, tip-top condition. But we will see these in action in a few moments. But if you're wanting to get hold of the Japanese Stars and Lantern quilt pattern, then this is teamed up with your templates for just £15. I'd be more than happy paying £15 for those and not getting the inspiration of the pattern, but having it all together, absolutely phenomenal as well. And it's a multi-page booklet for you as well, so brilliant. Now, we have got a nice kit for you that we're going to share as well. And dare I say, William Morris. So I'm going to move that to the side for a few moments. We'll come back to that in a little while. But we have got some absolutely beautiful fabrics with these. So with this one, you're going to get your beautiful William Morris fabrics that we're working our way through here. In addition, are we going to get in the Japanese Stars? Is that the template that we're getting with this one, the pattern? Or is it a different pattern? It is that. Oh my goodness. Now this is a treat, isn't it? Imagine creating that fabulous quilt utilising these beautiful traditional fabrics. Oh my goodness, you are going to love it. So those are all of your gorgeous fabrics that you're going to get in there. In addition, you are going to get your instructions and your templates. That's going to come together beautifully.
And the cream.
The cream as well.
I don't know why I'm
Is
saying
it this one?
this.
Oh no, not that one, that one. Sorry, I wasn't even looking. I just put my hand out then. You're getting this as well? No way. And you get calico
And the
as
calico.
well. My goodness.
It's like Christmas.
Absolutely, absolutely. So all of that making a William Morris quilt. Now, what sort of size are we looking at for the quilt on this one? I should check this one before we started, shouldn't I? Hold on. We are looking at, oh, they're not up there. Just looking for my glasses and they're not there. So they are now here. So we are looking at a quilt size of 76 inches square. That does include your border because you've got quite a deep border with this one, which I have to say I love. I love that 8-inch border, it looks fabulous. And your blocks themselves are about 12 inches when they're finished. I say about because it's not always the way, is it? You know how it is. That is a phenomenal bundle, and that is something that you're going to be able to create the most incredible quilt all of that coming together. So you've got your pattern there with the quilt that we've seen behind Carolyn. You've got all your gorgeous William Morris fabrics. You've got your templates, so those repeat cuts that you're going to be doing. You've got those that are going to help you, and you've got your extra wide backing, and you've got your calico in there as well. How much of the extra wide are we getting? 2 meters, is it? 2 meters. So half, oh, that looks, mind you, I suppose it's extra wide, isn't it? So it's going to look bigger, but ½ metre there. And the calico, did you say there was 3 metres of the calico? Yeah, 3 metres of the calico. It's beautifully soft, that as well. What about the other fabrics? Do we know what size cuts? I'm guessing at ½ metres. Are they fat quarters? Oh, yes, of course they are fat quarters, yeah. But you're getting a lot within there. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 beautiful fabrics. I love that. And as a bundle, you are loving it as well. So if you're wanting yours, details are on your screen. £115.85. Phenomenal price for all of that. And you can see your split pay there as well as £57 and was it £57.25? So brilliant value for money. So pretty much if you were thinking about getting those together, which is a brilliant price, for an extra tenner, that's the first split pay payment, isn't it? No, it isn't. No, extra 40 quid. What am I on about? Extra £40, it's your first of your split pay. So brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Love it. We can see that in action in a little while. That is beautiful. So it's 1½ metres of that. Right. So the graphics have said that. Yeah, okay. Okay. We've got 3 reference points, the website and the images that you've got and the details on. They've all got different things on, but we can confirm it's 1½ metres of your extra wide backing fabric. I'm not going to open it up, but you can see that it's absolutely beautiful. Very in keeping with obviously the quilt that we're looking at. Perfect for that 8-inch border if you wanted to use it for your 8-inch border, or you could use that as your separation fabric if you wanted to. It's entirely up to you, but you're getting that. You can decide yourself as well. But over half the stock has gone, and we've got twice as many in baskets as we have stock available. So that doesn't bode too well, does it really? Key thing is, if you like it, if you want it, you need to get it in your basket, and you need to get those baskets checked out. We are going to see these in action in a wee while with our lovely Carolyn. But before that, if you're just wanting the extra wide, we have got that. So very quickly, options to get hold of the fabrics. The extra wide, it is available, as you can see on your screen there, £14.99. That's for your ½ metre pieces. That is cut to order. So if you're wanting to go for multiples of those, you can do. So yeah, if you're wanting to, you can go for that one by the ½ metre. Obviously, with the William Morris fabrics, absolutely beautiful. I'm going to bring these with me actually, so we can have a little chat about them as we go. But bear in mind, as the bundle, half the stock has gone. I think that was the update, the latest update. Now, the instructions and the template, I'm so sorry. I knew this was going to happen and I was dreading it. This is now sold out by itself. So thank you to everybody that's gone for those already as well. But we do have some on extended delivery. So the way this works is you place your order now. Karen, you may well laugh over there, Mrs. I can hear you giggling.
Sorry.
Now with these, the original stock, the immediate dispatch stock has gone, but we are going to be able to bring these to you. Same price, different item number is, I think, isn't it, at this stage, because we're on extended delivery. We're looking at how many days? Just a few days. What's a few days between, friends? Weekends don't count anywhere, really, do they? So yeah, you can still get hold of it, and that is the most important thing, but that is limited as well. Now, let's have a little chat about sewing. And I have got the perfect person. I'm gathering up all my belongings and I'm going on a walk. I'm coming over to see you, Carolyn.
Hello.
It's gone a little bit bonkers. A little bit bonkers. Well, there goes one of the templates.
You've dropped your bits.
I'll pick it up, don't worry. They're very durable, those as well.
Yeah, a good one.
Everybody is loving everything that you bring to us. And
that's
I love
really
this
cool.
idea.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I don't know where I'm looking. I'm still not very good at this.
Go.
Here I am.
You're doing brilliantly.
Thank you. It's amazing to think of all the quilts and things that will be stitched, hopefully.
Because you are incredibly reactive. So when people have said to you, when you just said, oh, the string quilt, and everybody's like, oh, what's this? And I must admit, it's a new one to me as well.
Oh. Yeah, it's just, it goes back to my quilt nerd thing earlier on about all the different sorts of quilts there are, and mainly a string quilt. They're the sorts of quilts that never made it to museums because you used up all your old bits, your you know, waste bits, and they were often made to be used. They were real like utility quilts, so they'd often get worn out, and then in shreds, and then hence when, you know, you were like, oh, well, let's have quilts in museums, they're always like the heirloom ones, the perfect ones, and these are the ones like with character and with interest.
I like that.
You know, all your bits of fabric aren't necessarily the same, you haven't necessarily got as much, they're real scrappy and real.
Do you know what this strikes me of as well? There's a lot of people nowadays making memory quilts from clothing.
Yeah.
And I think this could potentially work, because I'm guessing the strips just need to be a uniform width, and then...
Well, not even a uniform width, because when I had the fabric bundle, I basically have just cut it, you know, into, I think I used things like an inch, inch and a half, inch and a quarter, but they didn't actually have to be straight either. So you don't have to be like mega precise with it, because it all works out. There's ways that it's all sort of made precise afterwards. So, so it's a really forgiving quilt, it's a really forgiving style of making and pattern making. So this was just one of the scrappy blocks I've made, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through the process.
Thank you.
Of that, and why you've got 2 templates. So I'll move that out of the way.
And that block itself, I think we referred to as a 12-inch block, so a nice size block, that one as well.
It is. It's 12 inches finished, which is always, I think it's like really comfortable size.
Yeah, good size.
So what you're going to do first is you've got 2 templates, and for this block we use this template. Okay, so this is when you're going to use calico as your foundation to sew these strips onto.
Right.
If I just turn that over, you can see that the calico is all over the back of the quilt.
Right.
So I tend to use calico, A, because I like the crispness against the fabrics, and B, because it's not like a precious printed part of my stash fabric. So the fact that I'm stitching strips on top of it, it doesn't matter that the calico's still underneath.
It's got a lovely kind of earthiness, I think, to it as well.
I like a bit of calico.
Yeah, it's quality calico. I mean, don't get me wrong, some of them are, I wouldn't put on a quilt, but this one's beautiful.
No, it's nice. So what you're going to do first is you're going to cut calico squares 6.5 inches square.
Okay.
And then you're going to use your template on top of that, and this is being on the back of the calico.
Okay.
So, you know, back, front, whatever, but the lines that you're going to draw are on the back of your block when it's finished. So you've got all your markings on here. This corner right angle here, which also indicates that there's a seam allowance included there, that sits in the corner of your calico.
Okay.
And this point, this is really important, this point does not reach the end of your block.
Ah, so don't think you've cut your block too big.
It shouldn't reach the end, because that point that we're going to sew to should be within your seam allowance, so that when you sew the blocks together,
of course,
on here you can sort of see your point is within, so that when we,
because you don't want the point coming
You're
to the
not gonna
corner, because
cut
it'll be a flat corner then.
Absolutely,
Chopped off.
won't be pointy.
Right. Okay.
So on here, you're then going to get a strip of fabric, string strip, and you put it on the front, right sides together, and you can eyeball this. So there's not a lot of precision because we've got this line. You eyeball your seam allowance as long as a bit of your fabric overlaps to the right hand side of that line, and then you're going to stitch from top to bottom, and that's what you can see there. It's the stitching line
on the line that you drew,
on the
line.
Top of that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you go and you press that from the front, so you end up with this thready bit there.
It's a bit like foundation work, isn't it?
It is, and ironically, I really don't like foundation paper piecing, she says in public on TV.
I think you might like it more now.
It's not my thing, but the elements of it for this, be given that after 2 things you can be as inaccurate as you want.
Yes, yeah.
It sort of takes it like, right, I've got 2 lines and then I'm over it.
Yeah.
So you're ending up, so you've got one piece of fabric on one side, press it so you can see it, and then you're going to get your second piece of fabric for the other side. And again, it's exactly the same process, right sides together, eyeball that overlap, because really it doesn't matter. What matters is that you sew along this line.
Okay. So the scraps can be really quite thin, can't they?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how thick or thin, because this drawn line is the outline of your star, and everything else is going to be accommodated within the square.
Lovely.
So we've got this to work with. You're then going to work from the front now.
Okay.
So you'll get your strip of fabric. This is cool. It's birds. I've cut their heads off.
Oh, I think
I think like grim. We'll cut the bottoms off when I sew it together. First fabric strip, right sides together on the front, and you're sewing through all the layers, so the calico as well. And what happens then, you can do both sides, and then you can press.
That is lovely. I've got some of this fabric, this honeysuckle.
It's a real classic. I like that bluey green
classic
in
prints,
that
aren't
too.
they? Yeah, beautiful.
So
love it.
This, like every stage of the process known to man. So now it's pressed.
Got you.
And again, you can chain piece these as well.
Okay.
So, I mean, I've done these one at a time so you can see. But basically, as you're stitching your strips, they're just staggered down the edge here. And press as you go. So yeah, I'll do like a whole batch of these, so I don't have to keep getting up and down. Although that's good for fitness, good to get your steps in. But I will do like a whole batch, like half a dozen, and then press, and then come back to the machine.
That's a good way of doing it.
And then, as some of you might have guessed, you're going to continue to fill it in.
Okay.
Now, one hint for when you're filling is when you get to these corners, you don't want to be using like tiny little bits, because if you think about it, some of this is your seam allowance.
That's a good point.
And if you use too smaller bits, then they'll get lost, or you'll end up with loads of bulk.
So those last bits, if they're a little bit wider, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah. And in fact, I ended up cutting strips that I think 2 inches wide, so that they've got that bit more chunky.
Okie dokie.
So you've got that. The next thing you can do is you're going to use your 6.5 inch square ruler.
Okay.
Which, to be honest, I did see one in here earlier, and now I can't see it.
Oh.
So I don't know where that went.
Is it behind? Hold on.
6.5.
Is it in the ruler department?
Don't know. There was a little 6.5 inch square ruler
excuse me,
earlier.
coming round the
I mean, I
behind
must
of you.
admit,
Oh, I don't know.
this is live TV in action.
Michael's on
But
it.
hey ho, we're going to use that to square up this. So what we'll realise, or what you'll see when I turn this over, because I'm going to square it up from the, well, I'm not, because I haven't got mat, but I'm going to show you, is that you're going to line the square up with the corner of the calico that's not been stitched on.
Oh, there you go, my lovely.
Yay. And line it up with that corner.
Okay.
So you're going to start cutting, and you've lined the ruler up with the calico
Got you.
corner.
Yes, yeah.
And what you will see, and I don't know if the TV thing shows this, but the ruler now seems bigger than the calico. And that's because often when you're sewing on top of things, the fabric underneath shrinks up.
Right, okay.
And that doesn't matter. What you're going to do is cut to the size of the ruler of your square.
So that kind of gets everything back on track then, doesn't it?
Gets it all back on track. But sometimes people end up with a little bit of thinking, oh no, the calico's shrunk, I've got to line it up to the calico.
Yes,
but
so-
you don't. You need to line it up
The
to
calico
the
has
square
almost served
ruler.
its purpose at this stage, hasn't it? It's done the job that you need it to do, and now you're just kind of squaring it up. I suppose it's that thing that's like a 1/4 inch seam and a scant, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of that little, with the fabrics, it kind of
So with
jiggles
your
round.
ruler, you're sorting it out. Also, this is cool because the ruler's got a diagonal line. So if you make sure the diagonal lines up with the point and the point, then you're always going to get the point of this where it should be.
Absolutely, yeah, perfect. Incidentally, if you do need the ruler, we have got the ruler available for you. Probably notice the details up on your screen. Only $14.99. Very useful one to have because, of course, it's your 6 inch with the extra seam allowance on there as well. So you see, you're finished 6 inches because the seam allowance is there. Brilliant. Thank you.
So once it's in effect had its hair cut, it will actually. Well, I always think they look a bit scraggy.
They do look a
I'm
bit
like,
scraggy,
really?
don't they?
Okay.
And you know, one of the things
But
that I love
haircut-
about this, you've even shown the edge, using the edge of the selvage there as well. So
Yeah, we haven't
even
trimmed
those
that
little
off.
tiny pieces, it doesn't matter.
You can get it all in.
I love it, thank you.
So haircut wise, this is what you're looking at, a nice clean crisp block that's an accurate size.
Lovely.
But actually all the piecing within that, it was just as you sew,
Right.
like nice mindless repetitive stitching. You're going to make 4 of these for every for your quilt, so or your block. You can make 4 of these. There's 2 that I've got here. You can see I've used the same fabric.
See, this is what I love about quilting. It's the repetitive nature. Once you've kind of honed your skills on that one piece, you just keep going.
Keep stitching, exactly. You can stitch them together, stitch together in pairs, right sides together to make the star. And you're going to press the seams open.
Okay.
This is really important because this bit's quite bulky, and if you start pressing in a direction, you're going to end up with quite humpy, lumpy bits.
Humpy, lumpy bits.
Humpy,
okay,
lumpy
we don't
bits.
want humpy, lumpy.
So you need to press them open. Also, you'll see in a minute, you get a really nice secondary design on the back that no one's ever going to see when you've made.
You know it's there.
Absolutely. So the blocks go together, 2 pairs, and then the pairs together. Okay.
Beautiful. Look at how gorgeous does that look?
This is a method, or for this block, I've focused on the fact you're making the star.
Okay.
And that's what I did for the quilt. So if you look up in the corners there, you see the star first.
So here?
Yeah.
Is that where we're looking?
But, that's it.
If you take
but
that off
if you fit them together the other way round, you focus on the diamond of the lantern
yes,
first.
because it's kind of evolving those diamonds. Yeah.
So it's up to you which way you want to focus your blocks.
Yes.
So you've got sort of nice little touches of making it personal there.
I like that, yeah.
So, but the other thing I'm going to show you, which I think is quite good, is if you put the blocks together differently, you get this.
Right.
And this is just, to me, it looks like a completely different quilt.
Absolutely,
but
yeah.
it's exactly the same.
I like the quirkiness of this.
So this is my block.
Yeah.
You can see, I don't know how much we can see 2 together. And that's the traditional.
Yeah.
And this, in effect, is the...
No, if you forgive me for coming in.
No, you do, because you know what's seen by
if I just
what.
kind of
Yeah,
squidgy those over. There you go.
Yeah, perfect. So for me, it's in effect, you've definitely got, just from one block, you could make loads of blocks and then decide how you want to set them. So, and also it just gives you 2 completely different looking quilts
and also as well, I mean, that is your block, but you don't have to make all your blocks the same. So it could be that you've got on a colour theme, so it might be variations of blue, and you might have some fabrics that have got a lot of blue content, some that haven't so much, and kind of using those, and then at a later stage, when you've got a good stash of the blocks that you've made up, play around with them and get that design. I love it.
And also the other thing is that for these blocks, when I was making these, I've used the constant colour. I've used that lovely terracotta print here.
Yes.
It's the outline to the star.
Yes.
Whereas if I quickly whip this one back in.
Okay.
And this one has still got the outline, but they're all different fabrics.
Yes, so they are.
So they don't have to be all exactly the same fabric. There's just so many ways you can play with this.
Oh, I love this. What a brilliant idea.
Let's see what else
we've got. It's a fabulous design.
So that's using a calico base and your template A.
Okay.
All right.
And this is the thing, because you've actually got 2 templates, haven't you?
There's 2 templates, yeah. And this is because, if you remember, I said I use the calico because I don't want my nice fabrics covering up another nice fabric. But sometimes I'm like, I'd really like something fancy in here.
Yes, yeah.
So for those, we go through to template B.
See, you could have got away with just putting 1 template in there, Carolyn.
Oh, no, we've got 2. I like templates.
You're too generous.
So with template B, you use that with a different foundation. So let's find all the bits that we organise and then I lose. We are going to... You need a foundation that is basically, for me, is still going to stay in. So it acts like your calico square as the stabiliser, but template B fits completely. And from template B, we cut our fancy fabric.
Right, because before it didn't go right into the corner, did it?
No. So this covers our foundation. And I use a really lightweight, the lightest weight sewing Vilene. I know there are other thick foundations that people like, but this is my favourite. So template B will give you these.
Got you.
And also in a minute I'll show you, obviously because these are transparent, they're perfect for fussy cutting. So I'll show you some fussy cut centres in a minute. So to make these blocks, you actually haven't got to do any stitching from the back. You haven't got any drawn lines. You've cut your fabric and you will basically, these are the ones I did as step outs, fabric in place.
And then just complete the process.
First strip, press.
And so on.
Second press. I do like this.
Beautiful.
And again, you can see, I think we're on with the programme now. Filled it up, filled all my corners up, and then I'm going to use
back in with your 6.5
my
inches.
Square in the middle here. Line it up with your clean corner, the one that hasn't got any stitching. Line the diagonal up with the point at the bottom. And actually, we talked a little bit about if you've got a rotary cutting mat that's
the rotary
rotates.
Ones, yeah, rotary,
and again, that would, I just turn it twice, but people like the rotary mats.
Thank you.
So haircut.
And there you go.
Looks like that.
Perfect.
So then the next little blocks.
You start playing around and putting those together.
So
very effective.
Yes, your nice fabric, and of course you're not covering it all up, so you're using it really economically.
I love that idea.
And this is your pressed back. I just think I love the chevron-y bits.
Now we're going to chat more about this in a few moments, but
Okay.
I need to do a little bit of housekeeping with you guys. I need to show you how you can shop for a shop here at Sewing Street. Try again, Sewing Street. Yeah, let's just show you that, just a small VT, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
So there you go. That's how it works here at Sewing Street. Now we've been having some lovely messages coming through. The lovely Jill has messaged us via social media, and she's saying she's loving the demonstrations.
Thank you.
So keep doing some of those. Please get more templates in. I'm so engrossed that I've missed them. Well, do you know what? I've got a bit of an update on that in just a few moments. We left you just a few moments ago. We were chatting about this fabulous Japanese stars and lanterns quilt pattern that we've got, and we've also got the templates. So I'll chat about those in just a few moments. But sorry, we jumped in and we stopped you chatting. So we've got to the point where you've shown us previously how to use calico as that kind of white star in the centre, but this time you're using pretty fabrics.
Yeah, we're using our special fabrics. So this was quite a general all over print, but in a minute I'm going to show you how, because the template's clear, and I sort of alluded to that earlier, that you can do some really nice fussy cutting with these.
Nice idea as well.
You can see straight through it, and you've got the seam line on here, so you know exactly which piece is going to be seen in your block.
And can we refer back to the calico version of this one? Have you got that one to hand? Because you've actually got two templates that you brought to us, which mean that you've kind of got two different variations. And you can go back and watch this incidentally. So if you have just joined us, then yeah, please do go back and watch the show. You've got two templates that come alongside. Oops, just shot off over there. Come back again. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. So you've got got your A, which you can see is going to slot into those corners there. I'm just going to slide that over just a touch so you can see. So you've got your A template. Now I'm going to actually show you the ones, when they come to you, they may well have the covering on there. It's a bit tricky to show you because they're clear, but you just peel that back and you'll end up with your clear template. You'll also have the B template, and they are slightly different. When you look at the ends of these, and Carolyn has explained to us why the ends are different, because you use them in two different scenarios. So one, you may use your calico on this occasion as your base, and you can see there you've got your square of calico where everything has kind of been drawn and stitched on. So that's one result. So your kind of base fabric is showing through, but equally so you're covering up a lot of that fabric. So you might not necessarily want to use your pretty fabrics because we want to be a bit more economical with them, don't we? And that's why you've got your second template, as Carolyn's just explaining to us, and this one has got a slightly different shape to it, slightly different corner there, because this is one that you need to go right to the corner of your squares when you're creating those. So if you have just joined us, do go back, you will be able to see these come together. Have you done any little videos for these at all on your social media? I know you're on Instagram and stuff like that.
No, well, you've not realised I'm not very good at these sorts of things. So I'm just like, whoa, have I done videos? No.
Excuse me, no. I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You're very good. You explain everything so well.
Thank you.
Do it.
The videos that I've done are actually, I have done some videos. I did some, actually all to do with hand piecing and big stitch quilting. So, so if you go on my website or look through to my YouTube, you would see me talking about the hand piecing and the hand quilting.
Well, I know our viewers would love to follow you and see videos if you do.
Yeah, it all pops out sometimes on Instagram, but definitely on my website.
Well,
you can
Patricia,
click on.
I couldn't agree more. It's a brilliant demonstration, such a super idea I've never seen before, myself included. And I love the fact that it's used in such small scraps of fabric. It's amazing. Now, can I share the good news? Oh, no, we can't. I can't share the good news yet.
I completely blanked. They haven't set it up yet, obviously.
We're waiting for a go for it. You may well have an inkling, so just get yourself ready. Okay, get yourselves ready. So, where were we next? Sorry, I butted in.
There's the fact that you can use these use the B.
Right, so let's go back to B. So let's move that one out of the way.
So if we look at that, we move that.
Lovely.
And we go. The other thing, actually, a little side aside.
Oh, look at this.
Is you could use. I've used little strips and things, but if you had a really big bit of fabric, again, you can cut that into a big rectangle, cut it in half to a triangle, and fill it in with bigger pieces. So don't feel that it always has to be little itsy bitsy pieces.
I've got an essence of the Maltese cross working with this one, actually, when you look at
it. It's different. And I've used a really tiny strip here, so just different proportions, just playing about. Also, I've put it so that the points all match in the middle. If you want to make one, it's a nice little table centre, I think. Again, any of these blocks, as individual ones for cushions.
And again, you kind of got that secondary pattern that evolves when you kind of put a block like that to the next block, because you'll have a big diamond, I'm guessing then, won't you?
So just different looks. It's good. And also it was good to play about with the William Morris prints because they're so varied, they're such nice textures. So
beautiful. Oh, give us more ideas.
More ideas. Well, the next thing you could do is I tried a little bit of fussy cutting. So this particular print that you've probably got in your pile.
Well, I don't know if have we got any of the bundle left?
That's it. Oh,
the bundle's gone.
Oh, well, we won't be detailing
we can still talk about it, because there are people that have shopped for it, so that's okay. So this part here is kind of picking out.
This is picked out. I'll start you with this one, and then I'll show you a couple more where I used a much bigger print. So this, like you can sort of see this little tree thing. And basically what you do is you just put your template on here.
And I was going to ask you, because you've got this little arrow and a horizontal.
We've got straight of grain arrows on here. So for those of you, it's not more of a dressmaking thing, but it is
it's more common, isn't it?
Yeah. And we've got two on here. They go each way. So you could, if you're cutting these economically from fabric, i.e. not fussy cutting, this is basically, if you cut a strip of fabric 6.5 inches wide, then this goes next to the straight side, and it enables you, it guides you to, to flick flack them up
I understand,
strip.
yeah.
This, I mean, obviously you can, if you cut a fabric like that, it's going to have biases on all edges, which will be stabilised by the fact we're putting it on that lightweight foundation, and then we're sewing a strip to it.
And also, I suppose if you've got a directional fabric, say something that's got stripes in it and something like that, and you want them all to be going in the same.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, and I found that when I was fussy cutting, I would use this arrow as my marker so that I don't have to draw. You can draw on these templates with washable pens, you know, as you do for fussy cutting. You know, there's my flower, I'll always focus with that and then wash them off afterwards. But I just found that having that arrow, so it just went up the
so you've
stem
got a reference
of that.
on the stem
so
there.
every time I moved it over, I knew that that arrow was at certain points on that design, and I used that.
Who'd have thought a little arrow like that could be so significant? That is the thing. It's just little tips and techniques
really
like that.
helpful.
Yeah.
So on this fabric, this was the first one I did. So this one was quite this sort of subtle.
Bring that back in so you can see.
Fresh.
So that fussy cutting there, so you can see it coming from that branch out from the centre there, which is lovely because it's the exact same point that you've got those flowers appearing on each of the points of the star. Love it.
But then, in fact, I've even bought.
Can I take that back?
You take that back because that's yours.
I don't know whether
I
don't know whether they've logged it or
might have
I don't know what
sold it.
goes on. So you might have to go out to somebody.
But also, it's because I didn't bring that bit in. The bit I did bring in.
Oh, what's this?
What's left?
Okay, right.
Of when you fussy cut. So this is I think that everyone who fussy cuts knows these pieces of like massively jagged. So this one's got a really nice big bold pattern on. I had some fun with this. So playing about with this. So this was one of the blocks.
Oh, look at this.
So this is what sort of happened, and this really reminded me of those caustic tile floors, the Victorian floors and tiles. So I did this, and then I didn't have time to sew many more, but the rest of the fabric you can just play. And this just gives you an idea
you could
of what it's
lose
going to look
months
like.
and months playing around with these, couldn't you, with the different variations?
And it's always amazing because it's always just that same print.
Yes, yeah. It's a beauty fabric,
that
isn't
one.
it? That is lovely. I love that because again, it's kind of creating a tile in the middle that didn't exist before.
Exactly. So, and also sometimes this sounds a bit. Sometimes I'm a bit stumped by the bigger prints, the bigger patterns.
Yeah.
So for me, it was like, okay, fussy cutting. Let's just look at, you know, bits of this and how they look on repeat.
And look, you've almost got like a Celtic knot forming in the middle there now. That is lovely.
And then, because I got excited, so I've actually cut out for 4 of these.
Okay.
So I'm going to share all 4 because, you know, they should have their moment.
Absolutely.
Moment of
glory. And as I'm watching this evolve, it reminds me, do you remember and I'm sure many of our viewers, and maybe yourself as well, Carolyn, you'll be able to resonate with what I'm about to say. Do you remember the kaleidoscope that was like a telescope that you hold up and you twist and all of those different designs would evolve?
Yeah.
This is what this reminds me of, because when you're changing the fabrics round, you're getting different kind of elements that are appearing. I love it.
So yeah, basically they were all cut from this, and you can actually see that when I cut them, in effect, they all fitted together.
Yes.
So usually I'm like, fussy cutting, that's a bit of more waste in that, isn't there? Because you're isolating, you're ending up with this like holy fabric. But because the pieces are quite large as well, they all managed to fit and tessellate in together. So I was actually, you know, didn't have too much left over after that. So I didn't feel
that
was too bad. But anyway, lots of ideas. And that's 4 ideas for 4 different blocks, but all from that same one piece of fabric. So
absolutely brilliant. And of course it changes dependent on the fabrics that you're using. So you might use a patterned background, as you can see here, or you might use, because you've got your 2 templates, you might use that calico. And can we just refer back to the original quilt, because this is absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's gorgeous. And when you see how it comes together, it's so achievable, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. And it's the first time that you've brought this kind of type of quilting to us, I believe, Carolyn.
Yeah, it's something that, as I say, I've made the pattern, and usually with the patterns, people in my classes and 1 or 2 places have got them, but they haven't don't usually have the templates, but that was just sort of, I think this is much better with the templates. So yeah, it's just trying to get it all out there to a wider audience, because just different ideas, you know, inspire different people to sew more or sew different things. So, and the fact that you can have this as quite a scrappy quilt, and also if you want to add your scraps, and then I've put a consistent fabric here and as my border.
Yeah.
And so that keeps it together. Actually, the other fun thing I've done before, or tried but not yet for here, is if you make all these tiny little corners all the same colour.
Okay.
You know, like they could have all been the solid pink.
Yes.
And then they all end up, you know, it's just another little focus if you don't like things too scrappy.
Different variation. And to be honest, all you need to do really is make, I don't know, maybe 8 of those, and then you can kind of put 2 blocks side by side playing around and rotating. Don't forget your phone as well. So many of us now have got cameras on our phones that when you're playing around with this kind of formation, take photos as you're working with it, and then you can kind of go back and almost go through your back catalogue of the different kind of blocks that you've created, because there will be blocks that you've created. I mean, Carolyn's teaching us how to do it, and obviously those templates that are going to help us as well. We'll probably have more news on those templates in the next hour, just to warn you. But don't forget to, we've been chatting about these. Now, extra wides, have we got, is it the extra wide that we were looking at earlier on, or we've got extra wides? So we've got, how long have we got left? We've not got too long left. We've probably only got about 10 minutes or so left. So what we might do is, because we've been looking at some beautiful fabrics here, I think we're getting ready to share some of the additional fabrics with you. But as you said before, I mean, whether we're talking William Morris, if we're talking Fassett, if we're talking Tula Pink, it doesn't matter. Putting them together, you get those different looks.
It is, and I think the more fabrics that you put together, the better. I definitely find it easier to make quilts and put designs together when there's more fabrics.
Yeah.
And sometimes in classes, and people will say, oh, well, I really like these 2 prints, or we're going to use 4. And I've probably said, oh, no, you probably need more than that. You always have to think harder about the fewer prints that you put together. But big print fabrics like this, and actually like quite a lot of the Morris ones, like the little orange one here, because it's got quite a large print, every time you cut it up, it looks different.
Yes,
for something like this. So I always think they're really good value.
That's a bit like the one that we've got here, because you've got a big piece. Now, this one is actually one of the fabrics that's been added onto the show, because we've basically got nothing else to say. It's been a very, very busy hour. So this is a beautiful fabric. Now we've got, I think it's 3 different extra wide fabrics to share with you. All William Morris. So if you did go for that bundle earlier on, if you were fortunate to get hold of it, these are going to be beautiful for you to work alongside. Now you've got a 1/2 metre of these. So if you are thinking about using the templates, if you did manage to get hold of the templates, then these are ones where you've kind of got those areas. I mean, you've got your clear ones there. If you're fussy cutting, I mean, straight away you can see you'd have that lovely tulip shape there coming together, or it might be the centre of the different flowers. But it could be any of these points, to be fair, that you could use. But it's just a beautiful fabric. And again, if you missed out on the bundle and you like your William Morris, then this is a brilliant price, £14.99 for your half metre. It's extra wide, so it's 274 centimetres. So again, you could use it for things like your sashing if you wanted to. But to be honest, if you've managed to get hold of those templates and you're looking for something to fussy cut that we've been just learning about, I don't think you can go far wrong with that one, can you, Carolyn?
There's lots there to choose from.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice colours too.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, nice.
Gorgeous. We've got others to tempt you with, different item numbers on these, again extra wide, so again 1/2 metres. These are both the same fabrics but a different colourway. So you can see classic strawberry thief, as you can see here, with your birds and your berries.
It would make a nice backing, wouldn't it?
Absolutely,
for the quilt when you finished it.
Now, we're cutting these to order, so as Carolyn's just said there, if you need it for a backing, just increase those quantities. For each of the single units that you order, you'll get a 1/2 metre. So if you want, I don't know, 1.5 metres, then make sure that you increase it to the number 3 and so on. But again, beautiful fabric. Again, I suppose you could take areas of this, because you've got
it's just
you've
more
got
supple.
you've got
Nice.
quite good sizes with some of these. I mean, again, there,
Yeah.
you might lose a little bit in your seam allowance, but it doesn't matter.
There you go.
Yeah. You'll be walking around with your template, won't you? Kind of like
sort of
iron up all your fabrics as you go. Very affordable price, this one again. So $14.99 again, 274 centimetres wide. But we have got one more to share with you, which is Strawberry Thief again, and that is this one that we've got here. So this one is a much more subdued, muted tone, because you kind of got your cream on your ivory with this one. So again, you're looking at your Strawberry Thief again with this one, but again, it's sometimes you want something as almost like a plain, but not as plain as a plain.
Yeah, just something with that little bit of interest,
Yeah.
that little bit of texture.
And again, it's lovely print. William Morris Strawberry Thief. It's known and loved, isn't it, for many years to come, I'm sure. But it's just a really nice fabric. And again, with that extra wide, useful one for things like your sashing and stuff like that, if you're wanting to use it as well. So absolutely beautiful. So there we go. Absolutely brilliant value for money, those fabrics. We've got about 5 minutes left. So was there anything that you wanted to go over again, Carolyn? Or maybe what we're doing in the next hour? Indeed, what are we doing in the next hour?
What are we doing in the next hour?
We've got books that we're going to be chatting about, I believe, in the next hour.
Yeah, I was asked to bring some quilts in from some of the books that are really popular that I've done. The hand stitched, big stitch. In fact, the big stitch quilting for something like these quilts where you've got the sort of the extra layers. The big stitch book's actually got lots of ideas. It's got different stitches apart from using thick thread. It's got things like Mennonite tacks, things that might be new to people.
New to me.
There
I'm
you go.
looking forward to that.
What else? It goes into a lot of Baptist fan or wave quilting. And also we talk a lot about tying quilts, which I think is sort of...
Is this when you see those little knots, the
little
threads
knots
on the top?
Yeah.
I love that.
And these sorts of blocks, because they're just a little bit thicker, or especially in the middle where you've got your seams, and also harking back to the fact that they were utility quilts, and tying a quilt is one of the quickest ways there is to actually finishing a quilt and getting on the bed.
Looking forward to
that. So that's cool. I'm trying to think, what else have we got over there?
Oh, well, tell you what, we will keep the
Is it a
viewers in
surprise
suspense.
now?
We'll keep them in suspense, partly because we don't know ourselves. So, we will be sorting all that out during the break. So grab yourself a cuppa. Do come back and join us. I've thoroughly enjoyed this hour, Carolyn.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been
and I know
good fun.
you guys have as well, because of the feedback that we're getting. So, grab yourself something to drink, maybe a sandwich or whatever you need. But make sure you rejoin us at 12 o'clock. We'll see you in a little while. Bye for now.
Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was, I say I ever made on my own, obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
We're looking forward to seeing you, Carolyn. So, yeah, hello. We're just having a little catch up, a little chat. We've been having a lovely morning. I don't know about you guys, but we have had a fabulous. Well, we've actually had 2 hours with you already, broken up because the first one was at 10 o'clock, wasn't it?
Yeah, 10.
And then had a little bit of a break, and we've had the last hour with you.
Yeah.
And this hour as well.
Yes, I think I was on at 9 till 10.
Is it 9 till 10?
It's all a bit of a blur in the end. And then Emily did her bag bits.
She did in the middle.
Yeah,
she did.
Cool.
Yeah, so we've had a lovely morning here. So yeah, do go back and watch on Rewind. I will apologise in advance though, because we've had lots of sellouts this morning. So if you are watching on Rewind, you might not necessarily be able to order straight away, but do keep checking because we stock up on things as time goes on as well. Talking about stocking up on things, if you were here this morning, you will have remembered this most amazing quilt that we saw. Now, I haven't got the quilt up to share with you at the moment, but do go back and watch the show and you will see it. And you can see the illustration of it here. And this is brilliant because not only do you get the instructions, but you are also going to get your templates to work with this as well. And this is a beautiful quilt, as you can see. I'm going to turn it around so you can get a real close, whoops-a-daisy if I don't drop it, a real feel for the design of this one. And this is lovely.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's always one of my favourites. But yeah, this one, yeah, I really enjoy stitching it, and it was. I made it because I said earlier on, didn't I? Because I couldn't buy one on an auction site.
I'm just going to move that out to the side, just if you excuse me, just for a moment, because I just want to show all the lovely people at home what you're actually going to get. So you're going to get your instructions here, and the story behind this is that you saw a vintage quilt that you fell in love with.
I did. I didn't get to buy it, and then wanted to make one, and because of the little pieces, they're not huge pieces, and they're unusually shaped pieces, and there was no way I was going to be drawing around in pencil on fabric to cut them out one at a time. So basically we had the templates made, which are made from the same stuff as rotary cutting rulers.
Okay.
So you can rotary cut them, and they're also marked so that if you want to hand piece you can, or you can use some of the markings to help with your machine piecing.
I love it. It's a very popular product. Earlier on it did sell out. We did manage to get hold of more stock of it, but we only have a handful of these left. So when you're looking at the details on the screen, if you did watch earlier on, it is a different item number. So lots been happening in between. So it's a different item number to the item number we bought you earlier, because it's now an extended delivery. We're only talking a few extra days, we'll say a week maximum, but it's one of those situations where you can still get hold of it. So everything else is exactly the same, but we only have a handful left. Now, just to give you a little kind of insight to this, we've got people adding these to the baskets literally as we're speaking, to the point that we've got nearly 65 people wanting to get hold of this. We've got single figures left. There's a lot of people that aren't going to be able to get hold of this, so yeah. So please do not be disappointed. If you are the one that wants to get this one and you want to get it now, we're not going to be demonstrating this one in this hour because we did see it in the previous hour. So go back and watch that show at 9 o'clock this morning and you'll see that all coming together. But you'll notice a bit of a theme going on here, Carolyn, because that one sold out earlier on, back in stock, and this one in the last hour, it was one that we spent a lot of the hour looking at, which absolutely thrilled. Sold out once, we restocked. We did give you a little bit of a little kind of insight in this. So it sold out. We had the stock, that sold out. We bought in some more stock on an extended delivery, that sold out. So we have now managed to secure more stock. We don't have as many as we've had previously, so the stock isn't going to last very long at all, to be honest. And this is the quilt that we've got behind us. And if you were here for the last hour, you will know how much fun we had with the templates included with this one. I think this is one of my new favourites.
Is it? Yeah, you're not the first person.
Because I just think it looks so beautiful. In brief, you've got strips of fabric that you're using in a variety of different ways, but ultimately the little kind of patches that you're creating are just replicated to make your blocks.
They are. It's a really simple technique, and it's sort of pretty fail-safe because you don't have to worry about any accuracy. You know, you've got your lines, you've got your templates, and we've got a way to square up as well. So, yeah, it's I think it's a great one for beginners. It's a great one if you want to mindlessly, if you're more experienced but want to mindlessly sew through, you know, scraps and your stash, or when we played about with the fussy cutting.
Yes,
so the centres here with those lovely Morris fabrics.
Absolutely,
then that was
beautiful.
Cool as well.
It was a brilliant hour, and many of you, we did kind of tease this towards the end of the hour, but obviously we have to kind of get everything in the system and cross the T's and dot the I's and all that kind of thing before we can make it available to you. But sadly it's now sold out for, I've lost count, is that 3 times now, Carolyn?
I don't know, even I'm confused now, especially it's all like happening and I'm like, whoa, okay, heck.
So yeah, so those last ones, if you have just placed your order with the details on the screen, you just need to allow an extra few days for delivery, because this poor lady's going to be so busy getting it all sorted out for us. So thank you for that. I have to say, so beautiful, absolutely brilliant. So I'm not going to lie, I'm worn out. I'm worn out. Now, something else that you are very well known for, and I know our viewers have been tuning in for, is your books. We've got a lovely array of different books. Now, books can be a very useful resource. I learnt how to sew using books, dressmaking particularly, and in books quite often you will find that you've kind of got the almost like original templates, paper templates that you can utilise for creating projects.
Yeah, you'll have, I mean, a lot of blurby words there. Yeah, all the books that we do have, if they need templates, they're all in the back, so you can just trace them off or photocopy them, so you don't usually have to like enlarge them or anything like that.
Love that idea. Now, this book here, we were chatting about big stitches earlier on, so what's this one all about?
Right, this one was about, it's basically how to, in effect, hand quilt your quilts quickly.
Okay.
So it means that you're using a thicker thread, you're using a 12 weight thread, you're using a bigger needle than you'd usually use. I use size 6, either a betweens or an embroidery needle.
Okay.
And yeah, you're looking at just bigger, thicker, chunkier, more visible.
That look, yeah,
just more visible quilting. So it'll make more of an impact. And a lot of the books that I've done, it's really difficult to like, isolate a book, because a lot of the quilts then in other books I use big stitch quilting on.
Yes,
because it's just a really nice way to hand quilt. So we've tried to introduce you to new stitches as well. Things like Mennonite tacks, Methodist knots, running cross stitch.
Now these all sound like they've got a lot of history to them as well. So this is part of the journey, isn't it? Learning about where they originate from.
It is. It's just that little bit of history and the fact that things go out of fashion. And it's like you didn't used to see a lot of big stitch quilting. It wasn't seen as, it was all fine hand quilting. But actually the big stitches and the different techniques like tying, they're all things that we used to keep the quilts together. But those quilts were used and often just didn't make it further than, far enough to a museum.
Yes.
So,
but like you say, utility quilts that people had in their homes and utilised. And for me, that's how a quilt should be used.
So, looking through the book, and then I bought a couple of the quilts in for us to have a see if that's...
Well, you could sit and look through this book for hours on end. I mean, the illustration or the photography is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I must admit, I love it when they do. There's some close-ups of some of the stitches and the stitching, so they really
at the beginning, and that's really good because it shows you exactly what to be aiming for.
So that's good. And then if you wanted a little bit of a helping hand with this, some of the stitches I'd stitch on my videos on my website, you can sort of listen to my dulcet tone.
Should we have a look at some of the finished projects from this, because I think this is the beauty, seeing them and feeling them. Now you've got actually 20 stunning projects in here. You've got templates included as well. Fabulous book. I mean, Search Press brings us so many amazing books, don't they? And it's only $14.99 this one, so definitely do have a little look at that one. So what sort of projects have we got from in here?
Weirdly, starting again on the sort of really like the history side of things. So big stitch quilting, it's in lots of different cultures. So a lot of us are familiar with sashiko in Japan.
Okay, and Kaffe stitch. I was looking at it and thinking it was similar.
Yeah, there's loads of different cultural variations. And one of the things that they do in Japan to learn to stitch when they're kids, and this is just, this whole fascinates me, is they make zoikin.
Zoikin?
So this is a zoikin. This is a cleaning cloth.
Okay.
So they just get scraps of fabric and fold them in a particular way in thirds, and basically they practice, when you're a little kid, you practice your stitching on it.
So is this a bit like a likening it to a cross-stitch sampler or something like that?
Yeah, but they use these for cleaning their desks and cleaning at school when they're little kids. So
I love that. Early on they're learning those skills.
So as a sort of a learning thing, anyway, so we put them in the book because if you wanted something to practice on that didn't matter, it wasn't precious, it was just a fun thing, and you can play with the little designs that you do.
I love the different colours of the threads being used.
Yeah, that was nice,
yeah.
And we used some variegated and different coloured spools.
I love that. So it's a good way of practicing those different stitches.
Great way of practicing.
Lovely.
The other sort of cultural thing is this is based
let me move that.
Again, actually, this is still Japanese, and this is based on their idea of of using up scrap textiles.
Okay, right.
So these were all cotton bags from different things, but they're raw edges and they're all just kept in place with your basically big stitch, running stitch. So
that is beautiful.
So things to practice on, things that aren't precious, but also that essence of recycling and reusing.
And anybody that's into kind of like their stitch journals or these are the kind of slow stitching and things like that. I mean, these are just lovely. That is fabulous.
This is nice.
And it's almost like it tells a story, the different labels. You've even got Recipe there for pancake waffles, and that's not a bad thing, is it? I love that.
Yeah, just those.
Beautiful.
Yeah, a lot of them were food bags that you buy rice, or that was a waffle mix. And it always looks cute, but I save them all and make stuff like that.
Fabulous. What have we got next?
Well, quilty-wise,
wow.
this one sort of showed off the stitches. So it's a really simple quilt. It's actually made using the...
Is this in the book as well?
It's in the book, yeah. Oh. These are all, as long as I've got my piles right over here, they're all in the book.
Let's have a quick look, see if I can find
it's near the beginning.
Oh, there we go. Is it that one?
Yeah, it's that one.
There we go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So you can see, and again I used a variegated thread, so you get different coloured blues. But if you haven't got variegated thread, if you buy different coloured spools of thread, and then every time you thread your needle, you use another colour.
Oh, okay, right.
You're going to get exactly the same look
That's
as buying a
tip,
variegated,
I like
but you might be able to use what you've already got.
Is this your back garden?
No, no, crikeys, no. It's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice back garden.
No.
Fabulous quilt, absolutely beautiful.
Like
and like you say, it's a nice way of actually, if you haven't got the means to kind of do free motion finishing with your quilt, it's one of my preferred ways of finishing quilts, I have to say, because it kind of gives it that essence of that
it grows
handmade
quite
feel.
quickly. Yeah, when we do it with the big stitch, because you're not having to stitch so much.
What have you got there?
Well, we did little things, obviously, like the book says, there are quilts and there are the little projects. This was a pin cushion, but there's a stitch called running cross stitch, and in fact, we'll see it again later.
I found that earlier on in that kind of little glossary that you've got at the beginning.
Actually, I'm going to get a quilt that's not in this
yeah,
pile.
go for it. You will learn, obviously, all about the tools that you need and all the different stitches and everything in there. So, okay, so what's this?
Well, there's a quilt stitch called running cross stitch or cross stitch, and basically in this little patchwork, and this one was actually, I think it's in part of the Joy of Jelly Rolls book, instead of tying a quilt, you do this cross stitch and then the needle travels to the next bit.
Clever.
So it's quicker than quilting, and you just get a little line, well, one stitch actually, on the back.
Okay.
So the stitch goes through, and on the front you get a little cross stitch. And for the big stitch book, I want to make more of a feature of that. So for this little patchwork pin cushion, we used it there, and then I did one of those sort of visible closures on the back. So so the running cross stitch is something I use.
That's a clever idea. So kind of the needle passes between the layers to travel to the next area.
Yeah. It's just new, it's just different for people to sort of have a try out.
It's nice to have this kind of glossary of different techniques, isn't it, as well? So the techniques that we've been chatting about, that is in your big stitch quilting. We may well come back to some of these books as the hour goes on, but we've got a few to go through. So we're going to finish with that one just for the time being. We're going to bring in the next one. Now, this is going to be a familiar phrase to many of you, because this particular one is working with your layer cakes. Nice popular cut of fabric, a layer cake, isn't it?
Yeah, yes. I mean, a 10-inch square, it's like, just opening up so many different ideas. What we tried to do with the book, again, it's got quilts in it, some quite different, so it's not sort of samey. We've got...
look at that.
Yeah, I've brought that with me.
Beautiful.
And we've got little projects as well to use up, sort of smaller
It's nice
bits.
as well. Many of the books I've noticed that you kind of take things back to basics, so not assuming that anybody who buys a book knows everything about sewing to start with.
Yeah, with the Search Press books, we do try and cover sort of a foundation of at the beginning, and if there are techniques that we've frequently used in the rest of the book, then we try and sort of lift those out, so we're obviously not repeating ourselves.
Yes,
Put them at the front, and you've always got that reference point to go back to.
Always there,
for
binding
those.
and all of those things that you need to know about. Adding your labels as well. Sometimes we don't label our quilts, do we? We should do. That's one of the most important things.
Nowadays, when you look at so many old quilts, and it's like maker unknown, and you think that most likely a woman stitched that, and no one knows.
It's like photos, isn't it? They're in the shoebox, and you know it's your ancestors, but you don't know who, or you don't even know which side of the family. It adds to the story. Now, the projects in here, you have got some lovely projects. They're all detailed on this double-page spread that we've got here. Quilts, smaller projects as well.
Yeah, we've got some nice little bags, little mats, something that uses the offcuts from one of the quilts.
Some contemporary styles in here as well. I love this with this kind of like
That's cool,
puff
yeah,
going
the
through.
applique on top of the squares.
Beautiful. Oh, this is a cute little bag.
Oh, I make so many of these because it is literally one square at the bottom, a square either side, and this one's got little tie handles. You can make them with side handles, you can make them with drawstrings.
Little gift bags and things there as well. So taking inspiration from this. I love this one as well. I mean, look at that for a contemporary look with your circles. Beautiful. Snowball, that particular one. You've got lots of projects in here. We've got some of them in here with the studio as well, so we'll have a little look at those. Envelope quilts you can see there, little coasters that you're going to be able to making. Lovely, and kind of a lot of these I'm looking at, and they've got different levels of experience with sewing as well.
Yeah, some of them, like the one that we just saw with the rectangles in, yeah, and that also goes. We try and introduce little techniques. So if you've got your square and you need to add little no, it's all right. It's me. Basically, half the time I can never find anything in those. Like I can't find the quilts. With these, there's a little technique where you get your layer cake, and those cream pieces are actually a strip just sewn down either side of the layer cake.
Right.
Then you cut into the rectangles.
Right.
So we try and include like little quick techniques that are going to make things easier. Yeah, or things that people might want to delve into, different ways to make the blocks, that sort of thing.
I love it. Some really nice projects in there as well.
Some
Some of them are in the studio as well. So what have we got that we can show everybody from the layer cake quilts and gifts?
Well, we've got that first one actually, that snowball, which has got a couple from this.
This is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, look at that. I'm going to open it up a little bit maybe for you as well, because it is beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous, and I love this, how you've kind of got that part circle there as well. That is beautiful. Now, when you're working with circles, I mean, are we looking kind of stepping up a grade with your skills?
Yeah, but again, if you're doing a quilt like this, I always think when you're learning a new skill, it's to do with the repetition.
Yeah, good point.
You're doing one block and you've only got 4 quarter circles to do.
So that's kind of like your block there.
That's it, yeah. Okay. By the time you've done your 4th one, you're probably just getting the hang of it.
Yes.
And then characteristically in a lot of quilts, you're then moving on to another block, or that's it. But with this, that is your whole quilt. So if you make a quilt like this, that repetition of that one technique, by the time you finish this, you're on a roll with this.
Absolutely.
And really that is the best way to sort of upgrade
And a lot of people
levels.
I've spoken to, and I've said, oh, which project would you suggest as a beginner project? People will say, well, whatever you like the look of, because that passion will get you through it, whatever level of skill you've got. So I think that's really good about. It's only $12.99 for this book. I'm loving this one, so brilliant. What else have we got there? More circles. I love circles.
Well, these, waste not, want not, these are the bits that you cut out from those blocks.
Oh, okay, right. So the one that we just looked at. Oh, right.
You end up with obviously loads.
It's like a two for one.
Yeah, you end up with all the quarter circle blocks. So we just made a little table runner, but actually, if you chose to use all your leftover bits, you could actually end up with a whole another quilt.
Or it could be that you're making cushions to kind of resonate with the quilt, because it's exactly the same fabrics as well. I like that.
We've tied the middles of these as well, which is just a bit of fun. We've got really bold thread, so your stitching's actually making an impact. And we've also, this is just a bit of fun for me, because I just don't do machine applique, but I did this like raw edge applique.
I love raw edge.
Yeah. And then
love raw edge.
when I've done other quilts like this and you put them in the wash, it all just goes slightly
It's
fluffy.
almost like the more you wash it and you use it, the better it gets, isn't it? Yeah.
So just a bit of fun, just fun techniques
Beautiful.
to use.
Love that. And those are both come from the same project. So the leftover bits from your quilt, you're going to be able to use for that. Lovely. What we've got next?
And this one, this is the, I think when we flick through, this is the end, it's actually on the cover. This is the envelope quilt.
Ah, there you go.
So this utilises a fun little technique of actually making blocks individually and quilting them individually. And all the edges are finished and then sewing them together. So it's part sort of the quilt as you go type.
So it's kind of like the front is as pretty as the back with this one, isn't it?
The front's identical to the back because of the way you make the blocks.
Clever.
It is.
Very
it's really
clever.
cool.
I love
It's
incidentally as well, please don't think I'm ignoring you guys on social media. I'm just having a lovely time. So Margaret has been back. Now Margaret managed to get hold of some of the strip rolls we were looking at earlier on. So the ones that we opened up.
Oh yeah,
so
that
she
was
could see
fun.
the fabric. So goodbye with those,
yeah, they were
Margaret.
nice.
Fabulous morning, fresh presenting and demonstrations from both the ladies. Excellent. Definitely need more of this style. Oh, I don't know. What are we doing different then? I don't know. This is just what we do.
I'm standing here a lot of the time saying I don't really know what to do.
Well, no, I don't know how
Hayley is in charge and like keeping control and
that's what
leading me through.
Smoke and mirrors. That's all I'm saying. Smoke and mirrors. That is beautiful. Again, we're still talking about that layer cake book.
That's it. I haven't got so many of those.
No,
quilts.
that's fine.
I've got different size piles.
I love this. Absolutely beautiful, that one. So again, I'm going to put that one on the front there. I hope I'm not cluttering up the table too much. That's got to go with that part. I'm trying to keep organised.
No,
have you noticed what I'm doing?
Oh, good.
I might have to move some of these because we may end up just disappearing because neither of us are that tall, so we could quite easily
When I'm not
disappear.
standing on the mat now either. I need to grow it here. I instantly grew it in.
I love
That
it.
was
Now,
cool.
touched on quilt as you go when we were having a little chat a few moments ago. So shall I have a flick through this one? Do you want to find some,
And I'll get some
examples?
quilts, yeah.
Now, this is beautiful. You've been loving this particular one because quilt as you go, it's one of my favourite techniques because as you are working the front of your quilt, your back of your quilt is naturally being quilted as well. So it can be a brilliant one to work with. Obviously, with Carolyn's books, there's a little bit of history there telling you how it all evolved, why she fell in love with different techniques. You'll be able to understand from that there. And again, a little bit of inside information as to the different tools that you might need with these. Touching on things like hand quilting, so when you're doing that stitching, bringing them together, free motion, straight line, how to bind and finish your quilts as well, all detailed within here. But it's just an absolutely beautiful look at different techniques, but also it just looks so pretty as well. I mean, the photography is gorgeous. So as you can see, you get into the nitty gritty of it with quilt as you go. Quilting on the go, we can see we're getting into that section now. So guess that's what we're learning.
Right, basically this book, this was a little like when I first started out patchwork and quilting, and when I first started out doing my I self-published my book, I used this particular technique for quilt as you go because it fell in with what I like doing, hand quilting. But then when we were teaching things, ladies would say, well, what about machine quilting? What about... And then they'd say, oh, I'm not sure, I've tried quilt as you go, I don't think I liked it. And I'd say, well, which method? And they'd say, oh, I didn't know there were other methods. So I did this book because you can find out all the other methods if you buy 14 other different separate books.
Right.
And I wanted to do a complete go-to.
Like almost like an encyclopedia almost, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you, of quilt as you go techniques. So we've put, I think it is 14 different quilt as you go techniques. Some are if you want to handwork, some are if you only want to ever use the sewing machine. Some of them quilt as you sew the blocks, some of them just make small portable blocks with methods to sew them together. We looked at some different cultural ones, we looked at different historical ones like the pot holder one. We looked at different shapes.
Beautiful.
So we tried to give you something that if you thought, right, there's, in my opinion, there's always a quilt as you go technique to suit everybody.
Okay.
Whatever you...
It's one of my favourites.
Whether you want to travel with it or whether you want to stitch the quilt and quilt it at the same time as you're putting it together. There's just a whole variety. So
Beautiful.
We just wanted to put this in as a starting point. So then if you like that technique, you can take yourself further with that. You can play with it.
It's almost like dipping your toes into the quilt as you go waters, really, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, this will give you like plenty to test, you know, like that particular quilt. I think I've got that. It only uses the sewing machine.
And this one here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I get ladies who, because I do a lot of hand work, but equally I've got nothing against a whole quilt that you just like, get that all done on the machine. And this one it was pieced, it's appliqued on the machine, it's quilted on the machine.
Have you got that one here, did you
Yeah.
say? Oh, let's have a look at it. It looks beautiful in the picture.
It's put together from the small parts on the machine, and then I bound it on the machine.
Oh, this looks beautiful.
So I'll let you
Oh, this is
flappy
gorgeous. The flappy bit. I flap really well.
Professional flappy bit.
There you go. I'm professionally known as a flapper. This one. This is beautiful. You've got that raw edge applique going on. I love this. I'm instantly thinking about your little, what they're called? Is it
the little
not your
mini
charms, your little mini charms,
ones.
yeah.
Well, and that's what they are. In fact, I had 5-inch squares and I actually cut them into 4.
Trim them down, yeah.
Yeah, or it's the ends of your pre-cut jelly roll type things.
The leftover bits, yeah. That's a really good point. What a lovely idea. And I love that. And it's got that gorgeous kind of feel to, you know, when you make a quilt, and I know lots of people make them for hanging and things like that, but for me, it's that, you can just feel your shoulders snuggling under.
This is a real tactile one, because we've used that applique, in inverted commas, technique. And as we've machined along all these lines, it's quilting it as well at the same time. And we're only making pieces, I think these are about 18 inches square.
Yes,
so it's like making loads of cushion covers.
Yes, that's a good point, yeah.
And then when you join them together, the method we've used with the strips, you can see the strips.
Oh, it comes through on the
back
side.
as well.
Right, yeah.
And again, you only do that on the machine. There's no hand finishing. So that's nice.
I like the idea of maybe different types of textures in there as well.
Yeah.
So maybe if you've got somebody maybe visual issues, and or like, with children sometimes it's like the touching and the feel.
I think
velvets
you can use
and
lots
different
on
things.
here. Yeah, definitely.
Incidentally, you are loving the idea of the Quilt As You Go book, so much so that half the stock has gone. So as you can see, you've got absolutely loads of ideas and inspiration within this one. Oh, I love a Suffolk puff. Absolutely beautiful. As you can see throughout, you're going to have loads of fun with this. Now, obviously, you've got all the different examples here. We haven't touched on one of those. So, is there anything else you want to show us from that one?
We've got
Excuse me.
more of these. Quilt As You Go. This was a quilt that. As you stitch the individual blocks.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So that's the one part.
This is.
Sorry, we've just gone off camera. Let me bring it in there. So there we go.
I fell off my mat as well.
It's
good job it wasn't a big box.
Pull your back
isn't
up.
it? 'Cause I'd probably broke my ankle by now. It's just this little rubber mat I get to stand on to keep our feet comfy. I think it's about a 12-inch block. As you stitch these strips, in a way, actually, in a bit like the style for the Japanese stars and lanterns.
That's what it reminded me of.
You stitch them through to the wadding and the backing at the same time. So you could leave it at that and think, right, I've machined that block. It looks quilty, but I decided that I herringbone stitched every
seam. Hand stitched?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, but it was so fun.
Oh, I love
Definitely
it.
Has. It was so fun.
Honestly, no, the dedication.
But you could just do big stitch quilting if you wanted.
You've got decorative stitches, I suppose,
on
your machine as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like
and then
one.
the method for this, when we join them together, it only has strips on the back.
Oh, okay, right.
So just different method. Just gives a slightly different look if you don't want strips on the front.
It's all in the book though.
All in the book.
So if you're wanting to learn your different techniques, quilt as you go. As I say, it's one of the most satisfying ways of quilting, because as you're quilting your top, the back is evolving at the same time. So it's a really clever way. And as I say, variety of techniques, 14 fabulous projects in there to get your teeth into. You're going to have loads of fun. It's only $14.99 for that one. So as well.
£1 a quilt.
That's
project.
a really good way of putting it.
Or
actually.
nearly.
Project. Now I've got a couple more books to share with you. We've got about half an hour or so we'll probably revisit some of these, but we're going to look at the next one here is The Joy of Jelly Rolls. This is something that so many of us invest in, isn't it? It's one of the most convenient pre-cuts you can go for. You get such a wide variety of fabrics, don't you? Quite often at 40, sometimes more than that, in your strip rolls. And they're just, I mean, they look beautiful like that, but you should get them out and use them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even I'm one, when I think I said it earlier, you know, you need to use them before the rubber band rots. Because I was like, oh, you know, it's like kept in your stash. Oh, isn't it nice? And underneath that tape ribbon that's keeping it all together within that plastic, there's usually an elastic band. And the amount of times we've taught classes and the girls are like, oh yeah, this is my precious jelly roll. I've had this for ages and this is the quilt it's going to be. And they take the tape off and the rubber band disintegrates and she's like, Yeah, so you can tell I've had it a long time, haven't I? And I'm like, yep, we need to get that used.
You need to give it life, get it out, definitely. Now, I'm looking at this one and I'm thinking potentially if you manage to go for the templates earlier on with the tumbler, then you could be replicating some of these things as well. Lovely ideas, as you can see. Drawstring bags there. Nice gifts in this section. Oh, look at this.
I like that with his little legs.
This is brilliant.
I mean, that's one of the nice things about this book, or a lot of the Search Press books, when it's and gifts, in that I get to do quilts, but then it's like all the funny little quirky things that I don't often make. But it's like, oh yeah, we're going to do quirky things with this one, and like the octopus, and like there's a little dog. And
sometimes it's nice to kind of take a break away from kind of the concentration sometimes of a project.
Yeah,
is it
just have a quick.
Things you can make in an hour or
half
an hour.
I was using that this morning when I was pinning. I mean, it's off camera.
Yeah.
I had it.
Yeah. Little coasters as well, they're always useful. If you're giving a mug, maybe Christmas time, quite often we'll do that, won't we? We'll see a mug that's got something of interest that's perfect for a person. You could be making a little coffee or tea coaster in there. I've just heard him here, there's a couple of mugs in the gallery as well. Hey, he's here all week.
Oh, that was the quilt. We saw that when I did the big stitch.
Oh, yes.
I knew it was from the Jelly Roll book, but yeah, again, you can see really nice picture because you can see the cross stitch.
Let me bring that in because I've got that one conveniently on the top. It's like we almost thought about it.
And actually this little quilt, when I made it, and I make a lot of these as like little dolly quilts for it's one of the mini charm square packs.
Right,
That is all the pieces in a mini charm square pack.
Beautiful.
So, or you could make it as a block and then use it as a quilt as you go.
Well, easily. I mean, you could put 9 of those together, couldn't you? Make a little kind of mini block and then add your sash in and go on and let it grow and grow and grow as you work.
So just a little mini
like that.
quilt.
Those little tiny cross stitches there, keeping the layers together. Beautiful. Oh, I'm loving this.
There's a lot in this book, though. A lot.
Absolutely, I love this as well. Oh, look at that. Berries.
Little berries, little hand appliques.
Do you know what though? If you were to do those in certain fabrics, they could almost be like Christmas trees, couldn't they? If you wanted to as well.
Yeah,
or is your little puffs coming into play?
Yeah.
Lovely. I love it, absolutely beautiful. Nice little projects as well, dare I say it, for the holidays. So if you've got a younger member of your family coming to spend a bit of time with you during the school holidays, because I know as working parents, you are worth your weight in gold, and I know that the kids sometimes associate certain place, like earlier on, Emily was saying about when she used to go to her nan's, she used to love the sewing machine there.
Oh, okay,
and it's kind of resonating and kind of those memories. So yeah, you'll have the grandkids, nieces, nephews coming around and like, oh, can we get the sewing machine out? Can we do a bit of sewing? And these are brilliant, but fabulous as well. I mean, look at that. Log cabin, one of the simplest blocks you could choose to do.
Yeah.
But how effective is that? That is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's got a really nice texture to it with the hand quilting, but just little. And again, you could just make more of them.
Absolutely.
Instead of it being a mini quilt.
And just to recap on this one, we're looking at the Joy of Jelly Rolls. This is a really thick book as well. You've got 24 quilts and 44 gifts in this one. You're paying less than £10 for this one. Now, this is an absolutely brilliant gift. Joking aside, this is a gift price, and it's a gift for me, thank you very much. But it's a gift price that you could team up potentially with a jelly roll. So maybe you've got somebody that you're buying I don't know, fabrics for. We had some fabulous jelly rolls earlier on. And that, alongside the gift, that would be a fabulous gift. Any sewer would be thrilled to receive
that.
I
mean, I'm like, with this book, if you wanted to get any jelly roll book, I mean, they've all usually got really amazing stuff in. But this one, when we sort of did this compilation of some other books that I'd done previously for Search, we put all the best bits in. And it was, such a good price, really. Anyone who wanted to start off and had got their pre-cuts.
I'm just thinking, a magazine. I mean, if you go and buy a magazine nowadays, you're talking £5 for a magazine, aren't you? A knitting or a sewing book, magazine, should I say. So this, for the price of a couple of magazines, you have got a wealth of projects in there. Over 60 projects. Heading forward, 70 projects in there. That is brilliant. I'm not surprised that is a popular one as well. Some absolutely beautiful photographs in there as well. So you are going to have loads of fun in there as well. And you're not stingy on the photos that we see in the kind of the steps and everything.
I think the thing that I like with the books and when we do books with Search is that you get down to the nitty gritty, and that when we're there for the photography, your editor's like, oh, we're going to do this, this, and this, and then occasionally I'll say, oh, well, are we going to do that bit or should we do this? And we're all like, well, shall we, shan't we? Oh, we'll do it just in case we need it then.
Get the photos.
And so it means when they're putting the books together, it's not like, oh, well, and sometimes I'm like, well, the words don't quite explain it, or you try, but actually the visual for people is really important.
Those different ways of learning, isn't it?
There's always a lot of visual, which I
love it. Now, another thing that I know you have been loving is when we've been chatting about hand stitching, different ways for you to actually work. And don't forget, we sometimes take it for granted that people are going to sew on a sewing machine. Sometimes it might be that you don't have the ability to do that, or it might be like me, that you kind of do your hand stitching in a specific place, the caravan, the motorhome, when you're on holiday. Now this is your latest book.
Yeah, this one, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but
Say it and then I'll tell you if you're not allowed to.
If I'm not, I'll be bleeped out. I think it's already gone for reprint.
Well, yeah,
so
we heard that how
I was
popular
just
it was as well.
Stunned.
Now this one, we've actually got your signature on this. I don't know whether it is signed by Carolyn.
Yeah, I did sign.
Oh my goodness, that would be a mammoth task, wouldn't it? Sitting there signing all of those.
Well, I tend to. Luckily, I do tend to write the same thing. But I was saying to someone else at the weekend, it was like, "Oh, could you sign my book?" I was like, "Yeah, it's really kind. Thank you for buying it." And then I said, and she said, "Oh, do you get to the stage where you don't know how to spell your name?" And I said, I did get to the stage with some of these where, because I write happy stitching.
Yes.
My mind's wandering, and I thought at one stage I'd written Happy Christmas in someone's, and I actually literally had to stop and go back like about half a dozen in a pile to think, well, it couldn't have been that long ago. Did I really write Happy Christmas in someone's? And
I love that. It could be you get distracted and you start thinking about your shopping list and write in, coffee or bread in somebody's.
It's all good. It's all good fun. It's lovely that I get to do it.
Now, I have to say, I've stopped and gone back because I think this is really, really useful. We were talking about different kind of tricky elements of sewing for some people, and I love those junctions, those kind of meeting of seams.
Yeah, it's I mean, with all the stitching, it always starts off, well, it's just a straight seam, it's a straight line, but gradually as the blocks build up, you get more straight lines that are coming together, and different principles are brought into play with the hand piecing, that you never sew through a seam allowance. So it's not like machine piecing where you zip along from raw edge to raw edge, then you press it, then you put those nested seams together and that sort of thing, and then you press, and then it's always that constant sew and press and sew and press. Whereas with hand piecing, you usually find that you'll make an entire block without pressing it until you're finished.
Oh, okay, right.
And it's because you've never sewn through any seam allowances, so all your seam allowances are still sort of standing up.
Yes, yeah.
And you can decide how you want to press them.
Yeah, because sometimes it's not obvious when you're doing it little by little.
No, so what we've done is we talk about it a bit more at the beginning, but every block in here we've actually given a picture of what the back of it looks like pressed.
Right.
So it's like, well, look, this is how I've pressed it.
Yeah.
Your fabrics, because fabrics handle differently.
Yes,
they want to go in different directions sometimes. So it's like, well, this is how we've pressed it. You might not want to press it that way, but this is, so it's not quite as rigid as when you're machine piecing. It's like, right, you piece it, you have to press it that way, then you have to press it that way. It's got a bit more freedom to it.
I love this. And this, it's almost like a Christmas selection box in here. You've got little bits of all sorts in here, which I love. You've got Grandmother's Star in there, as you can see. We've actually got a quilt in the studio, and this is the one that we've got hanging over in the other part of the studio, isn't it?
Yeah, when we did the book, because I knew there was only one quilt needed, but I was a bit like, I don't know which colourways to use. I'm not, sure, I'll just make 2 quilts. So they're not that, they're quite, well, they are quite different. This one was a sort of more of what I call a 1930s sort of palette,
love it, yeah.
which I find, it's quite a sort of go-to palette for me. I find it quite easy to work with. So I was making some of the blocks in that, and then the blocks that were actually the main quilt that gets featured more, they were sort of slightly crisper, slightly more vibrant, more sort of contemporary colourway, I suppose. But it did mean that because I made 2 quilts, and we talk about this in the book, how you can actually lay the blocks out differently when you come to put it together. So you could have a dozen ladies making this quilt, a dozen stitchers. They'll all make the quilt, but they can all put the blocks together in different ways, different combinations. So I think that really then makes it personal and individual to the maker then, whether they're making it,
and mixing up the fabrics as well, isn't it? That's the other thing. You get different looks for the same person using different fabrics. And love this one, the Carpenter's Wheel. I've not come across that one before. That's lovely. Beautiful. Almost got like your inner and then your outer element with that one as well. Oh, marbles. Now, this
swirly gig. But you see, look on the, this is like nerdy. I think I've used this word so much today.
Do you know what? You be as nerdy as you like, Carolyn. It's your hour, I don't mind.
This, when you get this with a lot of star blocks as well when you hand piece, because you've got like so many points, you've got 8 points coming together, you've actually got the pointy bits of fabric, and when you press the seams all in one direction, all the little points go the other way and they form a star.
And so
it's just
really
like
cute,
a little hidden. I just love stuff like that.
But the thing is, it's like you say, sometimes you won't see these because this is kind of the quilt top that you're making.
Yeah, once it's made, you won't see
it's lost in, but you know it's there.
Yeah. So.
Beautiful, I love it. Absolutely gorgeous. How to work with circles as well. Sometimes circles can be easier to do if you're stitching by hand rather than on a machine. But if you're a bit like me and you think, oh, I don't like hand stitching, don't want to do hand stitching, give a book like this a go, and I've got a feeling you will change your thinking on this one. I mean, that one there, the tulips, we saw this. It was kind of almost one of the central blocks that we saw on the quilt. Can you see? It's a big size block there. That is really effective when you put 4 of those together.
It is, yeah. It's one of my, I've made over the last year, I've probably used that block. It's one of my most frequently used blocks.
I'm not surprised.
Because I really like stitching it as well. So I've done, I did a different quilt when it is only those individual blocks and they're all on point. Yeah, we've done a lot with it, and in fact it was actually, I traced it off of an antique quilt that I've got.
And you've got this love for your antique quilt.
Yeah. So for me that's quite individual. I've made other tulip blocks before from other patterns, but that one, because I traced it actually off the antique quilt that I own, it was sort of quite individual. It's quite special. I like that.
And then in my gallery, in my gallery, not my gallery, in my ear, I now own the gallery. In my ear, which is my ear. They're just saying about that when you look at this, it's almost like you could be looking at a heritage or a vintage quilt here. But it could be something that's kind of finished a fortnight ago almost.
Yeah, well, I made it last year. It's just to do with the fabrics that we used. I tried to use, or I did pull on a palette of, not repro prints because they're not all, but there are a lot of fabrics out there now that, do draw on the fact the 1930s, 1940s designs and prints are really
look at the William
popular.
Morris ones, isn't it? They're brand new fabrics, but obviously they've got that essence of history to them.
It's just that combination of colours.
Beautiful. And this book, I mean, all of the books are absolutely fabulous. We did have a message come up on the screen there, which I missed it. I didn't have the opportune moment to mention it, but I will mention it now because Penny has messaged in via the website. Morning all, love this book. Great, full of great quilt and inspiration, and that's from Penny. And I think that's the thing. You're giving people the inspiration to give things a go, which I think is such a fabulous gift to give to people. Now, making the quilt your own. What's this section all about?
Well, that's about the fact that a lot of the blocks, you don't have to put your blocks where I put mine in the quilt. So the quilt actually is made up of big units of 18-inch squares when you put it together. So, and we even allude to the fact you could do it as quilt as you go in here. I didn't, but you could. So each 18-inch square consists of, like the tulip block, the whole block is
That
18
is 18
inches
inch.
square. But if
okay.
you look at some of the others are 12-inch square blocks.
So it's like a recipe card.
With 6-inch squares around the edge.
So I could.
12 and 6 makes 18.
So I could do, like, take a 10-inch block and add on an 8-inch block.
Yeah, and it tells you what you could, so if that's a 10-inch block, then which other blocks are 10 inches? And then which ones are 5 inches, because obviously 4 5-inch blocks make a 10-inch block.
Oh, that is brilliant.
I think we covered all
Gosh,
the
yeah.
possibilities.
I bet that was a headache, getting those all down.
It was a bit like, woo.
Oh,
we tried. So yeah, those were the two quilts next to each other, and you can sort of see with that how the blocks are even in different places. So once you've got your 18-inch units, you don't have to put them where I've put them.
Yes, yeah.
You know, it can just be completely your own. It doesn't have to be, oh, I've got to follow this, you know, religiously step by step. You know, make it your own.
And I love this because you've actually got a feature in here, 15 different blocks. So if you think about the year being 12 months, some of these are going to be smaller blocks, quicker to put together potentially. That could be almost like a year's worth of quilting just from that one particular layout that you've got there. But then obviously change it out, move them into different positions, change your fabrics, and you've got a different look again.
Yeah, I think there are more than 15 blocks in the...
Oh, is it
I don't know how the numbering works.
Oh,
I haven't had a quick look on that.
Sorry, yes.
But it's I've
gone to the number down there.
It's
right,
2
I see what
pages
you
of
mean.
numbers. Sorry.
Got you.
It's
sorry.
2 pages of numbers
I'm
spread
with you
across
now.
2 quilts.
Got you, yes, I can see that now,
So
yeah.
you didn't have to keep repeating it.
Yeah, because there's 23 then, that's only goes as far as 15.
Yeah.
So it's kind of almost like it's like a paint swatch, isn't it? It's like, oh, I like that one, where is it? And you can find it and see what it's called. Oh, I love it. Absolutely beautiful. Brilliant, but they're all brilliant books. You do books so well, Carolyn. It's no surprise that they're so popular. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. So that one is your hand-stitched quilts. They're all absolutely gorgeous. To be honest, whichever ones you've shopped for, you're not going to be disappointed. I mean, you've got a wealth of knowledge in there, so much fun. And that is the beauty of these as well. So absolutely amazing. So I've had a thoroughly fabulous morning. I've only got about 15 minutes or so left. Sorry, Ben, what are we doing next? I wasn't listening at all. So we're going to very quickly go through the books again. We've only got 15 minutes, so yeah, if you're making your mind up, we'll go through them quickly. So we've got the big stitch. Won't worry too much about bringing in the patterns because or the finished projects, because it will be a case that we'll end up. So we're going to have a little flick through. So projects in here, I mean, I'm going to put you on the spot now. Have you got a favourite, or does that depend on what mood you're in, the time of year, the fabrics that you've got?
Yeah, to be honest, because actually when you started to ask the question, we were on a picture of a hot water bottle cover, which is like such a, I don't know, like run of the mill. Yeah. But I can remember when we made it, the sewing roll was gorgeous.
That is brilliant. That's a fabulous gift idea.
Yeah, it's got the little pincushion puffy thing in as well. But last winter when it was really cold, sometimes when I make the things for these, sometimes I use them, like I was saying about the pincushion from the Joy of Jelly Rolls. But the hot water bottle cover last winter, I was like, that was the warmest, cosiest one I have made in a long time.
I love it.
And yeah, it was done quickly with just the, I think it got Methodist knot quilting stitch in it. Yeah. So it was just sort of one of those things that encapsulated the fact that quite quickly you could actually make something and quilt it and get it used sort of within a day nearly.
Well, this is it. And I love this because you will learn about those different stitches. So talking about the Methodist knot there as well. I love the way you kind of reference the history of different elements as well. And I think it's nice because you kind of get an essence, a feeling about what you're actually sewing, even though it's a current project that you're working on. Yeah. You kind of know the origins of it as well. So absolutely beautiful. And don't forget, each time you pick up your needle and thread, you are creating history.
Yeah, definitely.
So
that's why you should label them. Label your quilts.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Now, your layer cakes, maybe you have got a pile of layer cakes that are sitting on your sewing shelf and you've not quite found the project to create with these. And this is something that often happens. Myself, definitely. I'll see a fabric, I'll fall in love with it, might not have a project in mind for it, but the project kind of finds you as time goes on.
And I must admit, I do. when I buy the layer cakes, it's usually because I really like the whole collection.
Yes, yeah.
But I can't commit to yardage, you know, because I'm like, would I want this? Would I want that?
Yeah.
You get the layer cake and it's a big enough piece.
That's a good point,
to think, right, this could get bigger, this could get smaller with the project. Whereas if I buy the charm squares, I'm always like, it can only be a certain size. Whereas if you buy a layer cake, then actually you know the quilt's it's a quilt size project in that layer of fabric.
Sizable piece to start with, isn't it? So you've got even more options with those. But you've got little projects in here as well. So although we're calling it layer, or you've called it layer cakes, it could be potentially that you've got other fabrics that may be left over from bigger cuts. It doesn't have to be a layer cake. We're talking kind of those 10-inch squares.
It's just a 10-inch square.
That's it, absolutely.
I mean, sometimes with my stash, and this is a bit embarrassing to admit on telly thing, that if I want to like tidy up my stash and think I've used more of it than I have, I will actually go through and cut like, let's cut these all into 10-inch squares, because it also sometimes it's more usable when it's at a piece like that rather than the meterage. It's
scary, isn't it, when you see a big piece of fabric? It's like, I'm committed to use all of this, but turn it into manageable size pieces. Sometimes you find it's easier to roll with. What I did there, because we're now looking at the joy of jelly rolls, and this I think is one of the most popular cuts that people will go for, because you get such a wide selection of fabrics, and I think we can kind of tell that is true because this has been one of the most popular books for the hour.
I mean, for me it's such good value. So many quilts, so many little projects. If you want a quick thing, if you want a long-term project, and if you want a definitely nice.
Look at these little houses.
I know, the little houses for the keyring things, And
I think some of the projects that we stopped on this time through, I don't think we saw last time I flicked through this, so that's a sign that there's a lot in a book.
These are cute.
This is lavender ravioli.
So sweet. Lavender ravioli. So they were made out of like mini charm squares, or you could cut a 5-inch square into 2.5 inches, and literally again it's that raw edge thing. We pinked them so they're not going to fray, and then basically you can see the stitching, so it's part of the sort of textural thing, but they're just ravioli size, and we just filled them all with lavender and then went and sewed them up. So real visual, real
Carb
quick.
free.
But you can scatter those in your undies drawer.
That's a good point. A little bit of a applique going on here as well. Little scrunchies. These are all fabulous little projects that you could be creating. Again, it might be that you've got a strip roll or a jelly roll waiting to be used, or maybe you've got those odd 3 or 4 strips that we often end up with that you don't really know what to do with. So
some quilts are like that, or you've broken into jelly roll but didn't use it all for that quilt.
That's a good point.
So
I love it. Brilliant book, Joy of Jelly Rolls. This is one of the most popular ones, and I'm not surprised. It's only $9.99. And as I say, as a gift, if you're thinking of getting gifts for sewers, maybe you just, they've popped out to another room or whatever, then that is definitely a book to go for. And then at a later stage, maybe invest in a jelly roll to go alongside it. Fabulous gift. Last one that we're going to recap on is the hand-stitched quilts. This is the latest in the range of books. How many books have you written then, Carolyn? There's a lot that we've got here.
I should pay more attention.
I love this, the fact that you are so, I'd be shouting it from the rooftops.
I don't know, it's probably about, all told, through my writing career, I don't know, probably about 15 or 16, probably 1 or 2 more.
I'd only have to do 1 and everybody would know about it.
It is quite exciting. I still really get really excited about when the next, it's like your next child, when it comes out.
But you know what? And again, we're talking about history in the future. Books, I see them as that as well. So although you're making these for the here and now, these will be in print for many, many years to come. I'm sure of that, because people are just going to love these and collect them if they do stop going to print. People will be kind of literally hunting
I know
these down.
I look through Oxfam bookshop, we've got one near where I live, and the amount of times I have to walk in there just to see if they've got any old sewing books, and just to see.
But people don't part with them, do they? Because they're like references.
I must admit, it is a really slow section in there. Yeah, people just hang on to them.
And just to recap, that hand-stitched quilts, you're learning all sorts of different sizes of blocks, which when you put them together, create the most incredible quilt. Don't know if we've got the opportunity to show you this again, but it's kind of like a compendium compendium of different designs, and you will learn how to put it together because you've got all the kind of elements in the back when you're going to be putting it together. So absolutely beautiful, as you can see. Gorgeous. I've just realised we didn't do the Quilt As You Go book, did we? I've just seen it to the side of me there. So sorry, very quickly we'll sneak this one in as well. It's been a very popular way of quilting.
It's just so versatile. It literally means anyone, anywhere, with any ability, any skill level can make a quilt. You don't have to worry about space to lay anything out. You don't have to worry about your ability to be in certain places at certain times.
Do you know what? You don't have to worry about getting down on your hands and knees to literally layer it up, do you?
It's often because all the bits are individual, and again, if you really like machine piecing, there's ones that just use the machine, and we talk about that at the front of the book actually, so that if you want to make a quilt in small pieces, but you think, oh yeah, I really fancy machine time, like you do, then you can think, right, I'm going to pick that quilt because it only uses the machine, or you could choose this quilt because you want hand quilting and you want hand work, and that would be the quilt. So yeah, there's just so many choices. There is something for everyone.
You've got 14 projects in here, which is brilliant. I mean, it's working out £1 a project really, isn't it? And then you've got your templates in here as well. So if anybody goes for these books, are they okay to trace off the templates for their own use so they're not cutting into the books?
Yeah, you can trace them off, or you can photocopy them for, because that's useful as well. So yeah, I think at the front it says about the copyright stuff.
Yeah,
but yeah, you don't want to be cutting up your pages, partly because they're printed on either side. So you can trace them off.
I love this technique as well. This is one that I've done. This is one when I'm sitting on the balcony when we've been on holiday in Turkey in the evening where it's nice and cool, and I've literally got all my pieces that I take with me, and that's the only time I actually do that. And this is one of my favourite little blocks there with that kind of Quilt As You Go technique. I'm not surprised it's one of the most popular books that we've brought to you because it's been a lovely, lovely way of learning a different technique. And I love that one person saying, I don't like Quilt As You Go. Which technique have you used? There you go. So maybe you've learnt new techniques during this hour. I have to say, I have had the most amazing day here with you guys. So thank you so much. And Carolyn, thank you for joining. You were in for the long haul, weren't you? You really took the short straw when they asked you to come and join because you've been here for so many hours. But thank you. Thank you so much. And as I say, everybody's loved what you've brought. So
thank you.
Do check out, obviously, all the books. Do look at Carolyn as well on Instagram and her classes and the workshops and things, because you're going to learn a lot, because I've certainly learned a lot standing beside her as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, shall we look ahead to tomorrow? Can I come back? No, I think John's coming back. So John will be back, I think, tomorrow, but don't quote me on that one. He'll be kicking things off at 8 a.m. with sewing room tools, so he'll be taking through a lot of those. Then Jane Greenoff is in the building, so you know it's going to be a busy hour at 9 o'clock. Then we're going all slouchy with the lovely Delphine. She's got a fabulous tote that she's going to be sharing with us. A bit more cross stitch to finish off the morning at 11 a.m. and then going into the afternoon hours, we are back with Delphine looking at rustic homes there as well. So it's got a lovely day tomorrow. I think I might be dipping in and watching myself. So you guys, it's time for us to say goodbye to you. If you have just joined us, where on earth have you been? We've had a fabulous run this morning. Lots and lots of sellouts, mainly down to this lady here and our lovely Emily, who's probably well on her way now. She'll be on a motorway somewhere heading home, won't she? Thank you for your company. Thank you for your comments and your interaction. It really does make a difference to us here, and I hope you enjoy what's left of your day. Anything in your basket? Now is the perfect time to check those baskets out. But as I say, if you have just joined us, jump onto the website. You'll be able to find all of those fabulous things that we've been sharing with you. So Carolyn, thank you. Till next time. And to you next time, I think it's next month I'm back again, but hopefully it'll be sooner than that. Take care. Bye for now.
Bye.